Hello. What's up? What's up? Ah, my stream has a background now. Does it look good? I got bored of the blankness of it all. So I found some backgrounds and things to make it look a little bit better. Let me open up my chat on my phone. All right, we have chat. I think we're in ads right now, so maybe I wait for the ads. Should I turn on some music or do we rely on Genshin music? I mean, Genshin music is pretty good, but uh, it's not very loud though. That's kind of the problem. I could turn it up. I have it turned down, I think. Ah, I love the Outer Wilds music though. It's so good. Yeah, I think we need some BGM.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
I better get me some alpacas. Once they've hauled everything over to Snezhnaya, I can make a little extra by selling their wool.
Everything here is good enough for me.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
I better get me some alpacas.
All right, I think we're back from the ads. What the hell? Who's Jacqueline Wick? No. Not right now. Okay, we're just gonna quickly... Oh my god, the lag. I might need to close some background stuff. I wonder when I rebooted my laptop the last time. I feel like I've had it running for so long.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Okay, I have like 2 tabs of Spring open now. I should close one of those.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Once they poured everything over to Snezhnaya, make a little extra by selling them.
Okay. So what do we want to do for our dailies today? Probably just spend a resin somewhere. Let's see. I could level up our talents, I guess. Sure, let's do that. Is the music too loud? No, I think it's okay. That should be better. Hi, Yu. How's your Minecraft stream going? I'm
Instead of
lurking in it right
confining
now.
themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
I am crying. Why? Wait, let me look at that. You look safe right now. Oh, you died already. I ran you. Wait, what happened to my chat? Huh. Why is my chat doubling up? Anyway, have a good stream. Thank you. You too. Let me refresh my chat overlay. Help me with my chat later. Yes, sure. I'll be awake till quite late today because there's VCT tonight too. So yeah, we can get on a call then. And I'll help you. Thank you. I wonder what happened with the chat there. It started doubling up for some reason. Anyway. Okay, give me a second. All right, I'll... I'll worry about that later. Let's just do these dailies real quick.
Light it up! Bring it! Get to work! Teamwork is dreamwork! Light of the blazing sun!
Thanks for the 20 stream streak. Oh my god. Hello, Zargonos. Wait, do stream streaks not show up on this new overlay? Well, should I switch back to the other overlay then? I could do that. Yeah, let's go. Now the chat looks a little too big. Let me... that looks okay. How you doing, Zargonos? Do you stream by any chance? Or are you just a lurker? EP. Yeah, it's quite late. Not yet. So you do plan on streaming? Let me know whenever you do. I'll add you to my auto shoutouts. So whenever you type on my chat for the first time, you'll get a shout out. It's what I do for all my streamer friends.
Rise with the sun!
Let's light it up! Show no mercy! Everybody stand back!
Pyroclastic surge!
Well, hope you're having a nice, relaxing Saturday. It is Saturday, right? Yeah. It'll probably be on different language, not that good in spoken English. Ah, that's fine. Wait, what language do you speak, if you don't mind sharing? Oh my god, I'm getting bullied.
Fulfill our pact! I'm going in!
Light of the blazing sun!
I'm doing good. My sleep schedule's pretty messed up because you have VCT, like the Valorant esports championship going on. So
Bring it!
it's being held in like South America and I'm in Asia, so the matches are like 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. for
Teamwork
me.
is dreamwork!
Pyroclastic
But
surge!
whenever the Singaporean teams are playing, I like to stay up and watch. So yeah, I stayed up all night yesterday, but thankfully it's a Saturday, so then I slept all afternoon. Usually Ukrainian and Russian languages, I see. That's nice. Do you like what kind of games do you play? Do you play gacha games or my sleeping schedule is also broken, but sometimes it fixes. Yeah, yeah, same here. Like once in like 10 days or like in a couple of weeks, I'll have like I'll go to sleep at a normal time and then I'll wake up at like 8 or 9 a.m., which is a pretty normal time to wake up. But then other nights I stay up till like 4 or 5. Most recent ones are Baldur's Gate 3, Marathon, and Enfield. Nice.
Full throttle! Incinerate!
I really want to play PG3 someday, but haven't really had the chance. It's like, it's one of those long games, right? It takes like 100, 200 hours to complete the entire campaign. I used to play games like those when like I was in like school and in college. Nowadays, as like an adult gamer, it's so so rough not having that kind of time. Still need to complete Remnant 2 for achievements. I see. Not heard of Remnant 2. Let me look that up. Remnant 2 is a third-person shooter.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from
Oh,
all
it's
walks of
a
life.
sequel to Remnant from the Ashes. I've heard of that one. Very long, especially if you'll re-listen to each dialogue. Replaying is faster by a bit, but still can take 50, 70 hours. Yeah. That's what I've heard
This land
too.
holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all
Ad
It's the
astra
same for
abas.
like The Witcher 3, which is one of
Thank you
my
for completing today's
favorite
commission.
single player games. Like the first time I played it, it took me like 120 hours or something to complete the main storyline because I was exploring. Like it's such a good game with its world is so nice because you know, in a lot of open world games it's just like there's a lot of empty patches. There's like you'll find a forest where there's just monsters, there's nothing there. But in Witcher 3 it's like almost everywhere you go you'll find some sort of like a story there, some NPC with a quest or something. Like if you go to a forest you might find some notes from someone who died there saying there's some ancient forest god that's protecting the forest, and you find out it's like a lesson or something. So yeah, it was such a good story that I took a long time just playing side quests. If you just speedrun the main storyline, it'll probably be like less than half of that much. It'll probably be like 50, 60 hours maybe. My hands can't reach Witcher 3, need more free time. Yeah, it's like the same thing. Like I played that when I was in college, I think. So I had more time. But yeah, nowadays I probably wouldn't have time, just like with Baldur's Gate 3. But it's a really good game. Hello, Otter. How was your stream? I mean, I was there for most of it, but yeah, I was gone for a bit. Was you there when I got ace? I don't think I was there when you got the ace, no. I was there when Minu got an ace, I think, just a while back. If you have a clip, feel free to send it. Send it in chat if you want. It's fine. Okay, I think we're done with our dailies here. I didn't clip sad. Yeah, you can go back in your ward and clip it, right? You were streaming. Thanks for the 5 stream streak. Too lazy. Your wards are public, right? I'll go back and clip it later if I remember. I like doing that sometimes. clipping for my friends.
Rebooting.
Okay, let's switch games. Let me launch Outer Wilds.
Everything here is
I
good
better
enough
get
for
me
me.
some alpacas. Once they've hauled everything over to Snezhnaya, I can make a little extra by selling
This
the
land
wool
holds
there.
nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
Was it on Clove? Did you like smoke kill 3 of them and then get the rest or something?
Everything here is good enough for me.
I better get me some alpacas.
It was not all in
Once
smokes.
they've hauled
Yeah,
This
everything over
land
to
I
holds
doubt
nothing
Snezhnaya,
but
you could get
promise
like
for
5
adventurers
people
from
in a
all
smoke,
walks
but
of life. Wouldn't you agree?
oh, like it would be a like such a tilting round for the enemies if you actually got everyone in smokes. I've gotten at least 4 in smoke. That's crazy.
Everything here is good enough for me.
4, yeah. I get you.
I better get me some
Okay, let
alpacas.
me
Once they've hauled
switch
everything over to Snezhnaya,
to
This land
make a
holds
little
nothing
extra
but
by selling
promise.
Outer Wilds. Let me turn off my music for now. It's so fun playing Clove lately. Yeah, you have a lot of fun with it. Okay, it has been a while since I've played this. I also got the Echoes of the Eye DLC recently because it was on sale. But I'm yet to complete the base game. Wake up. I don't remember where I was in this. Let me change my title. Okay. I don't. Oh, yeah, right. Last time I found. Okay, so this is going to be a bit spoilery if you guys haven't played this game. I would probably like, and if you ever plan on playing it, which I would definitely suggest, then I would suggest that you just like lurk in the stream or leave if you want. But yeah, I am kind of late into the storyline, but not. I haven't really fully solved the mysteries yet. But yeah, this is a game where you kind of like the experience is just exploring and figuring out the mysteries of this tiny solar system that you're stuck in. And yeah, I wouldn't want to spoil it for you guys. Change game on Twitch. Oh, thanks for the heads up. Outer Wilds. Thank you. Should be done now. So yeah, with that I'll get back to playing this. Okay, so I think the biggest thing that we did last time was we went to the quantum moon and we found Solanum. I met a living nomai named Solanum at the South Pole. The quantum moon is the eye of the universe's moon. I found it. Oh, nice. Let me look at that. Okay. Oh my god. Ooh, W heals. I was wondering how you got 4 with 10 HP, but nice heals there. Should I show on stream? I guess not. Ooh. Okay, Odin. Odinist. Wait, there wasn't even a single smoke kill in this. Was there? The first one was like top mid. No, they were all like legit kills. Enemies Odin, yeah. Nice. Okay, where's Outer Wilds? If I alt-tab out of the game, it stops capturing the game for some reason. The quantum moon is the eye of the universe's moon. At this location, the quantum moon becomes a reflection of the eye itself. The eye is likely the source of all macroscopic quantum phenomena in this solar system. I had one. Yeah, you should follow Otter. He's in NA, but he plays with us in the SEA servers on really high ping and still plays really well. And he does all these sneaky plays where he hides in smokes and kills like 2 or 3 people reliably almost every time. It's really fun to watch him play. Quantum signal coming from somewhere on Giant Steep. On the Hourglass Twins. Wait, I've been here, but I've never... Okay, what should we do today? I kind of forgot what exactly we were working towards. Clove main, but if there's smokes on team, I can sow our sage decently. Yeah. One of the 3 Nomai escape pods. All 3 escape pods were launched from somewhere called the Vessel. Okay, we can try going here, but this is gonna be a bit of like a horror game vibe because you need to go through the dark bramble area where if you make too much noise, the giant anglerfish will eat you. In NA, I play any agent to try them out. Yeah. I feel like you have more hours on your Asia account, at least in the last like 6 months or so that I've seen you, because you're usually playing with like Minu and us. No? Alright. Oh yeah, you sometimes do play by yourself, like offline, off stream too. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of like only your streaming hours. I play NA more. Okay, we can try going to the Black Hole Forge, but I forgot how to get there. I play with others a lot, NA, even comp. Yeah, I've seen you play sometimes, but legitimately don't remember what I should be doing. Should we try finding this quantum signal? Okay, I'm gonna try to go sleep now. Alright, made it to silver on 2 accounts in NA. Oh my god. Alright, good night. Have an amazing stream. Thank you. Why are we going so fast? Okay. Whoops. Wait, I forgot. How do you... Okay, it's Y. Okay, how do I get there? I don't remember a thing in this game. Ouch. $80 that way, but how do I get inside? I don't think it's inside this tower though. This quantum signal is... Where? That way? That way. How would I get there? Oh no, oh no. Oh no, this is not good. I'm gonna die. I am so dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm dead. I am dead. No, I live. I thought going into that tower of falling sand was instant death, but apparently not. Where am I again? Man, it's just been so long since I've played this, I don't remember a thing. Ah. Oh no. I had started to get pretty good with the jetpack controls before, but I guess I am out of practice now. Dude, how do I get there? This is the gravity cannon. Isn't there like a secret entrance somewhere here? Yeah. Photo mode. Oh my god, I'm so far away from that thing. Oh my god. Don't fall. Okay, I got my oxygen refill. Sun station. Okay. I remember I had gone to the Ash Twin project site the last time. Do I need to go down there at the beginning of the loop to get to this quantum signal? That is a possibility. It's highly possible that I'm too late into the loop right now. Yeah, I think I've just wasted this loop. I could just restart. Okay, this is the clue to the fossil fish stuff. I'm back here. Okay, I'm just gonna restart the loop. I wonder... Okay, how would I get to the black hole forge? I remember it was like hanging up on top there. Okay, we can try going back to this place, right? To the escape pod 3. Yeah, let's do that this time. Now, where is Dark Bramble? Is that it? Yeah. Aligning flight trajectory, accelerating toward destination. Are we not getting a bit too close? Now, where should we land this? Okay, maybe here. All right, time for that thing. That comet is what kills, well, what killed everyone in the past. Oh yeah, we found like a frozen jellyfish somewhere here, right? Oh my god, what the hell? Was I really falling that fast? It didn't look that fast. I just died of fall damage. Rip, that was a quick loop. We're also yet to get into the core of Giant's Deep, right? I remember I had gone under the currents, but then there was a lot of electricity there. The ocean is surprisingly calm beneath the current. Some sort of electrical field surrounds the planet's core. And I know that the jellyfish can survive that, but how do we use that to get inside? How do we get inside a jellyfish? Assuming that's what we're supposed to do. Because I remember trying that last time, but then it would just keep shocking me and pushing me back. Okay, this time let's try not to die of fall damage. Oh my god, we're gonna die of... Yeah, we're gonna... this autopilot sucks. Oh my god. The autopilot that takes you into the sun. That was funny. That was really funny. Okay, that's not autopiloted this time, I guess. Let's just go there by ourselves. What is... Okay, that's the moon. Okay, maybe we autopilot for a bit now, since we are in safe space. Can we land on this tiny bit of rock? Oh my god. Headlights damaged, landing gear damaged. Okay, it's fine. Alright. Okay, this time we shall not die of fall damage. What is that red one? The red one scares me. Okay, so here we need to be really quiet because if we use our thrusters at full power, then the giant anglerfish will hear us and they will eat us. So we need to be really quiet as we maneuver our way through this foggy, dangerous place. I wonder if there's a difference between going into like this hole versus the one at the top versus the one at the bottom left. I hope not. Wait, is the escape pod inside the red one? Okay, now. Man, I am so scared. This part of the game is basically a... What? Why? Why did I get further away? No. No, man. Should I try going into the red light? Oh my god. Oh my god, we are getting pushed away. No, 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 please. Oh no, we're running out of oxygen too. This is not good, man. You know what? I gotta speed up. I don't care if I get eaten by a giant anglerfish. Oh no. Um, I have like 3 minutes, 2 minutes of oxygen remaining now. Oh, we're here. Okay, let's follow these lights. Lights will guide you home and ignite bones, and I will try to fix you. Okay, I think we reached this place last time, but we didn't fully explore it. Where the heck? What the hell is that? Oh no, that's not good. Um, so we need to go into the red. So the red node is the one which contains what? The vessel? I think. Hello, Farron. What game is this? It's Outer Wilds. It's a really interesting like space exploration and like solving the mystery of the universe kind of game. I mean, not the universe, but kind of. It's really cool game. So you go into space, and then there's all these planets, and then you can explore all of this stuff. So know my grave. If I launch my scout into the sea, I can take photos of an enormous derelict know my ship. There's more to explore here. There's more to... Well, what more is there to explore here? I just went there. The vessel. I launched my scout into the sea that then know my grave and took photos of an enormous derelict know my ship. Okay, so the vessel is inside the red node. Okay, how about we try going to Giant Steep again? Oh, by the way, Farian, do you want to see the new model that I was talking about? Like, do you want a teaser? Where is shine? Okay, there. No, I didn't make it in. Okay, I'll send it to you on Discord later. That's a huge tornado. Wait, I need to find the ones which go counterclockwise. Is this one going clockwise or counterclockwise? This was going clockwise, isn't it? Clockwise, clockwise. That one's going counterclockwise. All right. Okay, let me send you the teaser on Discord. I mean, it's not really a teaser, it's basically the whole model. But yeah, it's so cute. I love it. Here. So this is the original model, but like I mentioned, I wanted to modify it a bit. I reached out to the artist on the platform where they were selling the model, and I also reached out to them on Twitter, but then they still haven't replied. So okay, we're gonna have an ad in a minute. Okay, this is the original model. And this is my version of it. The original model is too white guy for me. So yeah, I wanted to modify it a little bit. I sent 2 pictures to you on Discord. Okay, let me go back to the game. Ads. Okay, we'll wait for the ads, I guess. The thing with this model right now is I like that it's so simple, but because it's so simple, sometimes when I'm speaking, it doesn't really capture my mouth movements and stuff. I need to open my mouth really wide, like ah, which is a bit weird. Like it doesn't really bring in that interactivity. So yeah, I didn't really like how static it looks most of the time, aside from, side to side movement. Look at that, I'm speaking and the lips are not moving at all. So yeah, it's a bit too simple. So yeah, I was looking for something new and I found that one while I was doing some research on other stuff related to your model. And yeah, it's nice. And he also has like a sword thingy. It's like a knight based theme. So yeah, kind of suits me. The Dork Knight. Oh no, I moved my goals overlay, but I didn't move this ad break thingy. So now it's out of position. Let me move it back. That's better. Same for the ad warning thing. You look pretty. Yeah, I know, right? Like a Valorant opera. Yeah. Or like someone from like a JRPG, like an like a Final Fantasy or something character. But yeah, I don't really know how I should, because I just debuted this model like a couple of months back. What was it? End of December. So it feels a bit weird just announcing another like new model debut. So I'll probably just start using it randomly without announcing it or something. Or maybe I'll use it on our coding thingy stream. That would be fun. Okay, we are back. Let me go back to the game. How is your weekend going, Farron? Oh yeah, by the way, like what time would you prefer for that stream that we're talking about? Like afternoon, like 3 p.m.-ish, or like 4 p.m.-ish, or like 7 p.m.-ish, or like 9? Like I'm free anytime, but yeah. Like afternoon or evening or night, what kind of timing would you prefer? Let me know. Because I want to put out some sort of an announcement by like Monday or something, so at least people know that the stream is happening. Because a couple of people have shown some interest in that stream. How do I get inside? Can I go to that red spot and go inside or something? Nah, my ship is gonna explode. Yeah, my ship is gonna explode. I'm probably gonna die here, but I'm okay when Cry is okay. Alright. Yeah, I'll ask on the group then. Dude, how do I... Okay, my ship just exploded. How do I get past this electricity? I mean, these jellyfish have to be the key, right? Somehow. I need to use the jellyfish somehow to get past the electricity. Okay, that jellyfish does not have electricity. Okay, no, it does have electricity running through it. Dude, how do I get inside? It has to be something to do with these guys. Can I like okay, it seems to be descending into the depths. What if I try to go underneath it? Nope. Oh my god, I'm dead. Vitals critical. Yeah, I'm gonna die here. Let me message on the Discord for now. I'm just gonna let my guy die. What time will y'all prefer? Afternoon, evening. Also, okay, how am I still alive though? Let's go and I'm pretty sure I've explored escape pod, deep space radio. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go and die. I mean, look at these guys. They go in and out of the electrical currents without any sort of... Okay, what if I try to touch the red area? I'm probably gonna die. Yeah. I might need to look this up, but I also don't wanna because sometimes it just spoils you. Orbital probe cannon. How do I get there? The vessel is in the red spot. The black hole forge. What's this? We can try going here too. Okay, let's go to Giant's Deep again. And this time we try to find the quantum signal, or we try to get to the orbital probe cannon. Now where is that giant planet? There. Look at that. That's the quantum moon. The secret to landing on the quantum moon is also pretty cool. So the thing about the quantum objects in this game is that if you look away, if you stop observing, then they teleport away. Wait. Can I land on that thing? Probably not, right? So oh my god, giant tornado. Is this quantum signal inside the tornado? Do I need to... How on earth am I supposed to... Okay. How? Wait, my ship landed on something. What is this island? Oh my god, my ship is spinning out of control. Yeah, I don't think we can get inside that tornado, can we? Okay, so let's get out of here. Let's try going to that probe cannon thingy. There. That's gonna be difficult. There's a landing pad there. Do I just drop down, or do I want to explore the outside a little bit? Oh no. Yeah, I think I want to drop down. Whoops. Wrong tool. Probe tracking module. Control module. Launch module. Okay. Let's start with one, I guess. Whoops. Oh, the music picked up. Huh? Oh. That's cool. Okay, let us see. Giant steep projection stone. What does it say? I have bad news, Evans. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. I wish I were, my friend, but no. They aren't certain they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on indefinite hiatus. Tell Privet and Mallow they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. An update, Mallow and I will join you and Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears Idea may feel responsible. Interesting. I've been here, right? I think I've been here. Mallow, my better 50, my better half, my better 50%. Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components soon. Relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. Cassava tells me he and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting we are not, under any circumstances, to go above. I see. Am I right to think that consequently we'll be ignoring that setting? I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do. Given the what? Let me reread this. Determine the power setting we're not, okay. Given the orbital probe cannon, all the power it can structurally withstand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Yes, the probe must travel as fast as it can. As far as it can, I'll make some adjustments. The thought of concluding our elders is curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. Okay. Uh-huh. Isn't this just next door? Or is it the broken part? Okay, never mind. Let's go to the other side. Okay, so what? What happens if I do this? These are the different components. Of the probe cannon, I'm guessing. Okay, let's go to 2 now. Give me 1 second. Is it broken? I guess so. What about 3? Hi, Suki. How's it going? I'm outside. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thanks for checking in. Hope you have a fun time outside. Have fun. Let me reply just in case he has no audio. Okay, let's see where we... Okay, that's broken too. Are we done here then? I think so, right? I mean, we can go out and... What? What was that? Okay, let's refuel. Let's read our notes. The broken remains of a Nomai space station in orbit around Giant's Deep. There are 3 access ways branching off from the central hub area. The orbital probe cannon was created to find the precise location of the eye of the universe. The Nomite pushed the orbital probe cannon above its maximum power setting to create the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Okay. 1 of the 3 modules. There's a huge breach in the glass viewport. Probe tracking module, one of the... I probably need to get to the probe tracking module and find out. When is the ERX game. Oh, it's an hour earlier. It's in an hour and 15 minutes, so I'm probably ending stream by then. Or we can do a little watch party. How about that? How do I get to the... Okay, I'm going on a spacewalk. This can only end well for me, right? Let's go. We are in. All right, let's see. Imagine Privet. The probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the eye of the universe. You'll be the first to see them. I am honored and terrified. You won't ask the robotic probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need to fire the probe once anyways, so who minds if it compromises the robotic probe cannon's structural integrity slightly? I would mind, Mallow. I would mind because we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. Good point. Fair point. Fair point. How do I get to the probe tracking module? Is the probe tracking module in... Oh my god, it is inside the electrical field. It's in the core of Giant's Deep. I need to get to the core of Giant's Deep to figure out the coordinates of the eye of the universe. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot of... Oh, what is that? Mallow, my better... Is Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components soon, relatively speaking. We'll know the eye's precise location. The thought of concluding our curious and... Wait. Oh, I've already read this. Let me just view this just for completion's sake, even though I've already been inside the control module. Alright, now how do I get to the probe tracking? Okay, alright, that's inside Giant's Deep. How on earth am I supposed to get inside Giant's Deep? I think that was a pretty good loop. I learned a lot of new things. The launch module is badly damaged, but its projection pool is still intact. A Nomai named Mallow argued that it wouldn't matter if the cannon's structural integrity was compromised, since they only needed to fire the probe once. A Nomai named Privet countered that they wouldn't be capable of receiving the probe's data if the probe tracking module was destroyed. One of the orbital cannons near my aboard the probe tracking module would be the first to see the coordinates of the eye of the universe. I saw the probe tracking module through a Nomai projection pool. It looks like the module is underwater. I could see purple electricity outside the viewport. Yeah, it's in Giant's Deep. It's in the core, but how do I get there? I still think I need to like get inside the jelly, like inside or under the jellyfish somehow. But I did try that, right? I don't think that worked the last time, but we can try once more before we die. Can I? Wow, that was instant death. Holy. Instant death. Okay, I want some music. Ah. Oh, Tay is using that pixel model. I was gonna buy this model too, but then I thought I have too many models already. Maybe I'll buy it sometime later. What was I thinking of doing? Oh yeah, I wanted music. And I want SR outer wilds. That's not what I wanted. What is this song called? Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds by Andrew Brahlow. Maybe we try that. I love this song so much. What is that? Oh my god. Okay, one last try. One last try to get into the core of Giant's Deep. Where is Giant's Deep? So that's... Okay, might as well use this. Let me request another song first. What? Why did I bounce off the surface? Ah, there must have been a tornado underneath. Wait, what is this? What? Non-diegetic mean? What does diegetic mean? Ah, interesting. That was unfortunate. You know what? I'm not gonna spend time repairing. Okay, look at how it's opening its thingy. I think I can get inside. My god, I'm lagging so much. Let's go, I'm inside. Oh, that sounds scary. Are we past the electric fields? I think we are. I think we are. And there's our probe tracking module. Ooh, we made it. We frickin' made it. I have exciting news. Prepare to receive the probe data. Rami, have I read these before? The statue here in the probe tracking module is ready to record each launch's flight trajectory and will automatically transmit all relevant data to you. On the other appendage, I am now worried about this cannon's structural integrity and its crew's moral integrity. What? Once the probe determines the location of the eye of the universe, I'll send an alert directly to you and Rami. I think I've read this one already. Yeah, I read this. Receiving data from probe 9318105. Visualizing correct trajectory. Is it moving? I guess not. Oh, that's cool. That is. Oh. Oh. Retrieving previous launch data from Ash Twin. Total number of probe launched 9318105. Deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the eye of the universe found by probe 9318054. Oh my god, we are so close. Retrieving stored coordinates from Ash Twin. Displaying coordinates for the eye of the universe. Oh my god. Whoops. Alright. Now wait. Are you telling me I have to get out of this? And get to my ship? And... okay. That's rough. Ah, that's really rough. Okay, okay. I am so bad at controlling my... jetpacks. Getting out of this place is gonna be super difficult for me. Mind if I chill here? No. Of course not. We're going to be playing for about another hour more, then I think I'll go watch the Paper Rex match. Okay. I need to get under that jellyfish without overshooting it. How was your stream? I was lurking in it for a bit. but I had to go get some groceries. How are you? I'm good. Fun, but I was really tired. I see. Why is my ship so far away from me? Has my ship been thrown out into outer space? I started streaming just after coming back from dinner. I see. Okay, I got bonked by a huge island, but I'm somehow still alive, so... Okay, my ship is in an interesting position right now, but we'll take it. How do I get inside the ship, man? My ship's stuck in a position where I can't get inside it. This is not looking too great for me. Yeah. Okay, I think I need to get on those rocks over there. And maybe I can climb those arches. The problem is that this planet has really high gravity, so even using my jetpack, it's really hard to climb stuff. Yeah, I can't climb this. Ah, so close, yet so far. How's the progress in the game? I have made some really good progress today. I basically found the coordinates of the final, like the place where you need to go for the final ending, but I need to get to my ship, I need to go to another planet, I need to find, like, take this power source from it. Yeah, I'm not making it this time. My ship's stuck in a weird place where I can't get inside it anymore. Okay, this is not bad. No. But yeah, I'm like really close to the end. But yeah, this run seems to be screwed. I don't even know how it got there. I think the waves tossed it up there or something. Yeah, I have like 60 seconds of oxygen remaining. And so I can walk on these arches, but the moment I walk off the arch, okay. Okay. Nope. Yeah. Might as well reset. The story in this game is confusing for my small brain. Yeah. But I think I get most of it now. It's just about like you are this very young race, as in this very young species, and there was this old species that came before you who came to this solar system in search of something called the eye of the universe, and they did like a lot of research. They made like all these space stations and all these probe like cannons that shoot probes into multiple spaces. They made this technology which can send back data in time so that they can shoot the same probe, but then if it gets destroyed, it just sends back the data and says that okay, this is not the way to go. So yeah, they did a lot of research and then somehow they got wiped out, which you find out the secret of how they got wiped out all of a sudden. But yeah, you kind of pick up their pieces and now it's your job to get to the eye of the universe. Okay, let's read this. The orbital probe cannon has launched millions of probes. The 9,381,054th probe located a deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the eye of the universe. The statue in the probe tracking module automatically records each probe's trajectory, transmits the data to the Ash Twin project. I found my coordinates marking the location of the eye of the universe. Okay, so I have the location now. I'm guessing I need to find the Nomai vessel and key in the coordinates. Yeah. Oh, lag. Okay, we have an ad coming up. Wait, that ad warning text is slightly off, isn't it? That's better. Okay, let's go. Let's try to find the vessel this time. Let me support by watching that ad. Thank you. The vessel is in the dark bramble, right? TX store. Yeah, I've been getting the TX store ads a lot. Give me a second. Um, okay, let's. Okay, 1 second. Okay, this is gonna turn into a horror game now because that's what this planet is basically. I mean, it's hard to even call it a planet. It's a mass of vines basically. And it's filled with fog. And if you make too much noise, then you get eaten up by a giant anglerfish. So you can't like use your full thrusters. You need to like tap fire your thrusters to maneuver inside. Do I need to, can I directly go inside this or do I need to find the, oh my god. Oh my god. Don't move. There's one of those giant anglerfish I talked about. I am so scared. You know what? If I get eaten, I'll just loop back, so it's fine, right? That sounds terrifying. I feel like we need to go to the escape pod first and shoot the probe inside it. But you know what? We're just gonna YOLO it this time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm heading right. Oh, there's 3 of them. Please. This is like that scene from Jurassic Park where you're like they're being sniffed at by the dinos, but they're like, don't move or oh my god, that hurt me. I'm dead. I am so dead. Well, that was less scary than I thought it would be. Maybe because I wasn't looking at it. There was just a loud noise and it came from the side and ate me. Okay, so I think we can't directly go into the red one because we don't really know where exactly to go. I think we need to first find the escape pod 3. Yeah, we need to find this. We need to shoot our probe inside this. And then we can head to this. That's what I think we need to do. But the problem is that we have limited oxygen and it takes a long time to like maneuver inside that place because we can't move quickly. Let's give it one more shot maybe. And then I think I'll switch to VCT. Oh, there's the quantum moon. Do you guys want to go to the quantum moon? Let's go to the quantum moon. And we can meet one of the last surviving, not one of, I'm pretty sure she's the last surviving Nomai. Oh, come on. I made the rookie mistake. No, I lost the moon. I switched cameras and that made it so that the moon disappeared. So the quantum moon, if you don't look at it if you stop looking at it, it disappears. Well, I guess back to the horror of Dark Bramble. Oh, the quantum moon is behind Dark Bramble. Okay, let's go to escape pod 3. Wait, are there any anglerfish in the first room? You know what? Let's try to get better at this. Let's try to learn the patterns. I think there's no anglerfish in the first room, so I'm just gonna W key my way through this. And if we get eaten, then we learn. You know what they say, we live and we learn, but in this game we die and we learn. Okay, I think this room might have anglerfish, so I'm gonna be a bit... I'm just going off like standard video game logic, right? Like the first room probably doesn't have enemies, but the second room might have one. And the room that's glowing red is the one that has 3 enemies in it. That makes some amount of sense to me. Okay, we are at the escape pod. That's great. Now, are there others with the loop ability? Yes, there is one more person. Oh no, 50% fuel. There is one more person on Giant Steep, the large planet where we were last time with the waves. He also has the ability, but in his case, he's kind of in a... like he's given up on stuff, so he just lies there and plays music. He's in the acceptance stage. Okay, we put the probe inside there, the scout. Okay, we need to get there. Okay, we're running out of fuel though, that's the problem here. Oops. Fuel critical. Okay, 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 please, no, please. Holy. Holy. Am I allowed to turn my camera or does that sound attract them to? 3 minutes of oxygen, low on fuel. This is not looking too great for me. But what the hell is that? Are those eggs? Those are fish eggs. That's why there's 3 of them here. This is where they lay eggs. So they want to protect their eggs. Makes sense. Okay, please let me get to the scout this time. I'm really hoping there's going to be fuel there because I'm going to be out by the time I get there. Okay, I'm almost there, almost there. I see the ship. Okay, let me turn off my BGM for this. Oh no, no, I ran out of fuel and oxygen. No, I was so close. I was in their ship. Okay, okay, there has to be a more efficient way of doing this. I guess if I use my thrusters less, if I jump into the first like portal thingy with more momentum, then I will need to use my thrusters less, and that should save more fuel, right? That was fun though, that I almost made it. If only they had like some trees in their spaceship, I would have been fine. Okay, let's see if we have any new entries in our... Seriously? No new entries? Even though I reached the vessel? Okay, let me turn the BGM back on. Let me cue the Outer Wilds music again. It'll play after this one. Peak song, yes. Ah. This game is actually pretty challenging to... I mean, some parts of it are really easy, like you can just explore freely, but then other parts like this, exploring the dark bramble, and then okay, if I have enough. Okay, now see, it robs me of my momentum, so it gives chill vibes at the start, yeah. Like this part that I'm at right now, there's like a resource management challenge, right? Wait, what if I put my probe in, but then how would I get back out? Can I get back out? Because I could put my probe in, then I get out, go back to my ship, I replenish my fuel and oxygen. That's a plan, but I don't really know how I would get out of this place. Because like it doesn't show me the ship indicator anymore. So I don't know which way to go to get to my ship. Which way is the... Okay, that way. Does the escape pod have fuel for me? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Go inside. Yeah, I'm probably wasting more of my fuel by being here, but that's fine. I'm at like 50% fuel just getting to the escape pod, so should I just skip this part? Should I go directly into the red? But I don't know if I'm gonna get lost if I go directly in there. Wait, have I read this? To any who come here searching for us, we followed one of the two beacons from the vessel to this place, and now we can go no further. It's almost too faint to hear now, but the vessel's beacon is still faintly emitting from within this thorny seed. Yet the opening is too small for even a single Nomai to fit through it, so our escape pod couldn't have flown through here. I don't understand how this could be possible, but this gruesome place seems able to manipulate space itself. Maybe this was our undoing. To be so close to the location of the vessel and still so far is difficult. Worse, the vessel's beacon is dying. Soon we will be unable to hear it. There is nothing we can do now, but try to perhaps find a way inside, or at least attempt to comprehend why this happened. My dearest hope is that the other escape pods were able to reach relative safety. Don't worry about it. Yes, they did in fact reach safety. Okay, now is the hard part because I'm running low on fuel. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go into the red node, right? And I'm gonna try to figure out which is the correct way to go. Oh, ooh, this is scary. Okay, see, how am I supposed to find it if there isn't even a light? Like the scout icon is at a point where there is no light. So it would be impossible for me to find it without shooting my probe inside, right? Okay, that's loud. Ah. Okay, I think I'm probably missing something. It can't be this tight of a timing, right? There has to be something somewhere else that I need to figure out. Yo, yeah, jump scared. Oh. Okay, let me see if the Paper X match started. Do you watch Valorant by any chance? Or watch or play, whatever. Because Paper X is playing today in the lower finals of the Masters event. No, that's alright. Oh, the match has started already? Has it? No, there's a timer that says 16 minutes remaining, but the players are already seated. Okay, they're warming up. Hmm. I try to stay away from PvP games nowadays. Yeah, that's fair. I only play Valorant with friends. Hello, you. Thanks for the raid. How's it going? Let me shout you all out. There's so many streamers. Wait, I didn't shout you out too, right? Wait, let me shout out everyone. Hello, everybody. MSO. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get some rest, then do so. Thanks for the follow, Tempest. Am I missing someone? Let's go, multi-shout out. Okay, we're playing The Outer Wilds, which is like a space exploration game. Oh, yeah, I missed him. Shin. Repo. I have owned Repo the game for like, I don't know, a year now, but I've never actually played it. Night, I'm so tired, but I need the chat thing. Can we do it tomorrow? Sure. I'm like free anytime, except the afternoons because these days I'm staying up all night watching VCT. How's Outer Wilds like? Outer Wilds is really good. It's like, it has this sense of like exploration and adventure and solving this mystery. Like this entire thing is like all the clues that I've collected from the different places, like, you know, the orbital probe cannon, the eye signal locator, the whatever, you know, all of this. And yeah, you just piece things together little by little. And yeah, it's really cool game. Okay, you know what? This time I'm gonna take you guys to see something really cool, hopefully. Wait, I forgot how exactly we get there. The last time I played this game was like over a month ago. And there's all these tricks to like getting to the different places in the game that you learn over time. Like you explore one planet and it gives you hints about how to do something in another planet. So it's like a web of mysteries that you solve. But I want to show you guys. It's the Ash Twin project. Because once you go there, you can... Wait, is it there? Or is it on the Ember Twin? In one of the planets, you can basically break reality and it causes the game to like completely glitch out and it shows like a game over screen saying you broke reality. Yeah, I don't remember where that is though. Should I look that up? Okay, you know what? We pivot, we go to... Let's go to the quantum moon. Let's try to find the quantum moon. There it is. So the thing about the quantum moon is that the moment you stop observing it, it relocates, it goes somewhere else. So that's why I had to take a picture of it, and I'm viewing the picture at the top right. And that makes it so that the moon itself will not disappear from my view. But it's going too close to the sun right now. So I'm a bit scared of going there. Okay, slow down, slow down. Whoops, that was a hard landing. But we are on the moon. Let's repair the ship. On the quantum moon, like, if you stop looking at something, it disappears. Look at that. That tower is here right now. It's gone now. The ship is here now. This is the ship of an explorer who came before us. I think she was the first person to ever land on the quantum moon. I am here after watching it wander the skies for so long. I'm about to stand for the first time on the quantum moon. As expected, my shuttle has landed at the moon's south pole. I will make the remainder of my journey on foot. We don't know why the quantum moon always welcomes its visitors at the south pole, just that this is true. As a child, I considered such unknowns sinister. Now, though, I understand they bear no ill will. The universe is, and we are. I am ready. Okay, let's get out of her ship. And now we need to find that tower again. Okay, the tower is here. Now, what was the trick with the tower? Oh yeah, right. We need to close this. If we stay in the dark, then the tower relocates. Okay. So we need to go inside the tower. We need to close the doors. We need to turn off our flashlight. And we need to go towards the North Pole. We need to let the tower teleport us to different locations until we're at the North Pole. That won't work. That might work. So the globe indicator on the left of the screen tells us that we're at the North Pole now. Now we wait for the tower to spawn behind us. There we go. Now we wait until the tower is at this location, the 6th secret position. Nope, take me to the 6th one. Oh, come on. There we go. And now we can meet a very special someone if we head over to the South Pole. Okay, this is kind of spoilers though, so like if anyone's interested in playing this game later, then you probably don't want to see what I'm gonna show you next. But yeah, it's gonna be like major spoilers. So you probably want to lurk or just turn off the stream right now if you are planning to play this game. So you know how everywhere we go we find these writings by this ancient race called the Nomai, which is supposed to have died out. Look, there's a living Nomai, the last one of her kind. And you can communicate with her. So she doesn't really understand you, but then she creates these symbols with which you can communicate. So like identify. No, wait, that's not right. Wait, where was I supposed to place them? Okay, yeah, right. Identify you. So if I say identify you, she will understand that I'm asking her to tell me about her. I am Salenam. I know my clan arrived in this star system before my birth, and we now call it home. So now if I remove this and I put me, identify me. I've never met one of your kind before. It's an honor to speak with you. I particularly admire your 4 eyes. There are many questions I would ask if I could comprehend your language. You have my gratitude for understanding mine. Like when I first met her, it was such a mind-blowing moment because like you're literally talking to one of the Nomai who you've been like hearing about and reading all of their writing across the universe. This is identify eye of the universe. We are orbiting the eye of the universe now, although we cannot see it, only the quantum moon's reflection of it. The eye is older than the universe itself, and my clan believes it dwells in an extremely distant orbit around this star system. What if I remove identify and put in explain? So explain the eye of the universe. There is fundamental uncertainty throughout the universe. Normally, this uncertainty is only observable on a very small scale. As one approaches the eye, however, that uncertainty grows enormously. The quantum moon probably exhibits macroscopic quantum behavior because of its proximity to the eye. Shards that broke off from the quantum moon have a similar effect as I imagine you've seen elsewhere in the star system. Conscious observation forces a quantum object to collapse to a single possibility. But what would happen if a conscious observer somehow entered the eye itself? Over time, this has become my clan's greatest question. So that's like the biggest mystery of this game. Like what happens when you reach the eye, which is supposed to be this massive, like what do I even call it? Like a massive vortex of uncertainty, of quantum possibility. Could you collapse it into one reality? What if I put quantum moon and eye of the universe? I imagine you've noticed the quantum moon changes in appearance depending on which location it is currently orbiting. For instance, the moon looks quite different when orbiting giant steep than it looks when orbiting the hourglass twins. Because the quantum moon clearly changes in its different forms, the eye, being this moon's primary location, must be similarly malleable. From this, we can hypothesize that the eye represents extreme changeability. That said, despite its malleable nature, the quantum moon becomes locked to one specific version of itself when it is consciously observed. But what could happen if a conscious observer were to enter the eye? Me and you. We do not have much connection, you and I. Still, this encounter feels special. I hope you won't mind if I think of you as a friend. That's so sweet. Like, imagine finding like the last living example of some ancient species and you have this conversation with them about like being friends. Me and the eye of the universe. Suppose you could reach the eye of the universe. Would you try to enter it? What do you imagine the effects of a conscious observer might be? Many in my clan have believed the eye called to us for a particular purpose. When I was a child, I used to believe the eye was malevolent, to have lured my clan to this star system only to then vanish from them so completely. But I don't fear the eye anymore. In fact, it became my fondest hope to see the eye itself someday, but I fear this may be beyond my reach. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Perhaps my journey has reached its end. Which is true. I mean, she actually has died on all five other locations of this moon. Like when you land on the moon, you find her corpse. I probably should have shown that, but I missed that. It's only on this version of the quantum moon, the sixth secret location, that she's still alive. So she's like technically alive in 1/6 of all possibilities. Let me drink some water. Yeah, I think the match is starting. I'll probably... Should we do a watch party? Should I stream the Valorant match? I kind of want to do that. That's a big mask. I wonder what they look like underneath the mask though. Do they look like the statues that we saw? Cool feet. Look like some sort of mechanical creature. Their feet have 3 prongs. Their hands have 3 fingers. They have 3 eyes. They're very tree-centric. Can we get up there? Look, that's one version of her lying dead. Where's my ship? Okay, I think I'm pretty much dead this loop because I don't have my ship anymore. How am I supposed to get out? Hey, what did I just see here? There was something glowing here, right? Her corpse even changed. Oh, there's 4 prongs to the foot. Okay, so anyway, I've lost my ship, which means I can't get out of this place anymore. I mean, I could use the tower to get back, but anyway, I think I'm gonna watch the match now. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna watch it on YouTube, but I'll keep the Twitch stream running too. Oh lord, it's gonna be a best of 5, isn't it? And I really doubt it's gonna be a 3-0. Okay, I'll go rest now. Thanks for the stream night. Have fun with the watch along. Bye. Thank you for dropping by. Get some rest. It's like 1 a.m. right now. You're also from like SEA, right? So I'm guessing it's late for you too. So yeah, feel free to get some rest. Good night. Let me tuck you in. Alright, bye bye. I'll turn my music off. Ooh, that's loud. Let me... Huh.
In the building. Bonkar's coaching, Kiko's fragging, and apparently you two get to commentate. Pansy and Hypok get stuck in.
The audacity on a game like this. I didn't even cook up a reply and I'm not witty enough. But what I can say is it is truly the duel of fates between these two. How many times have they met? How many times have they had to try and live through this matchup? But again, this is the one that matters. All the others now fade away. But NRG looks human. And Paper X, you never know what you're going to get on a given day.
Absolutely right. See, Paper X going to have been watching yesterday's games. So coming here with an opportunity with Jing, swapping out a little bit, not a massive change up in terms of the approach.
I love this crowd.
Looking to come for blood here, forsaking an early challenge here on the pistol, but step away an early 4-stack towards B here for Paper X. Just send out Drone here to clear through, and it looks like they might just follow through here.
And again, just that early information is huge, considering they're going for such a heavy stack, but not made it to sight just yet. But Marta straight out for blood, but dealt a, well, deadly blow right back. Jing finding both. And there's something already. This is looking a little bit messy as NRG.
Very messy.
Yeah, willing to take the brawl on this, but its divide is just continue going. Still looking for fights. Still looking to isolate a player, and it looks like NRG know there's a chance. I mean, Paper X by now, you got to bring him to heal. They bow to no man. There's Devi waiting to try and strike. He just needs that one opportunity. Goes got
nice
it.
try.
That's a great start.
Big 3K from Kiko. After initiate, looks like Jin gets 2 kills, able to really hold down the site. NRG going to pause for thought outside art, but the approach crumbles initially. Comes down to just 2 members.
Come on, bro.
NRG. Again, for me, my eyes are on Scuba. He was absolutely sensational.
Yes.
Previously, in terms of clutches, in terms of finding early kills in rounds where the pacing was completely off for NRG.
Again, for me though, looking at this is a best of 5 if you're just tuning in. Obviously the matter then changes. However, sadly, we don't really get much rest in these sort of games with these sort of teams. Every round has a potential threat. A couple of sheriffs coming in, but more on that note, I think it's so rare that we've now got, I guess, enough depth in the scene to have these sort of repeat games coming back through. Now, teams that have great... Hold on. I'm just going to see if Scuba can keep this in check. Okay, that's a walk-up, so that might cancel plans as they did start kind of peeling this way.
Spike's moving this way still, though. You want to potentially challenge this progress that Paper X have made.
Yeah, very willing to go for it. It'll put them around the 40-second mark as Jing's curiosity is peaking. And look at this clash, it's about to go down. Kiko on the corner, and it is going to be the first blood drawn. Kiko looking to follow up! 3 big kills again, the man is
The
on
Vandal
a bit of a
on
start.
round 2
Not dealing
is
with the threat.
So
It should
OP.
become a more traditional round. But again, it feels rare, as I was saying, that we have now teams starting to show
Oh, they're
some real
not
validity in best of
considering
fives.
the
We know that they
fast
have depth in
flag.
that pool.
Yeah.
This is the brilliance of this title, at least in this
No.
game.
But I thought for a moment here, just in case Forsaken gets a chance. That's all he needs sometimes.
Well, looking at Scuba's HP, there is a window of opportunity, isn't there? But again, Kiko's position, it's all about timing. Something. Oh my god, he's quick today.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Threat's nullified. Kiko looking like he's in the building.
And just to come back to that point again, we always talk about teams kind of scaling up throughout an event. Here to have so much data between the two teams, and again, NRG's performance previously. I don't want to say it looked like they were running out of steam, but more concerningly, it looked like they were running out of ideas of ways to really.
economic geniuses though?
I think it's the first time that I've looked at Ethan and not seen him have a solution.
Well, yeah, I'll stop you there because the other thing is like when you see NRG outcalled, outgunned,
Yeah.
and actually even then when you come to the discussion of Mardos, outclassed
Which is
in a
weird.
role that he shines in.
Yep. Hold on. We've got a bit of a brutal bonus coming in. And look at Brock's buy already. Odin's out to play. NRG keep their life, but you can see the HP cost on this. Marder down on 12, Ethan on 8. And it is that Phantom with Marder that you want to keep your eyes on. If he loses that, that would be a little bit of a costly one. There's the pivot. I don't want to say happening yet. The spike is still with Brock, so you've got to be a bit cautious in this.
Yeah, concerned about Jing's progress he's made. He's going to confirm total absence on the side of NRG. Doesn't get spotted in spawn here.
But doesn't catch the timing on Brock. I thought he might have caught a bit of a second to catch
He's just
it.
going to tuck in now for info.
Yeah, he could catch the very low HP players as well in a perfect position to do so, but timing's everything here. It looks like NRG are aware to a degree that someone could have slipped the net. Gonna have to check diligently as Jing, deadly as ever. He's been spotted. Ooh, just couldn't quite control it on the spray from the Stinger.
NA
But that
Stinger?
should be the alarm bells ringing, but NRG
I thought NA
wasn't
Stingers
in a
were supposed to be
really curious
good.
position. Is Marder gonna clear it? Big work from him, but there's
Nah.
another
30
player
seconds
doing
left.
this. Forsaken also slipping through. NRG just taking space, pausing, and waiting for these over pushes from Paper X.
Now looking towards Divine in terms of this side hold towards 8. Forsaken's going to get right behind this. He might get ahead of the turret!
Oh, he gets
Ooh,
out of
that
all
was-
of it.
that was
Taking heads on
so
the way,
well
Kiko
played.
called upon again.
The timing,
He's
oh
the
my
only one
god.
sitting pretty on HP. Marder down on 12. It's Forsaken and something. My God,
No.
Marder. You're barely breathing and you're doing this. Potential bonus conversion, but something was extraordinary before. But
No.
Kiko is online today. Untouchable
Ah,
so far.
that's rough, that's rough.
9-0.
We talked about Kiko having a quieter series previously. Already coming out of the gates flying.
Yeah,
His
Kiko's
first 3
starting up.
rounds already up to 9 kills. And that's a
Damn,
scary
if only
prospect
he
if
hit
somebody
like
like
one
Kiko
on
can really drag NRG
Mada
online
there.
in some of these rounds. Such a versatile player.
Again, if you're getting picked up into the current champion team, there's a reason why, right? He was the player to poach. He was the player to bring on board. We're seeing a bit of that here. Paper X, however, never quite down nor out. Still going to have Sheriffs and a Bucky. A very highly contested round. It was a well-invested bonus. There was a lot of upgrades there, so don't think it was a walk in the park. Something. You get early contact and fall off. NRG just going through the paces here. And for Ethan, this has got to be a dream start for him. You're talking about being an in-game leader.
Yeah,
You're getting a lot of weight off your shoulders.
give him some space to breathe early on, get a feel for the game, because that's what they were not allowed to do in that previous series.
And the thing is, as much as we can see the scoreline 3-0 right now, NRG, it's a lot of ticks in the box. I think with Paper X, when you look at them just as a whole, it doesn't really matter the scoreline.
No,
Like,
it
takes a
doesn't.
moment, it takes the penny dropping, it takes one player activating, and they have 5 of them that could do it. So it's more just a matter of time to see if they can find form here. NRG's approach, Mike, seems very deliberate in how they're freezing like this, taking a bit of space, pausing, and see if they can catch someone on those push-ups for peaks.
Greg's obviously stacking towards B here. A wide open sight for NRG.
30 seconds left.
Forwards. Do have a couple of ults to invest here should they some issues. Jing's on a Bucky, so for him to really close the gap as early as possible here in this retake.
Oh, he's using the Jogamo
Looks like
Bucky.
Scuba's the one who's a little in the crosshairs, but able to slip through towards Art. Does get noted, Forsaken strikes. Brock's gone down, but the backline still holds. How do they break this? Already clearing sight, making sure that there's no one really around. They're doing good progress, but it's just trying to dig these players out is incredibly hard. My Sheriff is certainly online today, however. But again, you're thinking about the time. Now I'm paying attention. Now I'm fully paying attention. As Devi, he can feel it. He's reading this right for the time. The time purchase from Scuba. Again, it's too little too late, surely. They've done enough for this one. Yeah, they have. It's close. So this is what I mean with
But,
Paper
I
X.
mean, that was
You're never quite sure.
good
You're never quite safe.
for an eco.
Right down to the wire here.
They had
Regular
like
clutch
sheriffs and a
from
Bucky,
Scuba once more.
and they got all of them. That was a
As soon
really
as
good
Devi
eco,
finds
actually.
a follow-up kill. He has to slip away. Again, it's well played by NRG in terms of the stall. We know with this sort of composition, they're able to play the timings really, really well.
Do you think that's what this timeout might be about, or do you think it's just overall start from NRG, just kind of like understanding, okay, this is how they want to play us, let's get that in mind?
No, I don't think that. I think for Paper X, they've obviously got a clear intent of what they want to do. NRG, I don't think really Paper X have got a grip on the timings that NRG, again, when they slip forward in the previous round all the way through double doors, so whether or not proactivity is going to continue throughout this half, just about now on the brink of some ultimates. Issue being something's going to be on the operator. Do we see him go hyper-aggressive? He was dialed in previously, finding masses of value, which was lacking earlier on in Santiago as well. Whether or not that's going to be the Coinbase win condition for them coming out
How
of this
has
timeout.
their
Said they are on the brink of a very, very healthy ult cycle. On the other side, still, Hiko and Marder with
Pearl
theirs.
been
Ethan not too far away as well.
We haven't actually seen, I mean, we can see where they're kind of leaning towards the start.
They
We
won
haven't
Pearl
seen this approach
against
from NRG,
AG
full
pretty
focus on that
comfortably.
side. There's been a lot of
They
mid-control,
lost
a lot of
against
base control
NRG. It was a
raises.
close game.
First time we're actually seeing this being explored.
They lost against NRG
Would
last
think
time,
he'd
so
mind
it's
it.
okay. I mean,
Chances for something if he was on that deeper line. He's not
I'm
going
guessing
to.
Pearl is NRG's pick then.
A little bit of
Yeah.
a tough beginning for him.
Makes sense.
Ever able to control the pressure. Fall away.
He's got Divide here, so it sets in motion a potential retake approach here. If Paper X do progress through the map, Forsaken fully conceding the site.
Yep.
Rightfully so, with the lockdown here to clear. Nobody coming towards the back lines for Paper X though. This is going to be a fairly direct approach from elsewhere.
Just really being
Ad
It
time.
feels like that's something that NRG
Oh.
are trying to tighten up here, but we've got counter rolls. Envy going to post this from afar. Did he get the tag there? I actually don't know if he did. But he's getting,
Oh my
Kiko.
god.
This guy
Kiko
is
is-
on today. Like,
Yeah.
keep your eyes on this man. It is a 5v4. We are in post plant. NRG not willing to actually fall away from sight. The flank is on the way though. Two players
Ooh.
trying to push through long. Brock's got a lot on his plate here. If he's already found Marder, either fights forward, Kiko falls. Brock and Scuba the last two alive as Paper X closing the gap here. Closing back in on the round. Scuba is gonna have to clutch up big first. Not gonna
Nice.
happen. Jing, sharp today. They
Ah,
handled that well. It took a couple of the tools coming through, but you'll take that every day of the week.
Divide actually going ahead of the spike here allows Paper X to isolate a couple of players that basically are playing so far forward because of the lockdown, because of the space it gives them. Fantastic retake here from Paper X.
God.
So sharp on those first two kills. And unfortunately, Bork's just overwhelmed here. Initially, the timing didn't look as if it favored Paper X to get somebody behind NRG. You see the first round conversion here. On the back of that, Jing, Devi, ultimates in hand, something just 1 point away. An operator well handled here, but in that sort of situation, not given an opener. Something is back over towards Art.
Okay. And Paper X. Ooh, God, Marder. I mean, getting one is quite impressive. The fact that Indy still lives, though, keeps that space on their side.
Ooh,
Brock with a quick
no.
execution opens up that line towards A. They could maybe springboard, but there is a backfill. Device still nearby, and something controlling over towards mid and Art. Feels like he's getting curious about this. That feels
Bold.
pretty audacious approach, but I guess it's Paper X. This is in their DNA as Divide does go down, though, and this could open up this site completely.
Now,
nah, I should have gotten out right after getting the first one.
see fit. Not sure
Seems
about the
taken.
confirmation here before Forsaken got forward in the smokes.
I don't know if he got spotted just on the drone coming back around. So he's been given a new lease of life, and you can see the patience there, waiting a split second longer
What a
just to
headshot,
chase.
Ethan.
Oh my god, Forsaken.
We told you, it doesn't matter the scoreline. It takes one player, one round, and one moment.
Actually catching Ethan with a headshot there. Beautiful reposition on the back of the drone. Just punishes from this corner. Forsaken been good for a couple of multi-kills this event, but again, the spacing here between something. This is all Forsaken. All or nothing in this scenario. So well
Yes, I
played
think
by
was
him.
already saving, I think.
So good at just slipping those smokes, being
It's basically a
undetected,
1v3.
and still just finding that corner to play from. Dreamy stuff from him. And it's caused enough of a problem these last couple of rounds that NRG don't like what they're seeing. Instantaneous reaction, timeout comes in.
Not entirely sure if that's based on the losses or just a chance to maybe review one of these rounds previously.
Yeah.
Maybe a playbook issue that's been identified by Bonkar. Again, they will struggle to get a purchase together here. Have some ultimates coming online. Brock just one away from the Hunter's Fury as well. So maybe a consideration for the follow-up round here. This one looks as if Paper is going to have a huge advantage. Devi and Jing, ultimates online here.
Yep. So a couple of key tools in place. You're looking at the other side. Ethan and Scuba do have theirs, but this round doesn't feel like it's going to be one of those that they can bank on it really at this sort of position. Sheriffs, Stingers, it's light. And Paper X have carved enough space back into this now to at least keep the economy building on their side and continue to maybe close back in on this score.
Spy going to have a ton of bodies on the other side. There's something posted up with the operator. And the turret's there, I think, to take contact anyway. Be identified here, but something able to actually TP back and will reinforce this A-site hold.
Playing in Jing too on this corner. Oh my god, it's a split second! And it is a massacre as Jing, get your gun out! And if he's got your back, you're fine in the end. You did the initial work.
A bit messy,
Fortunately
but
enough, NRG were working with just odds and ends.
Oh,
It's
good.
5 alive, it's flawless. Paper X
flawless.
weathering the storm.
There's a moment there where you feel like Jing's maybe going to be isolated, but Envy,
Right there with him.
support player we've seen shine here in Santiago. Able to bail out Jing in this situation. And NRG been prioritizing this art area repeatedly, even in some of the slower rounds towards the back end. Now with something tasked with, well, I was going to say tasked with holding down mid, but he's actually over towards B now, reading. A bit of an adjustment here on the side of NRG.
First time we're seeing him on this side of the map. As I said, it was Forsaken last time on his solo endeavor.
Not confirmed.
No, he's gone, yeah, you can see it. He's got a good angle on this, but a missed shot. He's not rescinding though. Still happy to stick around until then. Why did they wait that beat longer?
You see the response here from PaperX, stacked 3 into art. Try and contest this mid drift. It's only going to be Scuba potentially.
Does Tejo's rocket recharge on with time?
Paper X, so they have all bodies basically on the side of the map. And Forsaken's
I don't
already
think it
working.
does,
His
right?
running on this is fantastic. This proactivity is marvelous, but they still need to control the site here. Scuba should be ringing the alarm bell. There's 2 foul, but
Oh my
Marta
God.
still just goes head first in. Jing's gone. The rest of the players over towards Secret, and actually it's
Okay,
Divide to
let's go.
cry out Scuba. Now they can start working back towards the site. Brock doesn't find much. They should be able to get a free plant here. Something is creeping closer. A pixel out of place and Marta's gone. It's going to get messy as Ethan tries to find a fight. And again, Paper X keep their cool in all of this chaos. Brock and Kiko make it just Brock in a 1v3. You're good, Brock. You ain't this good. Divide with
Divide.
Brock. And again, the diligence is
Wait,
there.
BRX versus Energy, yeah.
It's now building momentum.
I was playing
Committing
Outer
to some of these
Wilds
set
that I got
pieces where previously
the
NRG had some
notification that the
freedom
stream is
across the map.
starting, so I thought I'll just do a watch party thing.
Great usage from Devi as well. Perfect timing to make use of his ultimate. He'll find 4 on the round to tie things up 4 apiece as well. PaperX in a really good position now in terms of the ults. A massive advantage and a chance now to break the bank of NRG.
Their ability to find stability at these points is so impressive. I mean, the retakes look really well crafted. A couple new looks at the beginning of rounds like this from something. I don't know if they want to just set the precedent.
How
that
you
will be
doing,
here, that he doesn't
Mino?
have to show as much in the future, but it is working down some of that utility. But Marder's quick to business. Straight through the double doors and wants to find a new pressure point to open up with.
And something is still posted up
A
past
little
Pillar here.
EP.
Spike hasn't made progress yet, so NRG actually conscious now, but Jing has backfilled this space with a judge.
Jing again, looking like he wants to get involved. Is going to be hindered, so can't quite get in on this. Envy's right
Oh,
there.
the
You talk
support
about the
is so
1-2 punch.
good.
Every time you think
Holy.
there could be a trade, Envy is so quick to this.
Or find Forsaken. And a chance here for NRG to recover. Issue being, they still don't know exactly where something is positioned.
They just can't pry these players out, man. It's so tricky, and PaperX is so reactive, so responsive, and still such a problem. Even if you know where Jing is, how are you meant to clear him with a judge like this? You can't, and he wants to get involved. They're still holding the extremities. They
That
still have
judge is
utility. It's 30 seconds.
holding so
NRG
well.
are hitting a brick wall as Divide. Gonna take one good trade, but then there's still another
2v2
player.
still.
Envy is so
No, 3v2.
close.
Sorry.
Jing trying to close the gap here. Trying to isolate on the back of the tap of the spike.
Yeah, Brock's in
No
danger.
way,
Wow,
no
okay, you're not meant to
way.
win
The
that fight.
shots.
Almost trying to bait them in, but
Hang
13
on.
seconds.
Yeah,
is
10
much
seconds.
time. I don't know if they can
Ooh,
even
he
make
hears
it.
it.
Something's
Can
really
something get on the
right.
cross,
Hears it.
though?
I don't know if he can quite get there in time. Oh my god, bounding forward something.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Impossible. How does NRG get away with that?
God, if he hit the one on
Even
the
getting to a point with a safe plant
bike
as well.
holder,
Something
they win
just
that.
missing the cross.
It was like half a second
Attack here.
timing.
That's right. They have so few options here, by the
Oh,
way.
that was
the
a great
moment they
shot.
get these 2 kills, it's an instantaneous
1 HP.
decision to
He's on 1 HP.
HP.
That's what it takes.
1 HP.
That's what it takes.
Ah,
1 HP in 1 second. That's the difference between these two.
no way.
Ridiculous round from NRG. Looking a little, I don't want to say lost, but hesitant in the mid-round.
You're trying to bait in
Forsaken.
PaperX, it feels like. They're trying to
Oh.
wait for that moment that's just sometimes
At least he
not
got
coming.
away.
He played into there with a couple of seconds to spare and, well, a couple of points of HP. But very direct this time, going to depend on that divide to maybe facilitate this push-up of Forsaken. Fancies his chances. Ignores Marder, but, well, you can see what happens. He's lost his backup.
No.
Good pacing.
Oh my
Divide!
god.
Absolutely unreal to find 3. Again, they're getting some bailout moments.
Marder's right behind this, though. Doesn't spot something's will get popped here. There's going to be 2 players behind the divide. Jing and Something have a ton of work to do here. Jing trying to chase him down. The lockdown's invested.
Oh, this is taking everything. The kitchen sink's getting thrown in. Jing's got to do this. And he has! Jing when it matters most! And he's still
What the
doing it!
hell?
Jing! That
What?
is unbelievable! The miracle against the machine, and
What
Jing is on
just
today!
happened there?
What the hell was that? I mean, both players seemingly a little lost in the sauce in this situation.
Oh, okay,
Divide,
that was-
They line up
Three.
for a triple kill. Just here, the swap out, the weapons. Marder's
Ooh.
on the reload at the worst possible time.
Oh, he's gutted. Oh man, these moments are just like stars aligning for PaperX. They are so good in such bizarre conditions. They thrive in it. Jing
Oh,
this
this is just
time.
not good.
Hold on, there is a firing squad there.
This is
That's a
not good.
lot of bodies behind this. And they're not
Still
backing
going
away.
forward,
See, that is what we're talking about. They keep
Why
putting
are
bodies
they
behind this?
Pushing an
Might just tilt
eco.
those
Why are
scales
they
towards
pushing
NRG's side
against
this
an
time.
eco?
Finding
Why did they
upgrades where
do
they didn't have
this?
these weapons before.
Why do they keep doing
A lot of
this?
space for the drone here as well. So 4v2 for NRG in this post plant.
Why do they keep pushing against ecos? God.
Divide's got ult as well.
I could set something in motion. There's the divide. Gonna try and keep this in a manageable size. You can see he's cut the cross for Marder. Sharp now.
Bro, that
And a
was
Thrifty that I
one
feel
rifle
like
and
PaperX kind of took their eyes off the prize for a second then.
4 classics, I think.
Basically roll the dice here and fully commit behind this. And a delayed recon from Brock just
Alex has
dismantles
to be
this.
mad at that, right? That's like the classic
Been here, Envy
Paper X
unable
push
to
against an
retreat
eco and
back.
throw the round.
Rex feeding into that just
Yep,
a little
yep.
bit.
Yeah, I feel like the
Maybe
momentum got
it's-
to them a bit.
Yeah, victims
Didn't
to their
need
own
to.
success.
To move my wall. You don't want to open up those small windows of avenues back into this, because it felt like a bit of a drought. Look at the round run that Paper X were on. And well, it's Paper X. Why not double down on it? Push again, push on both sides. Keep the adrenaline running. Forsaken trying to stand guarded. Oh, he still gets one
Oh,
on
that
the way
was
down.
close, though.
Scuba's done brilliant work, but they are down in numbers.
Scuba is like one shot to any
37
rifle.
HP here for Scuba. We'll be able to get the plant. Paper X are.
They're hot to this.
They're hot to this.
If got ult, Devi's got ult.
Yeah, Ethan's a million miles away right now. He's all the way in mid. Jigs wrapping back behind him.
Oh, this is going to be bizarre, isn't it? So there comes the ult. There's the corner found. I think Scuba's safe from it for now. And he's got to buy time. He has to be hard to dig out of this position. Ethan's actually gone away with this to a degree. Still has utility, but doesn't want to show where he is. Oh, that's
Ooh.
a shock dart right to the feet of Scuba. Envy gets the ball rolling as Ethan now.
Why does
wide
no one
off a
consider
1v3.
this?
He's been spotted and
Okay,
hunted.
they do.
Paper X not going to fall back on
Oh
this.
my
Right
God.
back to business.
Tied up 6 apiece here. Paper X showing the pace is the answer. What they'd seen previously, NRG struggle with. They really tap into here a couple of times, maybe going awry for them, but NRG able to find a
Not
couple of
bad,
response
not
rounds
bad.
here and tie things
I mean,
up.
I think
Yeah,
the last
and
time
at
they
6 apiece,
played
we're gonna be handing over
was...
to a break.
How many did they get the last time they played Pearl? They got 5. Okay, it's not that different, to be honest.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
¿Qué tal va la partida? ¿Bien? ¿Está buena? Bueno, pues vamos a animar un poquito a los equipos, ¿no? ¿Dónde están los fans?
Oh, I'll mute that part. Just in case the music's copyrighted. It probably is, because I've seen Slakey always muting during the breaks.
La primera se la queda Energy.
Let me speed up in case there's any delay in the stream.
Estoy muy emocionado de poder acompañarlos y son un público increíble. Que esto se repita una y mil veces, Santiago. Que se repita siempre.
Okay, was there really that much lag? Live latency is 10, 12 seconds. Buffer health.
Down on that aggression across here to the attacking side. Previously, in the previous matchup, something really struggled to find value. And a quieter first half for him for sure.
It's enough, he's got a shoulder on it.
Oh.
Falls in for the cavalry. Gets a little help back on the angle and goes looking. Finds a body, puts it in its place. That's if they gone,
Nice
but Paper X finds
angle,
space
though.
as a reaction. Marder goes in again for seconds. It's Paper X starting to lose out a little in this.
Yeah, nobody really there to throw bodies behind that. Jing just trying to catch potentially a timing to trade that. Still 2 ghosts and a sheriff here, but it is a 3v5 for Paper X. Not a single point of damage done any of the NRG members.
And it feels like earlier conversation we had a lot more, but we need to see discipline here from NRG. I don't think they're a team that I've been too worried about with that regard, but when you're facing someone like PaperX, you need to keep that in mind. There are problems to be made by every single player on this roster. If you make a mistake, you get caught out by Forsaken, for example, going on a really long flank. There could be troubles. So they are playing those minute percentages, but they exist for these
Scuba's looking
players.
for him.
He's having a look, but he's certainly not picked.
Oh!
No.
I can't believe it, as if that's the one that misses. But something in the meantime has got Kiko. But Forsaken being kept busy. He can't get back until now. Defuse is started, and PaperX still trying to hold on. Defuse coming in. NRG finding stability.
Rough.
Scuba does so well to slow this down.
Nah.
Little bait on the corner here, just to
He had
keep
to be
Forsaken
calmer with
interested.
the
Again, the plant is good for him.
shot on
This
the
point here-
backstab.
Slight overstep from Envy, just re-challenging. Then Jin goes ahead of the rest of his teammates.
No, you kept,
I mean, even here, the half defuse.
You kept him busy. Yeah, it's all it is. That's all it is.
Absolutely right.
job
Scuba
done.
effectively wins this by timing.
I mean, that was huge. Scuba's sitting on, what, 6 to 9? Not exactly a massively impactful form yet, but again, good start in the second half. But a quick reminder of what PaperX can do, right? You already looked at that round. They were down after Mada had a great start and still looked like a threat. As Ethan trying to stall this out on contact. Actually already forced off the angle and being hunted down. They are bloodthirsty, and they draw blood. Forsaken removes Ethan, gets a little upgrade, and now it's game on.
Look how quick he's moving into the back lines as well. To get right behind, potentially, these players towards B. Envy, we get confirmation here with Brock. Throwing a dart out. It's a weird setup now.
That
for
outlaw is
NRG.
scary though.
Mada, I feel like, I don't say on an island, but I get a bit nervous, right? Jin goes down, but look at the strike back. Forsaken was there so fast. Scuba in response takes space towards B Long, but he's got something on his doorstep. Still does damage on the headshot, but he gets to keep his life. Plant can come in. If you look at what remains, Forsaken still has to find so much value.
Kiko's got a judge.
That's not easy.
So again, they're going to be able to play range on this now.
Yeah, this is still pretty solid for them. Envy with a big opportunity, one bullet to play on, and he's got the tag, but they're still standing. Kiko still on that judge is an issue. Forsaken then getting closer. Are they turning this one around? No! Kiko
I was so
flies
close. I was so
Leaving
close.
NRG.
Of all the things to work out there at the end of that round is Kiko with the judge.
God, that was labored.
Not even sure if he had a pistol behind that.
God, if only they killed Brock, that would
Able
have
to close the gap.
been
and
an amazing
even
equal.
here with a scope. Envy challenge it, didn't reload, doesn't have a chance to get a second shot off. Still, we said it previously, always a threat in rounds like this. It's not clean, but it's honest work.
That's
to find
kinda
a
what you get.
second here in the second half for NRG.
I mean, look, PaperX are the never tell me the odds side.
But look at the buy. This is disgusting.
Delightful. For PaperX, though, they're going to have to try and be careful about this one, because NRG, with a buy like this, will be playing a little bit more fast and loose, I guess you could say, right? Taking a couple bigger chances. Mada's found a timing here.
A ton of space.
He's so far up.
to work into something. The only one over at
They
the
have
east side of the map.
complete mid control.
They are walking into Kiko's setup. Who still has that judge.
Really spotted a player until now. Ethan, the one to be noted. Envy still looking for more. Going to send Jing in. Kiko, can you do it again? He is still impactful.
Forsaken's vulnerable.
And he's given a corner. Kiko, when does he go? He doesn't. He holds the line, and actually, they've held PaperX off here. I mean, Kiko's going for it. He's trying to be a problem. Maybe tee up the others to punish that cross to him.
The upgrade now.
Oh.
Forsaken just swings onto him. Scuba's here with a bucky though.
Doesn't expect that. A bucky to the back.
This is already very bad.
It's going to hurt, but the back
They had
double
like
could be the problem.
3
because Mada took this
buckies.
space early.
Yeah.
No, 2 buckies, a
Something's calling
judge.
this rotation as
Shadow.
well.
Oh, it's good.
They walk right into Mada's sightlines.
Slightly more confident, aggressive risk.
Divide didn't get tagged.
And also, something's going to be able to backfill this, so he should be able to call out there on the hunt. If he can hear it, I don't know.
Well,
They're already shift walking.
NRG have identified there's a lurk somewhere. Like I said, something was orchestrating this rotation. Flank coming through from Ethan very early on, but will be identified.
Yeah, that's a big tell. Nice having Device still alive for that. So Plant's going to be in, but We're down to Divine and something to deal with the 3. Closing the gap, getting much closer. Ethan now noted something's on the case, but the other 2, is this their time to then try and swing? Yes. Divide forced off the angle, 33 HP. Something has to come back. He's got to try and help his boy out. He's now just trying to bide some time. Something is one of the greats we've seen as Ethan can't do it alone.
He's so good. He's so
already
good.
up. He's already putting on a show.
Talk about a quieter
So
first
good.
half here. A bailout to find the third.
I mean,
In this second,
But that was,
yeah,
that
it's
was
so,
like
and
a
then you see something
pretty
he's
good
desperately
bonus
calling.
for
I've found a ton of
NRG.
space, guys. Only
PRX
thing that's
only
not
saved
considered
one
is
rifle.
Marder. But it's crucial he doesn't catch that follow-up tag onto Divide.
But a win is a win.
Both still healthy enough to pull off a miracle in round 15.
Something gets going. I'm already grinning by the idea of it. Mechanically, a treat to watch. He always has been. Indy this time, he's going to have his hands full.
2 Guardians.
Information going to be relayed.
Hide armor.
Yep,
Oh,
noted.
no.
They can spam him out.
But Indy's so fast
okay,
to
no,
it.
they can't.
Yeah, apparently Scoot. Oh! Okay, I thought something was the mechanical monster, but apparently Envy's right in the conversation. Brock's in trouble. Tries to slow the roll here. Simmer it down a second, but look where the spike is. It is going to cause some timing problems. Something was considering getting behind the back lines, but he's got to work to try and secure the site.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the
Damage
pings.
triggered and a Divide here for Paper X. Ethan, again, now with the identification of mid-presence here. He's got to be conscious he doesn't get wrapped in spawn once more.
He goes in a whole lot of trouble. Where'd you go? Oh!
Huh?
You beat Forsaken like that? Now something's dead!
That was bad. That was bad. He should have
I
come
thought
out of the
Paper X
ult
had found
behind
the
Kiko
exact
while
route they wanted, but that looked a little bit
Forsaken was
miscalled
taking
and
the
a bit
fight.
messy. Now,
30
Dwight,
seconds left.
big stage
Plenty of
player.
health.
He's one of those that, when the pressure's on, will always command attention. 13 to 11 so far. But the discipline's kicked in. NRG turtling up here, keeping themselves very safe. Kiko may go down. Oh, may not,
He's
apparently.
sharp
Yeah, no, he's
today.
gunning. He is gunning on this one. 9 to 7. NRG is
They
starting
need
to
to,
get a lead.
like,
We're going to see a timeout here for Paper X.
get
I imagine
inside
so.
Kiko's
It's,
head or
a
something.
little bizarre to
Kiko's
see the
playing
type
too
of
good.
commitment to that engagement onto Kiko. Again, is fired up. Envy with 2 beautiful openers here, but again, after they don't really find success towards A, it's a scramble decision.
That was a
but there's no-
mistake
which
from
is why it's great to
something.
see
Like,
the
if
commitment to that
first,
engagement. Maybe
I
just
mean,
thinking,
it was a
there's one
misplay
site
in
anchor,
terms of the
we have to
teamwork.
kill him.
They should have
Even
played
at that
together.
point, something
Something
doesn't
should
get
have
himself into a position to really
come out of the
offset
ult
that
behind
at
him
No.
Just kind of sits in his ult, screaming the
at the
Kiko
same
thing.
time that
Brilliant. Help me. Someone help me kill the guy. He is currently on 17 to 10, Kiko. Probably, I think he had some very impactful rounds previous when we saw them even in their loss, but we hadn't seen this sort of,
at the
I
very
guess,
least they get the
individual
trade
form
then.
coming into effect. So again, if you're NRG, it
Most
is gonna
likely
be a
they
nice
just get the
little
kill
boost to the
because,
Coinbase
you
win
know,
condition
something just
potentially,
comes out of
right?
the
If
ult
he's
and
gonna be
starts
having a big
jumping
game
around.
like this,
Kiko
certainly up
needs
there
to
with
turn
Marder as it
around
stands, but on
and
the other side,
Forsaken
it
gets
is
the
a
free
team
kill.
effort, but the problem is the buy is in a bit of a spot of bother. You've already got 9 rounds with NRG. That gap can start being taken away from you.
Bucky in hand for Jing. The Sheriff's hands elsewhere for Paper X. You know, always able to piece together some sort of threat in a round like this. Ultimates to invest on both sides here. Key for me though, Marder and Scuba sitting on theirs. Marder trying to punish the low buy here with a scope in hand.
He's been good at it, to be honest. I think like they've got a nice little understanding, but the tempo still is going to be quite high here potentially. Looking at Jing, that Bucky. Does he get to even have a say in the round? You've already got
Jing
Marder
is
on
so
the
good
steeple
with
line to
the
swap this out, but again,
raised judge, but
smooth moves,
oh
really better
my-
shot. Not a good connection towards Forsaken. Fall back to a slightly deeper position, make them work to try and gap close.
I don't know if Jing's going to be able to get close enough.
They are very aware of what Paper X want to do.
Here.
As you can see in this space, happy. Yeah, Jing's taking a tag already.
Yeah, it is truly uphill to try and get close to them, and Defy, even you can
Oh.
see.
Hooks, man, yeah.
They're trying it, right? You can see the intention from Paper X, but NRG's awareness is really solid in this. And I think Envy might be dead. He is. NRG very meticulous here.
Yeah, that's rough.
Mitigating all this risk so well. Scuba to find another onto Jing. It's just Forsaken left. With a ghost, we'll get a consolation. But it's 10 for NRG.
That was something, not Forsaken.
Round as well, though, coming out of a timeout, the Paperx have just called it.
Hypox
Obviously,
said
that's not going to
it's
be
just
for that
Forsaken
round,
left.
But again, you keep that like, we're in your heads, we've got you red here, we know exactly what you want to try and achieve, and we're just not going to let you have play here.
The key here for me is where the series previously for NRG really got out of control. When they were starting to get outgunned, they were starting to get outcalled. Here, the composure is fully on display here on Pearl. Curious now, Paperx's approach. Marder not happy with that.
Marder seems like a cool
Look at the
guy.
ultimates
Like
in
even though
place for NRG. It's
I'm
only
rooting for
the Hunter's Fury
PRX,
missing for
like,
Brock.
I like the
Side, I mean,
vibes.
yeah, I mean, a couple here and Divine
Ethan
Swan
too.
away.
Ethan's such a chill guy.
You're looking at the positioning as a starter, 2 in middle, working through Art. And already just time being purchased for Brock. They're setting up Scuba. They're sending him in. They've sent him with Marder. And it's got their reward already. Removing something is a big scalp to claim. Now they can sit back, kind of make them work again, have to reinforce the fight on this space. Brock's doing really well at the balancing act as well.
He's going to get challenged here, though. Forsaken not reading into this. He does clear it!
Oh my god, Forsaken, but a fantastic trade for Scuba, but Envy could find him, he does. Okay, they're still in this 1-3v3. They've somewhat got sight. Brock is still nearby, and their ult still airing. Something we noted earlier in this. Jing has to move out of the way. Gotta respect it, not finding security on the site yet as Ethan waits and strikes. Good diligence, good understanding of what Paperx would have wanted. Now that plant feels harder and harder to get.
Right, desperately looking for something here, but 42 HP can't really go forward. Envy has found the spam onto Brock.
He's getting back
Spotted
on now,
Kiko
isn't it?
as well.
Yeah, Divine maybe down lower, 42 HP, 49 with Envy, but locked down there with Kiko. Ethan's position should be noted. That's a time buyer. Fully affect
The wind-up
NRG
time is
side, but
so
it's cost
long.
them a couple of seconds.
Yeah, trying to take space on the back of it.
Oh my god, the timing. The timing, Ethan, get your gun out. Oh, you don't need to say them!
No
Ethan!
way, no way.
He's up! He's letting them know. Today,
They should have
on point
spammed
with
the
call
box,
in,
no?
On
I think they
point
did a little
mechanically.
bit, but
Getting the point on the board.
Paperx a little slower than you'd expect to see. Kiko fall so deep because of the ult from Divine. Again, they're just hesitant to take space here. And Ethan is isolated. He even goes for a drone here, which is
No, he
wild to
didn't
see,
take
but
a
able to
bit of
catch both of them.
damage.
Lower HP, obviously not able to piece together a trade. NRG up to 11 now.
I keep waiting though for that next gear from Paperx, but I'm not seeing it yet. I haven't seen it kick in. We saw it in the first half. Not found it now, and the problem is the buy, Mike. They are in tatters financially.
Guardians, no shield on Devi as well. Push it all in here in round 19. Again, trying to bait out some of this util. NRG been so good at finding these first bloods and immediately peeling away, forcing the reclearance from Paperx. And that's when Paperx have struggled here in Santiago, where they're forced to contact onto sites slowly. NRG doing so well.
his
Control the
hole
tempo
with
and
an
the aggression.
Odin, oh
Which is
my
so
god.
hard against a team like Paperx, who are one of the greats at being disruptive, one of the greats at dictating
The
the
Odin
pace
is
in their
such a
own
problem.
minds. And here's the reaction, NRG gonna fall away slightly. Gonna get to that scale up's coming in through Art, at least 2 players there. Brock is ready for this, still has Dart. Gotta find the timing right though. NRG very much on the verge here, information not forthcoming, and Brock getting a little bit of spam. This is super tense stuff. Good chip damage. A little bit of spam. You can see the pressure he's under. And now Scuba strikes. Forsaken answers back and the site not secure. Kiko plays forward. Traded 1-for-1. Ethan, though, denies the plant. That's the big one. As now Devi has to try and find him. Doesn't quite know about Marder yet. Doesn't have the time on his side. And NRG just going to, again, sit patient, play it back.
Ethan peeling away here to allow the regroup to come through. Marder does have ult if things get dicey here. And the positioning here is certainly going to favour them. I don't think Devi's going to have an opportunity to isolate somebody.
Yeah, this
Unless they
is a
split,
bad
they are actually
position.
splitting.
Time. Marder First man in. You can see the intention from Devi was to strike then. Hindered.
Oh, no!
Oh, my word. He is a lucky boy to even be alive. Ethan's there.
Well, he got
It
the
is
ult
all
out,
coming
though.
together.
But then it's
NRG
12
having
rounds
fun with
already.
it. You saw it on the cams. They're
This is
giving
not
it.
good.
This is perfect for NRG.
I mean,
As again, it takes
overall,
a
I
great
expected
team
them to
try
lose,
and
but
control Paper X,
after a
but the
6-6
tempo
half,
read
this
is stunning.
really
Scooby
bad.
does so well to find both kills here. At the moment where Paper X are about to flip the site, Ethan went out here on the back of Marta's investment as well. You see the respect given to Devi in the clutch here.
You've got to. You've got to.
RG up to map point now. A string of 4 rounds. Very little in terms of response from Paper X. Have the lockdown and the divide to invest in nothing available for Paper X. Jing just won away something.
Hypok is really not on it today, is he? He just said lockdown with the Y, and that's Kiko, mate.
Marta here won't get confirmation, but a pretty good idea. Something shows his hand towards Art. Forsaken might be played in off that.
Oh, the timing on that one. NRG are really unwilling to give up even this sort of space. Still willing to kind of shoulder it and make Paper X have to fact find so much deeper than they'd like. Oh, staying as a pack. Look at this. Look at Scuba and Brock. Doubled up here. Something. Oh, I mean, he's still sharp, isn't he? Still good. Still gets the man up for Paper X. Maybe that A site is still for the taking.
Bit of a gap here. Brock just caught. Pulls out the dart for some reason, but Ethan goes forward. Devi will fall.
Oh!
No way.
The
What
two-time
the?
champ still holding the line. Forsaken. Let's get that plant in, but look how close Kiko is. Kiko is right next to this. Oh, the swing and an absolute knockout punch from Forsaken. Marta.
Oh my
God. You absolute madman. You can't do it all. Kept in check and Paper X
my
keeping
God.
themselves alive.
Cost them
Oh my god.
basically everything except Envy's rifle here. See what the knock-on effect is for the purchase to follow, but something in not shying away. And this challenge
Ethan's
from NRG
shot
is
was
so
really
well timed because of
nasty.
contact taken elsewhere.
God Forsaken. I mean,
Nice.
it's
I mean,
taking
a bold,
a lot.
yeah, bold
It's taking
swing.
a lot, Matt. Look at the ults, though. They nearly full hand for NRG.
Yeah, the
Paper
ults
X are
are.
trying to pull this one together again. Jin waiting with that judge, just holding this space a little bit deeper. See if NRG do decide to try and get that info. It will be noted.
I'm gonna dig him out though. We'll see U2 invested to force him, but Envy here with the drone.
We didn't
won't
clear.
catch Scuba.
Scuba, let off the leash is a threat. And now he's got support coming in as well. That Hunter's Fury just trying to be a fact finder, right? The slip through coming in from Devi though, taking space by Art. Brock's on that case, but Forsaken tries to find him. It's Envy again. Double damage done for Paper X. 4v3, Marta on the workaround in middle. You still got something over towards B. This is so fractured.
No.
Brock here if he finds a kill though, which he will do. Devi will fall once more.
Even numbers.
Marta's missed the rotation as well. He went back through to Art. Something has found so much space once more.
But Marta could be behind them.
No,
War
he's gonna
Machine,
catch.
the man. The timing could be great here.
Envy's watching.
Envy's on the case, and he is on it today. Envy with some heroics to keep Paper X in this map. But Kiko 30 in HP, he's committing towards this. Hunter's Fury on top, trying to get that one dealt with. Allow for the plant here. Oh dear, okay, the lockdown's destroyed, but Kiko catches Forsaken. It's on Envy. The hero has to ace today. That shock dart is exceptional, forcing them forward into the fight. But still NRG trying to toy with the timing, and Kiko will not be
that was
played
so
with today.
close.
23 kills, and NRG getting map 1 under their belt.
If something had a rifle
Alright,
there,
boys, very important to listen to my voice now.
that round is a win for sure.
Calm and collected when we play. All
Street Kiko was on like 13 HP because we're spamming his Guardian, right?
Make a plan and commit to the plan. If you want to make a play, you make a play. You want to shoot someone in the head, you shoot them in the head. You are allowed to do mistakes, boys. Keep playing the game at all times. Doesn't matter the score, guys. Let's play to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let's go.
They had a better defense than last time, but they had a worse attack. That was so sad. Ah, so sad. Let me play some music. Kiko needs to be dealt with. Look at that. Oh.
There's an EE and a G. The goal of these is to create a sense of increasing accomplishment throughout the round. This kill banner sequence is consistent across all of the skin lines. Each one is modified to work with the skin's theme, but the overall musical structure remains the same. We just have one exception to this, and that's Ivori Dreamwings. Because the theme is so upbeat and magical, we wanted the kill banner to better match that vibe, and minor scales are kind of inherently dark. So, while we kept the third kill banner the minor third G note, for the ace, we changed the G to a G sharp, which changes the scale from E minor to E major, giving a more upbeat vibe. It's interesting how one tiny note can change the whole vibe.
Wow, that was actually interesting. Brock drawing the Broctagon.
Come from the side of Paper Rex. Did you guys feel that way as well? And how was it compared to the last time you faced them on Pearl when they were running the Phoenix Euro?
I mean, we expected them to play the Neon Euro today because they won yesterday without comp. It's different when you play against the Phoenix compared to a Neon. The Neon has more fast kill pressure on you, and the Phoenix is more poppy with flashes and stuff. Kind of similar though in general with the pace and the tempo on these things. They didn't play super quick. They're very strategic with what they do. So just because they have a Neon doesn't mean that they're just fully gonna send it on us.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the insights too. Best of luck.
Welcome back. Now, can't get enough Valorant action or any of Riot Games games? Then download the Riot mobile app. The
Ooh,
very
that's-
latest in news, esports,
that's a cool
dev,
cosplay.
diaries, video drops, and more. All the Riot Games info you could ask for is at your fingertips and on the other side of this fancy QR code
I'm just
on your
wondering,
screen right now. I wager.
is
Use
the
app
Jing
QR
Neon
code.
worth
Get there,
it,
you'll probably find
or
yourself back here. It's a full circle. NRG.
should
What
they
a great
just...
start to this best of 5 series in this do or die game.
I mean,
It
the
seems like
Phoenix
both
was
teams
explosive,
are not afraid
but
to throw themselves at them and really express
I
themselves
was
out
thinking
there
like,
on Pearl.
Yeah,
go
I
back
think
to
that
Race,
NRG had
man.
a
He's
great
so good with
read on how to
Race.
deal with the pace from Paper X in this match. I love that speech from Monka.
Like his
that we heard
B-side
right after the
exec
map
with the
concluded, where he's
judge.
talking about making the play, not being afraid. I think
So
one of the
good.
big issues in their match against Nongshim was how passive they played, waiting for aggression. What impressed me in this game was how decisive NRG was and how willing, off of seeing any action from Paper X, they were to immediately find the correct reaction and full commit as a team into fighting through that. That kind of decisiveness is exactly what you need against a team like Paper X, who is creating these very chaotic situations.
So the thing is, for the side of Paper X in that first half, I think that they had a correct idea into never play alone against the double drone composition, right? Like, always make sure that you have someone with you with the power of friendship and just deal with
Buddy
that utility, literally, that is going to be helping you getting out of those situations and finding those kills. But when we swap onto that second half, I feel like the plan from NRG was so impeccable in how to use that, how to try and find that first kill, completely just out of discipline, wager back. And when the execute is coming in from Paper X, all the utility falls down. So whilst the Paper X is trying to find the kills, they actually have to deal with the fact that if you do not break that recon, Brock will come for you.
Now let's move on, of course, to our HyperX reflex moment from Kiko in round 1, who had an incredible start to the series in general, ended up coming out with a very impressive scoreline. But I'd say this is a good way to put your best foot forward early.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only in this half, also in the second one, Kiko was a complete nuisance to be dealing with for the side of NRG. Not to do a lot with his utility, but actually, but how was willing to take on those fights, as Bonker was saying, he probably took it to heart.
The pistol rounds were so important as well, seeing him perform here. NRG won both of them this map and also picked up that bonus in the first and would have in the second as well if it weren't for that something clutch right at the very end. I think it's so key to see Kiko coming online individually in this way, especially on one of the maps where he's playing that Killjoy. His biggest addition he's brought to the team, I see, is his flexibility. Yeah. He's managing to play so many different roles, even a lot just within the series you'll watch today, and he absolutely excels on all of them.
It's because of your toss.
Oh yeah, because I called out NBA. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kiko's going to play 2 duelist roles over the course of this series if things play out. Well, he does on Bind rather, but I'm briefly seeing the jet from him, so that definitely has that flexibility, no doubt about it. But someone with that in spades is PRX, and they definitely need to get cracking after a slow start to the series. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of this next map.
Here with Alex of Paper X, now coach on Pearl. It looked like the team was in a bit of a pickle working around the Neon, and it looked like, you know, you guys tried to minimize the damage. It kind of snowballed into NRG's favor. So do you feel like it was the pressure getting to you guys, or it was more of a comfortability issue?
Yeah, I think it's a comfortability issue. I think having only one day to work on it is difficult, you know. So it's the best we could do. I'm not too unhappy about it.
Well, Jing's gonna be on the race on Split, you know. Let's just wish he picks up 50 kills.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine after this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that does mean, of course, that NRG are 3-0 on Pearl against Paper X over the course of this event. Suffice to say, they've got that one on lock. Split, though, is very much a different story.
Yes, this has been an incredible map for Paper X. They're on a 6-map win streak here, both domestically and bring it to international competition. And this is one of those maps that got played the first time that these teams faced. I thought what was excellent from PaperX was their approach to the attack side. It was Energy switching to this Vice composition, which is so good at hard stalling even dive agents like Raze in a choke. But PaperX put a great priority on fighting up towards Heaven on the A side, same over towards B, and putting pressure on cutting the players rotating in before then dealing with the hard anchors later in the round. They have very creative ways to path. I think of the rounds where they're sending like one player satchelating through main, one up ramp to split into A Heaven. This has been a great map for them. They have an excellent approach on attack. It really seems like a perfect place to bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. We saw the Forsaken also TPing into their old utility. They're very, very creative, as you're saying, Mimi, from the attack. Now, on the other side, we have to talk about Energy. They changed the composition a little bit to go up against them, and it looks like we are not going to be seeing changes for the side of Energy. They're going to be sticking with that Vice. The last time that we saw Energy playing on this map, you will remember it. It was against BBL, went to another crazy overtime, and Energy, of course, came out on top.
I think where Energy got most exposed was that A Heaven hold. I'm interested to see what they're looking to change up as reaction. I think you can go for pushing through in other parts of the map, or I think you need to absorb for that dive and then fight back in with the flashes from the sky in this Neon.
Speaking about cheekiness, I want to keep seeing the meta performance that we're seeing today. 8-0 in opening duels on map 1. Definitely one of the win conditions, and especially his opportunity to bounce back after his performance yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, 291 ACS is what he clocked at the end of that game. Very strong showing. Conversely, PaperX, their duelists were a little on the quieter side.
Sure, but this is, again, a perfect map, a very comfortable one for them to bounce back. For NRG, though, I think the deeper we go into this series, we get maps like Breeze, like Haven, that are excellent for the PaperX chaotic brawl style, that I think are a little more difficult to prep and have a perfect game plan for, the way NRG likes to go into maps. I think if they want to win today, it's going to set them up for a lot more success if they can take a map where they know they can prep into of Split. But that's tough. PRX excellent here.
PaperX eyeing off a perfect 5-0 record on Split here for Santiago. Can they land that plane? We'll find out as we head over to Pansy.
I really hope
and
so.
Hypok.
Pansy and Pypok.
You can't call me Hamzy and Pypok, Mitch. I see you. I see you shaking the head, buddy. It's been a long week. I get you. Luckily, we've turned your mic off now, so you can't reply after your sassy little star. Now, focusing on this map, though, right? Like, this has been the stronghold of PaperX, one of the best we've seen from them, one that got you on board. Those retakes, perfectly timed, great positioning, lovely mentality. Hey, Energy are no slouches here, but it feels like a different caliber to face PaperX on this map.
Yeah, and initially we saw PaperX demonstrate a very, very strong approach versus G2, but strayed away from that ever so slightly. See previously here in the Swiss stage, 13-10 in favor of PaperX. On Split, RG kicking things off on the defense. Paranoia primed here. Sent forwards. Walk won't catch any damage through the wall. And a ton of players already making progress towards ramp.
Brooks, you've got to be careful to not just get pop flashed or just swung on the wall drop. Like, there's a lot on his plate that I don't think he quite knows about, but tempering it.
Forsaken's tucked
Thinking
in.
about Scuba. Oh dear, Forsaken. Checkmate! Perfectly positioned and perfectly handled. They get the first man to the good and they go. Wait, look at Vents. Wait, Ethan's here so fast.
Yeah, they're going to be right behind. Is there something able to get into elbow here? Jing now isolated, but Rourke's going to fall towards screens.
Yeah, they're starting to struggle in numbers. Just numerically, the difference is there as NRG. Close, but sadly no cigar. There's PaperX with 5 alive. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Average was never the plan for
let's
this
go.
team, and map 1 already looking way sharper here.
Flawless pistol round here. A way to get themselves back on the board here for map 2. And NRG, right place, right time, but just missed the timing here towards Vents. Initially, you saw 3 players stacked. They concede the heaven space.
I mean,
maybe expecting a bit of a pop here with the Paranoia set up. PaperX were ready to push in.
I genuinely thought that there was suddenly a sky on the PaperX side. I was baffled at how close Ethan got on that, but speaking of getting close, something. Throwing a couple of shots out there, but it'll be Ethan to be punished on this. Jing with a very early catch. There's going to be classics behind this and a stack towards A. So, PaperX got to be a bit careful. to not just go in. But again, you look at the spike, they're not fully committed to this idea. They are taking space, though.
Envy posted up outside B, won't have any idea of presence towards the site here. Devi happy. Still post up in towards main. Forsaken making ways back towards the spike. Something's been given a ton of space to work into. Behind Scuba. Getting the harder of the clearance here in some of the anti-eco rounds you see on split. So first obstacle well handled by Paper X.
Yeah, and again, their discipline has been something to note, and also just kind of their contingency plans. You look on the other side of the map. Okay, Kiko, that's just a ridiculous shot. Luckily, Jing's keeping things.
Okay, Kiko.
Kiko.
All right, not another one.
Kiko!
No more.
I mean, thank you, something. It took a little bit to get there, and actually broke.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
But in the meantime, speaking of their contingency plans, Indy was working the entire time
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
Nice for something, good build for result as well, getting 3 kills here. Nice little beginnings, but
Nice shot,
NRG
bro.
showing a bit of danger. Well, Kiko.
Yeah, eyes on something here as well in terms of his ability to lurk forwards in map 1 on Pearl. Find a ton of space. Unfortunately, things not really aligning for Paper X in some of
Nice
those
shots.
later rounds.
Yeah.
Again, unnoting players like Marda on the other side. Curious if that's going to be the approach for him here on split. Again, another one that earlier on we were talking about something really struggling to put numbers up in the previous matchup in the Swiss. Was a little behind the curve.
But it felt like deeper into this, starting to really find stability as Jing. I mean, confidence has never been a problem, but Marda with a slightly better shotgun.
Yeah,
So,
the
wins
judge.
out.
Still have decent buy behind this for Paper X, but Marda given the first. Paper X have got all the way past this to heaven though.
Yeah,
Gonna
but
get the spot on Scuba.
Yeah, and now Kiko's maybe noted as well on the Prowler. This actually gets quite tricky to hold, but Marda's there to try and bail him out a little bit here, being tricky. Forsaken doing it right back. Ethan's going to find him, so there. Looking safe in the end.
Not bad.
The first buy here, they
I
handle
mean,
the
not
bonus
good.
with relative ease.
Flawless anti-eco.
Not good.
From NRG. Marda with a great read in terms of what Paper X are going to try and do here. Well, I mean, there were rifles here, Paper X. It wasn't necessarily a broken buy to follow up.
IJ thought they had the sweep on the site, considering they got the info.
Yeah, I mean,
Killer,
the info.
Heaven.
Exactly, yeah. Scuba able to peel away, and there's just no pressure coming his way. Didn't know the paranoia timing there. Maybe Kiko able to slow things down at the right moment. Something already investing towards an operator. Oh, I was going to say Kiko going to be caught. A little bit of a jump scare there on the peak.
And that should be a very stark wake-up call as well, that something is going to be working. This is going to be present across the board as well. You're not going to get it on just one side. He's doing it again here. Succeeding on B, succeeding on A. He has given them the keys to the castle. This map is theirs to manipulate now.
Something actually takes the TP all the way to the other side of the map. Might even catch this mid-push.
Oh, you can't get away from him. Omnipresent. Something is a problem that they cannot solve right now.
That is amazing.
Just running rings around NRG. Borg able to potentially find 2. He does. Forsaken and Envy will fall, but Jing good for the trade. Will convert here on a 3rd. Something everywhere at once.
How are you meant to pin that guy down?
No,
I mean, starts at B, he's then at A, and then he's catching you in middle. Feels impossible.
Yeah, so quick. This is all ahead of the minute mark as well. Yeah, literally.
On your side. 6-1. As soon as he gets that up, man.
1 away for the dimensional drift and 1 away for the showstopper for Jing. Nothing really in touching distance for NRG just yet.
They sent Marda to be kind of the opposing number. Yeah, good luck. I wouldn't fancy my odds, but then again, I'm certainly no Marda, so seems like he wants to try and deal with this.
Please don't give them the first.
And it's Marda to find Jing. There was a shot sent back, but it finds no purchase. So a 5v4. Kiko going to be noted, but he can then slip back towards site, pop the smoke in. But in the meantime, you look at Paper X and Devi, taking space towards ramp. The reaction from NRG is in. They already have bodies towards heaven.
Second trying to maybe feign some presence elsewhere, but he's going to be posted up outside B to try and control Kiko. Man advantage here for NRG. Smoke will come through. Doesn't really buy them much space, but Ethan going to respect it for the time being.
Yeah, they've got them somewhat pinned here. They've allowed that heavy control
No,
to swing over.
this
I
is
guess
gonna
it's how much
own
threat
them.
can Forsaken even imply. With 30 seconds, they are going to be heading right towards Scuba. And something's gone Ethan, but it's Scuba's curiosity that could have been their downfall. Clears towards the fence. Kiko's caught towards B. They've got to go towards A. Rock in a hard place. And Marta's waited. Patience is rewarded. Devi with the spike has to go blind in towards B. Gambling on where Kiko may wait. Devi looks like he gambles wrong. Kiko, numbers up. PaperX not running away just yet.
So crucial that Kiko is able to stay alive here long enough. See the initial intention from Forsaken. Again, just trying to buy time for something to find another pick, maybe manipulate the map. There's a great catch from Mudda. Even better there onto Ethan, didn't you see that? Yeah, crucial impact from Kiko once more.
He's
Kiko
elevating
is
it.
a problem.
Big player in map 1.
They need to
could potentially keep
take
that
care
up here
of
in map
him.
2. The PaperX forced down on a bit of a broken bite.
Maybe pacey here on the back of the showstopper and the dimensional drift.
You'd imagine so, but it's Kiko actually controlling this side of the map. So a big switch up here. Dragging Brock over towards B, putting Marta in towards that mailroom, but is this the read from NRG of how they want to handle it? Again, there's still a lot of danger when you look at Jing with that ult. It feels like he lands him, man.
Yeah, you can see NRG respecting that presence. You can see a ton of space here. The Snakebite going to slow things down for sure, but again, looking for them to play the range advantage here. I mean, Devi actually, you spot that, does have a Guardian in hand.
They are really close, though. Flash ahead, doesn't find it, but then I guess the backfill works out. Gonna punish something. I'm looking at Jing here. Oh, okay. The second time I've asked
That
him
is
to get to
bold
Kiko.
from Ethan.
I mean, it's a brave look. I wouldn't be going in there. You don't know how many were up towards ramp at that point. But PaperX looking like a bit of a danger. Can they make it towards site for a plant, though? NRG are just playing super deep.
Don't push
Looks like he
this.
gets upgrade. He does. Rifle in hand now. 10 seconds off of smoke. Devi.
30 seconds left.
Envy going to get themselves onto site here.
Gonna get Pip from that
Yeah,
fight.
they will.
Couple of key tools coming through. And it's going in. Marta does have ult if he needs it.
It's a weird spread, though.
Yeah, it's not ideal, and Marta is going to use the ult to try and clear it through on this space. Takes away Envy almost instantaneously. Forsaken and Devi getting cleared, and Devi
That's
the
rough.
last one alive here. Marta going to fall to his knees on this.
That's so
but
rough.
Ethan in reaction, and NRG, there is a good look to how they want to handle PaperX. It feels like they've done their homework today. They're coming in ready.
Was that a
But
4v3
Ethan in
and they
reaction,
survive
and
it?
NRG,
Yeah.
a good look to how they want to handle PaperX. It feels like they've done their homework today. They're coming in ready.
See just how deep PaperX would have had to have gone in this round to find something on the back of. I mean, this steps into the Snakebite as well to find that against the Bucky of all things. Yeah, it's NRG's ability to really force the hand of PaperX, respecting the lesser buy massively. Investment doesn't necessarily go outside of the pit here.
Unfortunate time to pause.
Yeah.
We have Envy's Nightfall.
Jing still got his, didn't burn it. So again, there's still some good tools. I mean, something's got his as well. So we've got a couple of big ults online for PaperX. But I think I'm just looking at how NRG are prepped for this. And I think they're just understanding what works with PaperX, just seeing how deep they're sitting, how that kind of tempo's almost being applied from that Pearl mentality here on Split. Now, whether or not you can keep doing that is what we're here to see. If there's some deep validity in it, but I liked what I heard coming in from the coach, right? During that halftime there. Keep playing the game at all times. Stay active. Call up your own number. Take chances. And I think with the right dose of discipline, with that touch of aggression on top and no fear, it creates a very scary prospect for NRG, and I think PaperX need to wake up to that. I think they have it. I think they'll cotton on to this, but they can't let the game shift away from them. They are a map down. That's not the end of the world. It is still a best of 5. But you start feeling it if you're starting to fall out to the same issues in map 2.
Expected to see the investment here, especially with Jing picking up the judge. Maybe see them try and, I mean, it's not going to break the bank here of NRG, who also have ultimates themselves, Scuba, Ethan, and Kiko. So Marder's investment came previously to counter the pit in that retake. Scuba might even just, on the back of contact here, invest the pit. No, Jing allowed safe passage, but Scuba's spammed out here by Forsaken.
Yeah, it looked like he would try and slip behind on those vents, but gets caught on that one. A really good pick up for Paper X. Man to the good at the 1 minute 20 mark, but look how proactive NRG are getting. They are moving. They've got the Seekers coming through as well. It's highly indicative now of this A hit. No surprises in that, but Jing gonna show his hand, and also you can see something getting the information towards Heaven here. They're gonna have the sight, and you're gonna hear those ults coming online.
Jing actually sat in front of the paranoia here, but Invi's gonna find Kiko. Ethan under a ton of pressure now.
Yeah, it's down to okay, that doesn't find a body. Actually doesn't do as much damage as I thought, and the spike's not down yet. I'm looking at Marder. Slow and steady approach on the flank, and the timing is there. Forsaken spots him, something gets saved, and Paper X hold big numbers now.
Just Brock and Ethan left. If they can find a kill, they can make an attempt here, but again with Jing being a little slippy, can he get back in with his judge now?
Jing's a problem. All eyes then focusing towards that site, the distraction there, but Brock's taken away Forsaken, and the turn! Brock! How are you aware of this? So smart, but Defy is still here. Ethan wants half. Ethan's gone!
Oh my god.
Ethan, you might get half, but you don't get any more. Defy, marvelous in the clutch.
Beautiful work here from NRG to even make that possible. I was concerned with Jing's spacing here in terms of NRG getting back into Heaven. The flash
Jing was kind of screwed by his own teammate.
A crucial kill onto Brock.
Right? Forsaken. First he blinded him, then the smokes were causing issues.
Cool, calm and composed to find Ethan as well.
It is just a heavyweight battle though. We've seen Brock then just absolutely pop off and then just get outdone by a quick reaction. Speaking of quick reaction, Marder outdone. It's Jing, the icon, on doing this. That judge is staying firmly in hand for now. He's got a reward early again, so much early impact.
That's just a lick of HP here. I'm not sure after decay, it's 17 in total for him. Jump spot here from something, won't find anything elsewhere. A wide open A site right now. Maybe on the back of Brock's ultimate, but NRG, if they don't catch somebody towards mid, they'll be way behind the curve here. Being Jing is tucked into sewers. They send it all three forwards, or Brock going back? Yeah, he is.
And yeah, he's not going to pull punches on that one. Jing's done God's work in this. Oh, he's back to it. The temptation just calling him back. But by now, the site's already firmly under the Paper X banner. And NRG's options are near on zero. It might be time to save.
Another 2v4. I don't think they fancy their chances this time around.
Crowd's loud today for it, though.
Again, NRG just not able to convert some of this progress they make in mid. Jing does so well to slip away. I mean, initially even being caught in that spam towards Mail.
Yeah.
Paper X certainly a slower pace than I was expecting here, considering the performance in Swiss. They are able to whittle away at the defensives of NRG.
But I do want to see if there's a quick identification of how to just try and survive in middle. Jing's managed it, was it twice now? It was Scuba the first time, I think it was Marder this time. I want to see if maybe NRG can kind of slip a bit deeper on that, or how far willing Paper X are to explore those options further.
That's the other consideration as well. NRG have to be conscious of the operator coming back out. I'm not sure what the funds sit currently. Something is on a rifle, but see a timeout here called by NRG. But not necessarily any concerns here. I mean, even in some of these rounds that are dead and buried, NRG able to still make a go of things.
Oh, yeah.
The gaps in the purchase, but not sure utility-wise. Ethan currently sitting on a stinger. Scuba and Brock's ultimates still available as previously mentioned. Whether or not they do, again, you've already seen the switch up here from Brock over towards B, and Kiko now tasked with anchoring the A site. Kiko did well in a few, other than something finding him with the operator. He's really been able to slow down that late round contingency on the back of Forsaken.
Yeah. And to be fair, that's easier said than done, right? Like, these sort of options that PaperX are really good at getting is hard to deny. So I don't think he's necessarily been an issue. I just want to see how they try and handle that mid space, right? Like, what do you put behind it? What's the game plan to try and deal with it? If Jing's now just kind of set the tempo and standard that we are going to pressure this, what is the response? I don't know if they have anything to really put there to create enough.
It's gonna be a long night, isn't it?
Switch up here from PaperX on the back of that timeout potentially. It might be something alongside Forsaken to challenge in towards B, but with Kiko not positioned towards Pillar, it looks like NRG might shift their focus entirely towards mid. Bit to spread here will allow masses of control. Spam will come through here. Kiko happy to dip his toes as well with a shorty.
But I like what I'm seeing from Ethan on this reposition, but he's only got a stinger, right? So that's...
I mean, don't expect him to be challenging.
No. Well, still got a bit of util to clear to get towards this, but again, that should be easy. I don't see that being an issue, and Jing's entries are getting scarier and scarier. The confidence getting taller. Gone. Again, sight firmly and quickly won.
Everybody's here for NRG.
Anything to flood back in with. Brock's got ult, I guess. It's quite shallow, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to actually catch anything. It's just space on the back of that.
Yeah, but something's still going to stand his ground. That said, finding very little with that ult. The spray comes in. Ethan on the trade. Jing still stands. PaperX not respecting this flood back in at all by NRG. That is backbone, and that is NRG not finding the answer.
Is he going to stay
with a lovely pivot towards B, reading that adjustment from NRG and
Poor guy didn't even get an upgrade.
Ethan backing away here. It's still only a stinger. 200 credits behind this. He's going to want to give this up, but PaperX just sweep the site. Again, on the back of Brock's ultimate, this plan really relies on a ton of value being found.
Did he get a weapon?
Very, very curious of
was there a weapon up in
if that
heaven?
just rides and dies on Brock's ultimate. Even here, like I said, it's just space on the back of this, and then you look at the spacing coming back through after the paranoia. Mother falls and Brock's tucked into a corner. Scuba's barreling out with a Bucky from heaven. At that point, you've forced the players out of the range that the Stinger and the Bucky are going to do work.
Nah, he's
My
still on
eyes
the
go directly
stinger.
to Jing again, though. He's been solid on these entries. This time, a little more tempered in pace. Marder put to test and task towards middle. Judge there. But again, it looks like they want to pressure this B site. And this time, it is just going to be Kiko here. Still has his paranoia. And he's going to send it out now. Kiko's in trouble. Look at this. Marder, though! Where did he catch Forsaken in the smoke? Maybe they can actually play back towards clearing Pillar. It is a bit of a stalemate now. Marder goes in, Kiko on the trade, and NRG spacing out way better.
Absolutely, down to just two now. Devi and Jing just try and consider the plant. Won't be any pressure coming back from NRG just yet. Devi going forward zone.
I mean, never tell me the odds with this team, but NRG's stability is there. It's there. It felt a little bit dangerous.
I was like, I barked
The
for a
reaction,
second there.
fantastic, and actually dealing with some really high pressure coming towards that B site, not willing to back away.
Forsaken being caught here with the TP. Just catches a glimpse as well as that reveal.
There's that killer
takes
instinct.
effect. Forsaken, unfortunately, not able to capitalize there. Even initially, yeah, I mean, Device is desperate, I guess, to find something ahead of the retake going from NRG. Switch up once more of the setup here. PaperX, Zeta pings. All eyes set on B site right now for PaperX.
And all eyes on middle for NRG. 4 players are waiting for this. They are absolutely waiting for what Jing is about to do. Kiko, first contact, gets warded away. Paint Shell to follow. Marder and Scuba stay interested. Stay locking this down. Forsaken tries to spray into it. He does get a really good shot towards, I think it was Scuba.
Yeah.
I thought Scuba was going to be lower than that, honestly.
Also gets healed back up by Ethan.
That heal is
Something
so...
on the back of this, though, has TP'd all the way behind the B site.
I don't know if that consideration is there. Marder, yeah, it is now, I think. Just get, oh! Envy with a run and gun on that. Marta's dead. That should be... Oh!
Wow.
Scuba!
What is that?
You can't see anything, Scuba! Replay, please, for that one, as something trying to cut behind, though, and give them some safety to play into. Allow for this plant to come down. The paranoia, gonna keep him honest in this. But then the curiosity peeking towards the site here. NRG starting to work back in. Envy again, huge denial. This is miraculous from Paper X. And Scuba, he did well, but well is not good enough against this site. They found the pressure point to play into.
Here, NRG with the right responses, right, to
Jing still
prevent this
has his
early
ult
drift
too,
into
right?
mid from Paper X on the back of the showstopper. I mean, I'm
this
just
was really
dreading
good,
the triple. What is that?
I don't know.
Because he's not even planting right against the wall.
Nope.
It's just a hope and a prayer into the smoke. Maybe a quieter performance here on split, but finding 3. To get Paper X up to 7, teed up to find a huge advantage here, broken by from NRG.
Just seeing what something did then as well, it's just ticking the box. Very pacey from Marta. He's already behind them. Marta is on the move. And Device taking down Brock, so that looks like the A site is ready for the taking, but there are other bodies here. And it's Scuba waiting, gets him mid.
Something?
What a shot! So where was something in this? You see Scuba trying to turn on a dime and find Forsaken. Easier said than done. As Forsaken and Envy trying to put it together now. Marta, they don't know about this man. That is the nuisance. Maybe the nail in the coffin in this one.
That
Envy's
was
magic
really
has
bad.
been absolutely brilliant, though. But these 3 players are going to make it pretty impossible, you feel. Can he try?
Got some space here.
He's got time.
Certainly an opportunity to
He
potentially
didn't
find
have
a free
his-
plant.
Jing
Ethan
didn't
still
have his ult ready by the time he was
towards
out.
A. Mada obviously going to potentially set things in motion for Ethan. Yeah, now he'll turn his eyes. Does he catch Envy ahead of this? Does Envy catch him?
So that's the thing. Where does he choose to try and plant? I think Ethan doesn't want to give too much away or take any
30 seconds
higher
left.
risks than necessary. Just keep the space.
Still waiting.
See that Envy took a look. Taps the spike. Ethan smart. Just goes for the jump spot on this. Envy trying to
caught on
slow it
Ethan.
down.
They can't
That's
challenge
solid. Envy's doing exactly what you need to put yourself in for a fighting chance. Sends that trying to catch Marta. Marta's in middle, and now they're going to flood through CT. Envy, what can you do? 1v3. They are so close. High-low setup. Never going to let it
Well
happen.
played.
NRG clawing back this game after Paper X went on a bit of a
Something
run.
in Jing.
Beautiful
What did
tempo
they
shift
do
here
up on
in
her?
the last round for NRG to find their 5th and really catch Paper X off guard.
Why is something not pushing through the smoke? Through the wall? He pushes, he gets the kill, he stays alive. It's so easy. Wait, did he get pushed back by the...
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think he might have been pushed back by the satchels or something. Is that Mixwell?
Traemos unas palabras para el público, por favor.
Esto es historia de los eventos de Valorant ya. O sea, Chile, sois historia.
Pereira.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Chile? ¿Cómo estáis? Esto es la puta polla. ¡Viva Chile, joder!
Y Mix, te estaban esperando todos, yo creo.
Aprendimos juntos a jugar, me apoyasteis siempre durante toda mi carrera. Yo me siento como en
Man. Man. What are they?
Esa es la polla, os quiero a todos.
Oh,
Vamos a disfrutar de este evento. Río tantos aquí, joder, ¡viva Chile!
Jumping back in here at 5-7. Again, almost a paradox in my mind, but this side with PaperX was the one that actually impressed me the most. Their defending side showing that ability to be disciplined, to have that timing right. The thing that I think enamored you with this roster again here at this event. But on the other side, NRG did show good signs of life towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, definitely did. I mean, a lot of these were stacked against NRG, so still be separated by just 2 rounds, and particularly the final round of that first half. Still kept things in check here. A pistol on round 2. That's right back on track. Side of NRG. Wide open B site here. No challenge comes through from PaperX. Have everything to invest back in here, but Marta so far forwards.
Marta giving PaperX a taste of their own medicine. Forsaken, paranoia in hand, should have been more paranoid. NRG somehow outdoing PaperX at their own sort of style here. And then look at that crossfire. How are you meant to get through? You've got CT with 2 players. That's going to help it, I guess. Brock going down. And Jing.
Ooh, I was going to say, it looked like he was going to consider it.
Look at the trade out at space. It looks like the retakes now with NRG almost. Poised, waiting, patience for PaperX to make a mistake, and Jing doesn't. Takes away Ethan and makes it look doable. Now Scuba and Armada need to be brought into question, but the time's starting to tick here. Armada is just toying with them. He's got to keep them humble on this, keep them under the clock here. Scuba delivers it from heaven. Armada buys the time. But it's that just spacing they had on CT.
Marta is just completely free all the way in the back lines of PaperX. The paranoia here posted, and I think it's just a jump scare for the rest of PaperX. Lazy clearance up towards rafters as well. Really bizarre approach on the way back in here. At least now, the early precedent set. Marta continuing that early trend we saw in Santiago in terms of flanking on the attacking side. Oh, sorry, against the attacking side.
Yeah.
He might just try and run away with the space once more. Up close and personal here with a stinger.
Oh my god, but there's 3 players. Divide, Jing, all there. Expecting that paranoia swing though, so they already shift back a little bit deeper. I guess that does give Jing the orb. That's a nice silver lining, but on the other side, Indy with a trade out. Look at the damage on Scuba there.
Actually misreading this a little bit. We're going to go forward, try and convert that.
And that then puts Indy in a spot of bother. Does get to back away. Not going to get punished on this. They look to really push the point further.
So stinger here. Marta's going to want to get up close. Once
no
more.
way. Oh, not again.
Another round where he's just caught with U2 in hand.
That's going to be so frustrating. Brock's actually...
No way, no
He doesn't
way.
look left, right? He doesn't look left.
Right?
Oh, he
look
moves
at
left.
these 2. Yeah, the crowd makes them turn. Both at the same time. Divide just a bit quicker to it. High flash in. Does note that the progression from Divide is there. He should be on site, so they should be aware of this. Heads up work needs to come down. Stun comes in, Envy strikes. Marta with a clear towards site though, and you're looking for that plant to come through.
Envy, 5 HP, but still alive here. Jing in the back lines. He's going to have an awkward engagement towards Ethan because he's got a rifle.
Yeah, and it's only a classic with Jing. That's pretty tough. The others with a little bit more punch to it, but Ethan helping a touch of damage, right? Has a little bit look back towards something, and now Jing's at the door. Oh no, Marta! Marta is just being toyed with Jing!
Look at their
Being
HP!
devious about it, and you're right, look at the HP! 3 for something, 5 for Envy, Scuba! A breeze would take them down! But it doesn't! Scuba can't deny them! There was nothing in it!
There's
7
another rifle
HP
on site.
combined!
There's another rifle on site, please get it.
I mean, even before that, I felt like only 15 HP between the 3 of them. Absolutely ridiculous. Round 2 flip here from PaperX.
Never tell me the odds on these boys. Look at this. Again, you look at the way the round goes. They are making something out of nothing so often.
Marta and Ethan just unable to keep Jing at bay.
Oh, my bandit
Scuba
is the best,
usually
dude.
so
My bandit is the
good
best.
My
in
bandit
this
is the
situation.
best, dude.
Things fall apart. A little bit of frustration shown from Bonka. Still the buys. They're too well-rounded here for NRG to respond.
Oh,
my
Jing.
God, Marder.
I mean, both of them exchanging. Marder going to go down, does deliver a good amount of damage towards Jing, but he's still breathing. And at this point, where'd you go from here? Ramp doesn't feel so safe. Something's already clearing close just to make sure no one's managed to slip up.
What is this
A
smoke?
little bit of the chaos. There's still a lot of bodies up here. Envy's on one side of this too. Something start getting more interested. And it's getting close here. That seize is stunning.
There.
No one to really work off it at this point, but they're going to know there is players up ramp.
Ethan's got to be careful he's not spammed on the retreat. Able to navigate past that though. NRG just be able to plant their flag in heaven. Already though, look who's making progress behind this Jing. The one to open up this round.
33 HP and no fear. I don't think he's ever felt fear, if I'm honest, the way he plays. Sheer and utter brilliance and confidence, but can be kept back here. He can hold this passive corner though. So if Brock tries to play up,
30 seconds
I
left.
don't think there's a shot in it for Brock.
Please, Brock, please
Right
move
now
to
they
the
are
right.
surrounded.
As well.
Oh dear, Jing.
Scuba's looking back.
Scuba? Are you checking?
Surely
this?
not.
I don't think they. Oh my God, they do! Unbelievable heads-up work for the time,
10
Mike.
seconds.
They are so low on time here, and something's still on site. There's still one tucked in towards Hell. Something! Oh, trying to lock in on this, but gets cleared. 5 seconds now. We're down to the wire. Forsaken sprays and prays, but this time the plant's now in, but dies for it. Scuba 1v2. They've already dropped down to Silent Divine. Does enough this time.
Let's go.
Paper X pushing forward,
Let's go.
pushing up to 9.
Man, these rounds are so...
That's just mental to see Paper X still able to claw their way back into this. Jing identified early. They're still able to scale towards sight, sure, but here's the
What a
time that
volley.
becomes just
What a
crippling
volley.
for NRG. Looks like, I mean, just one bullet would have killed Ethan regardless. The late snake bite here from Devi, absolutely crucial. Again, I think with round 2 falling and things maybe going totally off kilter for NRG, that's why we see this timeout called now. Again, they did have a chance to buy back in. We saw, what, 3 rifles?
Yep.
Come back into round 15, but now it's just the Seekers and maybe pistols for NRG. It's Paper X knocking on the door of double digits.
Starting to feel that pressure now, don't you, right? It's that Paper X methodology just coming through. They are so good at this.
Methodology?
Again, you saw
Don't you
Jing
mean
on that
methodology?
opening side of things, loved what he was doing, but now it's kind of Devi kicking into effect. Envy's having some big rounds. Every single player is starting to find some form here.
I mean, he was on 2 kills up to like round 10 or something in the first half, but Envy was the player to impress me previously on Split on the defense. His ability to solo anchor the A site and put string together like 3 or 4 rounds where it's either a Red Bull clutch or a 3K to hand deliver a round for Paper X. Again, not been present so far here, but something looking to punish the lesser purchase here. NRG Forsaken, confirmed early on.
Yeah, but hard to flash and hard to clear. Already Devi denies that. Punch through middle. And Kiko trying to be tricky with this, but oh my God, he just turned away from it. Forsaken with a second lease of life. Shutting down the attempts from NRG. Paper X 5 standing, even amongst all that threat.
Flawless up to 10. Kiko with a huge opportunity to find a freebie to open this up. On that Forsaken path then.
Yeah.
All the way up to rafters.
Awareness, dude.
Yeah.
So quick with it too.
Fortunately, I mean, no U2 invested for Marder to potentially pressure forwards, but Devi with just a smile across the stage. No nonsense for you here, Marder.
Marder was smiling too. Like,
Loud.
I like
Say,
the
he's got
dude's
judgment
vibes.
Nonsense time. No nonsense.
No nonsense.
Not allowed. You can't be
Devi-
doing this to us.
Devi, aka the Fun Police.
Yeah, he is on duty today as Envy, waiting on a lovely off angle. Oh, it is
There you go.
perfection personified. You said it, we saw it, and NRG felt it. Ethan
the defender of
No,
A-side.
give it to him at this point. Yeah,
Oh my
Envy,
God, man.
you are the real deal. Anchoring that site like an absolute champion.
4 kills here. It's Paper X up to 11. He's just so clean on this off angle.
Knows it inside out.
Yeah, definitely. Probably a little bit of paranoia from NRG of a counter swing coming from somewhere. He wasn't even happy with that, it looked like. 4 is not enough for Envy
Needs all
in
5.
that situation.
If it ain't 5, I ain't fussed. So, we look at the buyback in for NRG, and it's been a bit of a drought, right? But they do at least have a purchase. They have a couple of ults, but Paper X starting to hit their stride here. This feels like the turn of pace.
Please don't throw around randomly.
Slower approach here from Marder. Oh my God, I thought I was going to get it again.
Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. Marder gets to live for another round here. There is still a problem towards Heaven in the form of Jing with that judge. They're looking for information outside A. Scuba is kind of tasked with dealing with that, but they've already cleared towards ramp. So if they do try and shift through vents, it is going to be hard to handle.
Scuba's got to get away from this. Identified here with a Prowler.
Oh,
Be a trade-off of position, yeah. Going so deep towards spawn.
Yeah, but now it's just a bit of a game of chase, isn't it? But something turns and catches Kiko. I thought Kiko would be on that, but Marder answering right back. Blow for blow here. Battling in each other's spawns, basically. But the plant's now in. And NRG need to batten down the hatches because Envy wants his sight back. Gonna only get 1. Leaving Jing and something to find the final 3.
Look at the rewrap from NRG.
It's unbelievable how far they have to go into this. Jing is going to do the damage on site, though, and something waiting in the right place here. Scuba has been caught, and now it's on Brock. Hold there for Jing. Oh!
The spam! The spam from
You don't even get a chance at him!
Styled on him. Beautiful shot from Brock.
At least he didn't use his
And
ult.
a beautiful
I would have used my
reposition
ult
here,
if
the
I was
trust in
in a
Ethan
1v1.
to just slow things down. It's a safe plant for Heaven. Even then, Paper X find the right kill in that situation. Fake out here with the flash. Jing 30 HP was not really teed up for success here. NRG, everything but the Seekers here. A chance to piece together a comeback here. Marder going to go forwards once more, but just dips his toes towards B main.
Haven't seen this operator yet really patrolling in middle. Should be noted now.
Is he staying?
Nah, thinks better of that. Probably rightly so. The flash got exchanged to make sure he had backed off that deeper line. But now, you've got to be careful on those extremities, because look over towards B. Look what's happening. Forsaken's already made progress here.
He can get right behind this.
I mean,
especially with something finding a pick.
Yep, that's Mardigon. And NRG, oh, just being massacred in middle. Paper X firmly in control. And as you said, look who's coming!
Oh.
And look who's going! It is stylish, and it is special from something here. Forsaken will wait.
No, no.
To do this in front of an audience like this, Forsaken. Oh, dearie me! That is something you'd sooner forget if you're NRG. And for Paper X, iconic as always.
They just don't care in some of these situations. The balls to go for the knife.
In front of a crowd this loud. This loud.
I mean, we saw it earlier on. I believe it was Envy previous. No, was it Divine or Envy? I can't remember. Somebody on Haven, but Forsaken. Happy to take another one. They're so cheeky. Breaking or attempting to break the mental of NRG, and something going forward once more with the operator.
Feels a bit rinse and repeat here, doesn't it? But worried where that spike's going. Heading over towards the A site where actually something waits. Gonna let a shot fly. And Brock's managed to take down Forsaken. So
big kill.
They are pulling rotations, but something is not moved. Something is still here. If he is still here, there is still a problem. They've seen no further noise towards B.
Yeah, the ult thrown out kind of on a whim from Brock. Not sure of what that was meant to do, because it was so shallow. It was only really going to catch hell when somebody posted up really deep on pillar, but something now going to be played in. A ton of bodies on the other side of this. Does have Divide. alongside him, a snake bite as well.
Something. Oh my god, almost had him, but Marder wants in. Divide now noted, Kiko with the TP, gonna get himself up towards heaven, but they still need to clear sight. Divide trying to patrol it, gets outdone. Something won't be the final line of defense. He dies! He goes down! NRG still in this one. Jing and Envy though, and Jing's got ult. Jing's also got Kiko dead. Sends out the ult, doesn't find it. Envy desperate to connect, and Jing with the paint shell will. Paper X doing Paper X things,
Absolute
but
cinema.
that was simply magic here. 13-7, that's map 2. We are going back and forth. Don't go anywhere.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with the Valorant Champions Tour to transform how fans
take a
experience
little break.
live events on the global stage.
Go piss. Be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Oh, it's Sato.
I need that in an engraving, I think. Now, the Verizon high-speed moment for this map goes to the Thrifty in round number 14. I tell you what, man, like, moments like this, it really feels like only PRX can get away with this stuff. Envy, especially on an individual level, look so good.
I mean, Envy was already a very good player on Team Secret, but he unlocked his full potential here. He's just like balling with everyone. He doesn't care about anything. He even said it. Now he trusts his teammates fully, and he's just literally it feels like he's been a Paper X his whole career.
Yeah, he looks like the perfect upgrade for
Alright,
this
I'm
team to
gonna
slot it in
switch
so
to
quickly.
my
But what I really
BNG,
liked
I
about
think,
that round in particular
because,
as well is that he's almost
it's like
always,
super late,
even
so
on
I'm gonna
defense side,
turn off the
forcing a
lights in
bandit
my
after
room.
losing pistol.
Yeah.
And against NRG,
And
they're a
just
team who, if you don't normally
watch
force
the
outlaw,
game.
They
they'll
take light
always
armor.
buy light armor
And
or
I'll
regen
lose
shields on
tracking
their
if I
round
do
twos.
that, so
And
yeah,
that bandit
switch to
headshot
the
absolutely cooks.
BNG.
You saw he was getting kills from like 50 meters in that
I
round.
also got a glass of milk.
I'm just going like one
Get
by
some
one.
Oreo
Again, that
and
weapon
have
seems
some
like pretty
milk and
astonishingly powerful
Oreo
against like teams that are
for a
taking half
midnight
armor.
snack.
You touched on it briefly, Sato. You've had a chance to play against some of these teams. How can you kind of describe the experience of going up against Paper X to someone who's watching who's never maybe had that experience or maybe won't?
I feel like they took the idea of playing individually to a whole nother level. Like, I feel like if you play individually, then maybe like you're failing as a team overall.
Oh, I
but
still
they
have
make it
tracking.
work in a way that
That's cool.
they bring out so many rounds that they shouldn't have. They shouldn't be able to bring out just because they're allowed this freedom. You know, I think Envy sat on an interview where he learned so much more about like micros, about playing like individually, shooting his gun with Paper X. And it's kind of funny because normally what you learn when you join a stronger team is that, oh, I've learned so much, so many fundamentals. Now
Sure.
I get to play with my teammates properly.
Forget all
But-
about that.
And it's like, nah, just shoot your gun and do it well, you know?
It's interesting because NRG is such the opposite to that. They're the only team in this tournament that has rejected double duelists, is trying to play this counter meta style. For you guys, obviously having known them from playing in America, it's not yet this year, but in the past, what's your kind of read on Ethan as an IGL king and how he's approached this meta and differentiated his squad from the rest of the teams?
Yeah, I would say Ethan always tries to info serve as best as possible with the less amount of like fights, you know? So that's why they're opting always with kind of the double drone in some of these maps. So they're always trying to like pick some parts to like info serve you with some smoke, some drones. And they make you think it's like 3 people here, but we're actually just like grouping up already. We're making a good exec. So I would say it's he's been pretty comfortable since 2023 G, where he was like the mid-round caller around Boosie being the IGL. And I've always, because I was with Corbin, they always told me they learned so much from Ethan about all these movements and moving his teammates so perfectly around the map.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years now for him playing FPS games at the highest level, really for this squad. Do you think that Paper X, though, a team that always wants to fight, always plays double duelists, is a good match into that? That they're
Ethan's been
trying to
playing for 10
disrespect that
years.
utility and go forward? Or is this the kind of style that NRG really wants to counter?
No, I would say playing against Paper X, I haven't figured out how to counter them because they would just do the craziest thing you can imagine. And the thing is that they're not scared of taking the risk, and whenever they take it, it's actually incredible how the teammates just know someone's gonna do something crazy, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna play around my teammate doing this play, and they're all over your face, and you don't even notice what's happening. So it's so hard.
You're that
We
guy on
haven't seen this
PRX. Which
comp,
one?
with this map from NRG for a while. We saw it in kickoff. And it was the Chaos over double initiator. They've actually gone for the Sky instead here, obviously with the Waylay in the mix. Is that saying anything to you, really?
I think it is interesting because I felt like the
Which one am I supposed to
the KO was
be?
very good at shutting down hard executes on
Oh
their
my god,
defensive
he's
side.
just
It was an
vibing.
awesome tool for reclear. I think part of the reason they might switch to this guy is, like you're saying, prioritizing that drone.
Sadly,
to be
there's
able to
no
actually re-clear
Indians
space against a
in
Paper X who loves to
PRX.
get aggressive on defense. Looking at this comp for you, Sato, solo duelist for Mata on the Waylay. What is it like having to fill into that role for a player? And
It's filled with like SEA people.
Honestly, I personally speaking,
There's
I
one
prefer
Singaporean,
duelist
one
meta.
Malaysian,
I used to enjoy it more than the
one
duelist, just because I'm a very greedy person, so
Filipino.
I would like much more support for myself rather than having to share
There's a,
with
there's a
another
Russian
duelist.
guy
So,
who's an import.
and I feel like Corrode is a
Who
map
am I
where
missing?
you can run solo duelists. I think it's one of the only
Forsaken
maps
is Indonesian,
where I would rather have more
First
more
Indian
neutral.
on
I just
PRX, I believe.
don't
You
feel
can be a
like you
PRX.
need
Sure.
to have strong dives
First silver
in
player at
Corrode, even though it's
PRX.
good, but like just a Waylay can create enough space on an exec, I think.
Sato King, it's been a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for your insight, and hopefully you can enjoy the rest of the event. It has been an incredible crowd out here in Santiago. Let's get back to the action. Take it away, Pansy and Hypok for Corrode.
They were actually fire on the desk, by the way. Like, and they bring up some great points here. I do want to kind of talk about that kind of single approach as a duelist. Which side are you sitting on here, though? Or which team would you rather be on? Would you rather be in Something's shoes or Marta's right now with the teammates around you?
I mean, I do agree with the premise that here, the more you tilt, just because of the rotation timings, if you haven't got mid control, there are a ton of question marks in terms of losing one of these extremities. But I've got to say it, right now, with the way Envy's playing, got to feel a little more confident. Yeah, yeah. Again, it's a question mark. Is it going to be a huge switch up here? The paranoia comes through. Something to find Ethan first.
Yeah, set to succeed with that paranoia coming out from Jing there. But Kiko on a quick trade, going to keep it within touching distance. But they're not really willing to continue on that pathing. You're already looking at them turning around. Scuba staying semi-close to this. Going to know that Prowler going past as they start the reclear. This is a very, oh my God. This is a really good read from NRG. And it's actually the downfall of PaperX wanting to recollect that space. And it's a perfect re-hit.
Another 3K from Kiko on the pistol. Can he make it 4 here? Forsaken just cresting through spawn now. Get the confirmation, but again, NRG peeling away.
It's a really nice push and pull
percent,
effect coming in from
26.4
NRG. Again,
chance.
I thought maybe that could have been lost when we saw Scuba kind of turning eyes, which is fair, but...
Ooh, what a shot.
Did you not want me to talk bigger picture because you still have a good shot at this round? That's on me. All right. Scuba's 1 HP. Broken Martyr a little bit better off here, but Forsaken's going to do something about it. He's trying to. And, well, he gave it a go. Brock did it better. Hit the headshot. And again, I just want to talk about that push and pull there.
Literally 1
that ability
HP.
to
Oh my
freeze for a
God.
second, and just noting that Prowler, instantly you're locked back in.
Which again, with this sort of composition, you are enabled to do. Take these sort of...
Man, Kiko is heated up again. Kiko needs to be dealt with.
Just peel away. I've noted it previously as well. NRG
thing.
desperate to try and nullify that mid-round from PaperX, which can get so chaotic. Rifles will come out here for Brock and Kiko, but get a frugal purchase. Marta just trying to make a go of things with a stinger. It's a stack towards B for PaperX. Nothing on the other side of this.
That should all be considered now. And I feel like the penny is dropping, but they probably don't know it's not like a 4-1 or something of that ilk. So they'll take a little bit of a time on this, you know, pop the flash in, do everything else, kind of keep it secure. And they've cleared well here, just checking towards elbow. So NRG can pretty much get the plant, sit pretty comfy, but I guess it's then that silence becomes loud. Where are they? What are they doing? And why haven't we seen them yet?
Scuba identified here. You see the pings initially that PaperX are going to prioritize towards this position now, but again, able to create a little bit of space between them. Scuba, a couple of warning shots here. NRG take a ton of space towards spawn here. Will catch Envy. Trying to wrap back behind this.
Still, Device got a sheriff, but that time it's already quite quick. And this should be farming. Marta wanted to, but not going to get as much as he'd like there. No chance really on the defuse at this point. There's Forsaken.
There. Yeah.
Gave it a good go. Brock should. Ooh, no.
Okay.
They both get caught on that.
That's big.
I
That's
thought
big.
they might have had one out there, but actually they lose quite a bit.
They do. So
Made
two
very
rifles,
costly.
Yeah, 2 rifles and a stinger invested there. Yeah, which is bold considering a round 2 flip previously from PaperX. Maybe this is just NRG's controlled purchase to account for the possibility. Still, won't cause too many.
1
issues
rifle
here.
saved. Okay.
Scuba probably just considering.
Please don't do something stupid now, please.
You know you've been good at something when they had to make changes for it, but it's Forsaken on the 1-2 punch. Perfectly teed up there. Played out brilliantly on B main. Gonna put Marder right to bed.
He's going to now explore back towards mid, but there's 3 people on PaperX. Looking to control this space and catch the mid round.
They have a round 3.
I love that step-for-step approach here.
I mean, they have to mirror them, yeah.
Yeah, and they have. They did it really quick. And Scuba catching Jing, though, could open up that springboard towards A if they read into how many players were behind that presence early towards B. At best, would have been in middle.
Spotted the 4 light shields here for something. I mean, not going to matter with that. It's a headshot.
Yeah, Scuba barely gets to see it. And NRG really hoping they get more play on this, but they're not being given the fights they want. And in the meantime, look at what Forsaken's doing. Again, his positioning might just be the downfall of NRG's attempts here. Do they even think about it?
Oh, he was thinking of
Do they
droning.
check? Do they clear diligently enough?
30 seconds
Lovely
left.
off angle. Ethan's trying to be careful, but caution not enough to get past Forsaken. Kiko will at least allow for the trade, but now something's back on the line. The first problem and the final one as well.
Crazy.
Something is here. He is absolutely landing shots.
Effectively a round 3 operator for him, considering the buy.
Wait, how was your
Again,
stream?
NRG's
Did
approach
you
here
raid out?
will put them in a position to effectively even this up. I mean, other than Ethan again.
You did.
Again, issues maybe.
JD
in
is
terms of
still
shields. We'll have to see what they
streaming.
decide on, but something absolutely lethal.
You raided out to someone
Already one
who's
away.
also green like you.
On his ultimate. Wouldn't be going to flat on Odin of his own. Yeah, actually, Scuba's the only other guy.
Okay, no way, that's another tab that's raided out.
Maybe a turn of pace here towards 8.
One of my tabs has someone who's a green VTuber.
Manhandled. Paper X are so good at dulling the spear that NRG keep trying to throw at them. Devi unwilling to back away or surrender, and that's why stands his ground and claims all 3. As Ethan's just surrounded. Scuba noted, sent back in. Paper X large and in charge here, hunting Scuba down. And there's something bittersweet about hearing that Odin rattle off shots right at NRG.
The first one, though.
3 more.
Plenty of time to work with. Issue being Scuba needs to find some space elsewhere. Already Forsaken.
Sure, it's time, but
rotation. Yeah, I think Scuba's
does he
gonna
have
be
the
able to spot
HP
it
to
time
fight
on.
3 people?
Crowd wanting to go forwards, but
He's having a look. Let him work this one. 30 seconds. And I like what he's trying, right? Trying to catch a body to drop, potentially get yourself a 1v2, because again, if they play as 3, you're kind of done for.
now the issue being, because he's shown his hand, they might just catch him on this plant.
Yeah, I think he knows he might be done for. That spam might be fatal on just clearing the corner. Doesn't get revealed on the haunt though, but still it's so indicative. He's trying to make mountains out of molehills. This guy is clutch as hell though. Scuba, why are you making me believe here? They're going around the site. The timing, he's been caught. I thought you could set your clock by
Nice
that man
try,
in the
though.
clutch, but still
1v4
outdone in the end
made it
by
a 1v2.
fraction of a second.
Not bad.
Still a chance there for Scuba, even being spotted early on enough, but again, look at the damage
Ooh,
done
that
to
was
Marder
rough.
early on. Devi just welcomes him on the other side of the dash. As you said, remove the tip of the spear here, and NRG lack a bit of that pop to follow up, which again is the other side of the conversation, right? Marder can be so far ahead. Yes, you can create that space, but unless somebody can really reinforce that, makes it really difficult if he just dies for free in that sort of situation to utility or to a peak potentially.
Find you.
Ultimate's starting to come online here. Something on Forsaken on the side of Paper. It's only the TP for Kiko. Scuba just want to wait.
Oh, they're trying to play with that little bit of timing, but again, they only have classics here. Trying to maybe
No,
overall
why are you
slow it
leaving
up
mid?
quickly though. Yeah, they made it through. I guess that horn didn't quite make it out, but the problem is that Envy is still sat on this, so you're maybe hoping to catch Jing potentially, but again, clutching at straws here. Jing reads it very well. Marder still not finding the ability to gap close on one of these. Actually does find it with Kiko in the end. So Jinx gone down. That is a big upgrade,
Rough.
and they are
That's
behind the
rough.
wire now. That's an issue for Paper X, but not a huge problem yet.
It's so weird here. Forsaken will catch Marda. Pull it to the side of the heads.
Trying to work it.
Yeah.
Devi read that really well. That just like little predictive fire towards the right.
Nice.
Lovely control from him. Taking a bit of a
Holy.
risk for it, don't get me wrong.
Definitely, yeah.
But you kind of need Devi to do that
Oh, he's
sometimes.
so
It feels
low.
like just take that bold step, and I think he's heard steps.
Well, the wall got triggered as well. This is what enables Devi to
30 seconds
rotate away
left.
from the site.
One
He'll
enemy
catch
remaining.
Scuba
Three down.
in transition once more. Brock, unnoted as of yet. They do need damage here.
No,
question.
the Y shouldn't peek
Shock dance,
first.
Devi is, ooh. Hello.
Nice.
Applying something will do the job in the end. I like that NRG tried to find a threat there, but again, Paper X, they look very well equipped, even in these chaotic rounds. They're very good at catching that wanted outcome, denying it. Again, I like what Devi did. I know it was a bit risky, could have potentially gone down there, but you got to
Wait, do I not have the my auto shout out list? Oh my god.
Effectively Jing to take that first risk.
Yeah.
A chance for NRG maybe to snowball on the
Just
back
let
of that
me
upgrade,
add you.
And Devi has the freedom, the wall's not been triggered, he knows he can come back and throw an extra body on the line. As you said, take a risk to really secure the round. Early timeout called here from NRG. Seen it a couple of times already in this series. Maybe in terms of the preparation, the opening string of rounds.
Yeah, it should auto
Catching
shout you
NRG
out
off
now.
guard, I guess, in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it would actually be, if I'm honest, because this
Well,
looks
I
quite...
mean, I said earlier on, it might be just a playbook sort of issue where some of these set pieces aren't going the way that they'd want, which, again, versus a team like Paper X, you can't ever really account for somebody getting in and finding 2 or 3 kills.
Which they do.
Yeah,
Quite
they
a
do,
lot.
and they have.
Yep, yep. It will continue to happen. They are still... It's crazy to think that they sit within such a high margin of talent, right? Like, result-wise, they are more often than not top 3 team, pushing high-end, deep runs. But even amongst the best, they still find that extra 10% sometimes, that extra weird X factor that no one else can do. As I said, the never tell me the odds rounds. They pull that off incredibly well. Now, NRG, whatever the adjustment is, let's see how it looks.
I was going to say, coming out of that timeout, Marda actually going to pick up an operator here, so intention to slow things down, work a pick here on the attacking side, maybe on the back of him falling previously to devise util. Being a little bit fragmented in the approach. Massive probe sent out here, obviously. Kiko looking to maybe paranoia on the back of the dog taking contact.
Oh, Mada is in front of the wall
I think
though.
in my mind, I really want to see how they try
With
and
the knob.
implement Marder better, which is easier said than done, because those first couple of rounds, it's been quite hard for him to get that pop towards sight. There's been a lot of setups. I don't say necessarily just to catch him, but Devi's done really well to control the space around it, keep him very limited. So I do want to see what the next layer is for NRG, and obviously Paper X are in control here. This is very much their game now, momentum-wise at least. Let's see if there is a difference. They've kind of posted up Marder towards middle. That will do the job. That is a good find on Envy. Now they can start working the rotations around 50 seconds.
Anticipating that Paper X would rotate off that though, still. I mean, Forsaken's got a very deep hold towards B. Does have a little bit of support from Devi, both with ultimates as well. Something judge in hand, but
This
he
heal
also
is
has
so
ultimates.
annoying.
So it could just be a full.
Why is Ethan still playing Sky in this meta?
Again, Devi
Does
clearly
any
create
other
space
team
for
play
Pip
Sky?
to really find value here in this retake, able to slow things down with the snake bite. Forsaken actually going forwards.
And Forsaken slipping the net. They don't know about him just yet at all. He has not been found. He has not been seen. But
No
Kiko
way.
heads up in his work. Takes him away, but Devi!
What the hell?
Just a red flag to a ball goes flying in. Maybe a little too wild
What was
there.
that though?
Once in play, something close, but Jing's just been caught off. Something's gonna have to find 4 here. NRG making this one work. Something not getting an early play in on the corner either. And I think
Yeah, he's got to give this up.
time to back away.
I'm curious to know what the call was there, or if this was just in anticipation of piecing together a retake. Maybe the clock is what forces Forsaken to go forwards there and really gamble on effectively winning, what, a 1v3 to deny the plant from happening.
Yeah, I thought
It's
he
a
might have gotten
bold
away with
move.
it. Yeah, and it's one of those that maybe you're willing to throw in one of. But again, you know, Devi's diving in as well. You got, you know, players just throwing bodies at it. I think it can be a quick way to lose a game, but we also know that Paper X can do a couple of these rounds and then get back on track. That's
spam onto the wall here.
Oh, okay, okay. Any team to do it up against, it feels fair.
I think we're going to be missing the Nightfall now because the investment didn't come. Envy. We're in a really weird spot actually in terms of the timing in middle. I don't think it necessarily has a huge impact in terms of the outcome here. Because of the approach initially from PaperX, or the intent that they did show. NRG will get effectively a buy-in hand now. Something on the operator will be spotted.
Like this corner for Marder. Yeah, he likes it
No,
too.
why are
That's
you
a lovely
picking
pick.
that?
Envy's
You
starting
know
to
he
struggle
is
in
or
middle
not.
here. That's 2 rounds now. I mean, they're quite close to this pit. And what kit does
No
Ethan
way
have?
he walks this.
I mean,
right?
it's Forsaken. It's Forsaken. Of course he's going to go for something a little wild, but that felt a bit too far.
What are
We're seeing
you
a couple of these rounds
doing?
now where you put a question mark to it. One's allowed, more when they're getting punished. Becomes a bit of a problem. Jing's going for a walk. Regrouping slowly but steadily towards the A site, it looks like. But again, Ethan's still in patrol out here. Device, paranoia is sky high as well.
Because Envy's fallen where he did. The identification now. You have to freeze. I could have to capitalize on that.
This could be huge. Device still here. Going to be kept at bay by the smoke. Oh, going to be down on top. He's just got to wait for this. Does he get out with his life? Smoke is keeping him safe for now. Hindered up. Comes out of it, but look at the flank. Look who's here, Jing. You're not going to go for a knife. You just wait. And then he strikes, and now they're cornered. And Paper X on the punish. You get a couple of rounds where they may make some questionable choices, but this is your reminder of who they are. And Jing wants to double down. They're all in the corner. They're all stuck here. Something getting closer. This turns into just a brawl on the site. And already Kiko wants out. He wants to plant something on his side. This has gone absolutely topsy-turvy.
Something, well, finally trade out to a rifle here. Try and piece this together in a 2v3.
It's on a nice edge. This could go either way. Look at it, defined by smokes and divided, yet conquered is there. Scuba, the one to catch Jing, navigating that smoke. But bloody hell.
What was that round? NRG almost falling victim to trying to cling on to this space, get Marta posted up very deep with this operator. PaperX just can't. Oh my God, look what he spots there.
Unreal.
And yeah, I don't know if maybe
Why are you
Forsaken's
picking it
reading
up,
is
man?
just
Why
one
are
person
you
on the orb, but against a team
pushing
like
out of
NRG,
the...
especially where
Okay,
they
he's
slow
just getting
things down
2
early on,
spam kills. What the hell,
he's
man?
just not giving that sort of play in.
I mean, to be
Also,
fair,
it
it's
comes down to
probably based on
spamming
the
in and out of
minimap.
smokes
Yeah.
at the end, which is just
So I
ridiculous.
wasn't fully blind.
Again,
but
though, I'm quite interested to see what the problem solving for Paper X is now. They're
Wow.
starting to lose a little bit of control in middle.
Dare I say it, that's just a Alex talk button press.
You think so?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just wants to have a word?
Yeah.
think he's
Especially,
calm?
no,
No.
not after
No.
that round.
No, I
mean, with Envy falling twice in mid,
Yeah.
Forsaken walking out of a pit, this is a crack of the whip. Timeout from Alex for
Should
sure.
be, should be. And I think in that same breath, we can also kind of highlight the adjustment from Marder coming in with that operator, kind of playing a little bit more around middle, less centric towards the sites, looking for those picks to punish rotations after some pressure. But you're right, it probably is just a crack of the whip, get them back on the same page, make sure they're not making silly over mistakes or kind of over pushing things. Tough in this round though, because they are going to be on a lighter purchasing. Forsaken and Jing can still get a rifle, the rest will be down lower on pistols.
So really, for Forsaken to do the heavy lifting here. Odin and operator in hand for NRG, and Marder actually catches the clash.
Yeah, I think Ethan's reading there's a lot of pressure behind this, and now Paper X going to make something out of nothing. Ethan quick cycling on that juggle back to try and make sure that that operator doesn't fall into enemy hands. But they've already drawn blood. That's a big scalp to claim the second that Marder starts working back towards sites.
Deny obviously taking a ton of damage there. Again, no upgrade found, so
Scout destroyed.
NRG able to stabilize here. Things get out of hand just yet. There's still 4 players, 4 Paper X on the other side of this. He'll be identified on the back of the wall. Maybe just waiting out the timing here to allow Kiko to regroup and death ball in towards the A site.
Smoke's coming in. The wall.
They still
Oh,
got
dear.
split, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Kiko having to invest a little to make sure they scale up together because you don't want to, again, get picked apart. There's a lot of threat to this. NRG now noting that. Ooh. Unconfirmed. Even the crowd got a little excited. Unconfirmed. And they are now potentially surrounded here. NRG going to have to batten down the hatches amongst the storm, but, well, Brock's going to find them some safety, taking away Device. Second attempt on the plant.
Something's going to get the operator. See him on the X-ray.
He's hunting it down. Scuba. Oh my God, Scuba! Scuba! He can't turn in time! A Paper X! This is the round that you start looking like a threat again. This is ridiculous. But down to 3, Brock, Ethan, and Kiko should be on red alert because suddenly the buy looks threatening. Something's got an operator. Forsaken's got a rifle, and it's Jing with a bulldog. Kiko has to do it all. This Paper X with a quick correction, answering right back.
Nice eco.
NRG desperate
Oh, what
to
happened?
find another kill
Quick
there.
Galio there.
It just doesn't come through. Paper X will find a thrifty conversion. Massive upgrade for something as well. And it's the flash here from Ethan to force Marta back inside the smoke. Paper X continue to go forwards there, catching him on the repeat. Jing, 2 huge kills from him on the Bulldog. More frustration shown from Bonkar in a couple of rounds now where he's looking very confused in terms of the approach, not just the outcome.
Oh. Forsaken, look at this man. The audacity to sit on this corner after getting tagged up like that, but I guess with an operator, why not? And when you got Jing holding down middle this time, putting a lot more pressure behind this. It's not just going to be Envy here. You've got 3 players now. Put to task and put to test. And Ethan put to bed. Pico and Scuba irrelevant to this round, looking like a formality.
Spike's actually ahead of the wall as well. Paper X going to have a chance to wait out this smoke and then take full control. Kiko and Scuba, super clutch, but a 2v5. They have to piece together here. Plenty of time for Scuba to reposition. And the threat still here outside B. Forsaken a little more tempered. They are considering the save now with Kiko peeling away a little
They're
bit.
sailing. How
This
much
is a
money do they
byproduct
have?
of Alex's time out here. So they go
Yeah,
forward on the
the
Thrifty, get the
money is
conversion.
real low.
Way more controlled here towards mid.
And you need to see it. Again, I think it was the biggest change in Paper X in general, right? Was
30 seconds left.
Got your minds back, the train effect, all of this.
Yeah, the
but yes.
overheat factor. Always something that, especially with a more structured team like NRG, they can actually get a grasp on the pacing. Oh, that thought though.
Yeah, well.
Wow.
Oh,
Hold on,
nice
Rock, she was getting
shots.
2.
10 seconds left.
Why did we speak?
Why?
Ah, all good. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think Paper X learning about that gear shift for themselves gave them so much more validity for deep runs, right? Consistently against all types of teams. However, we need to see it kept in check. You saw
I
it
love
slip
it
there.
when the
Those 2
observers
rounds,
show,
we saw
show like
Gap
an
back.
operator or an Odin just lying on the ground.
500 and 100 credits between the 2 players that fall there.
And it was just unnecessary.
Yeah. Have to see maybe to spread the funds
Nice
a little bit. I'm
shots.
seeing Forsaken without a shield. Yep.
Have the money? No?
Well,
Oh,
didn't
just-
fancy it.
Okay.
Didn't fancy a shield.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, well, right off the rip, it doesn't seem to matter because Envy's got you 2. And right back to this brawling mentality. Paper X just put the firing squad towards the B side. And they're not backing away from it. It's Divide with the operator now. Being finally forced off. Flash comes in. Ethan's had enough of it. Having to kick down the door, though, just to get close to this site.
It's a late investment here from Divide.
Forsaken on the flank.
He's here very early on in towards NRG's spawn. And they are huddled together outside B right now. Confirmation of presence still here. And a turn.
How far does he go?
Yeah, I was going to say a turn of attention here from Scuba. Maybe just waiting out an opportunity to fight back in. Issue being, though, like I said, the late investment in terms of util from Divide is going to reinforce this. And Forsaken's tucked.
He can't die, though. If Forsaken goes down.
Can't go forward without a shield either.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to be in.
He's on a screen by.
Headshots only.
30 seconds left.
28 seconds. The only way is forward now. Devi and Envy waiting, poised, and have to be precise. Envy is. That's 3 for him this round, but there's still a chance in this. Operator noted, Forsaken noted, but he's still firing on all cylinders. Ethan on 30 HP. Nothing to do but die. Paper X. They stabilize here in choppy waters.
And it might not feel like it, but that's
Choppy
the
waters?
momentum swing, really. 3 rounds converted. And can this play out? Envy the one to find 2 kills to open this one up. A third. When finally the sight here comes through. Forsaken plays his timing well, bides his time. And again, crucial to see previously him drift out of the pit, here being a little more controlled. Faith in his teammates' information. A broken buy here from NRG, maybe a turn of pace towards A. Paper X read it really well. Look at mid though. Yeah. Look at mid.
Marder's gone up here.
No.
He does have the Vandal, but something's already on the case, sniffing this one out.
He scoped in as well.
Yeah,
this is going to be a
might
timing
clear
thing.
this, to be fair. How deep does he dig on that corner though? He knew it was a problem, but now he might be encouraged to play this forward. They've just started to apply enough pressure. He has to make a bit of a move. They're still putting a lot of faith in Envy here. Full kit still to play with. And there's the real trap being sprung. Now the layers to this. Brock decides to get involved into the action, trying to set them up towards the site. Envy playing it deep on CT, but he's lost out on Divide. Nice answer back.
He's got ult as well.
Has a Prowler, still has Haunt. But hard to clear these players now who are disconnected from the site itself.
Forsaken has to find something on the backside. Repositioning to mid, but 2 players from NRG posted up.
Yeah, they're waiting for him. Ethan gonna get caught in this. There's the swing. It's a 1-for-1 trade, not quite enough. Unless Envy can do magic with 30 HP. NRG bring it back from the brink now with a good answer.
Broken by, able to stick the landing.
Hi,
find a
MBK.
fit. Like I said, just as you feel as if Paper X have got control of the momentum. Scuba,
How are you doing?
beautiful catch. Onto Jing to open this round up.
And without that, you may not have seen Mark.
How close are you to partner? Is it like 1 or 2 streams more? In VC talking.
Odin's back
How you
in.
doing? I'm doing good.
Apple's coming out as well.
I'm just watching some Valorant
Shields to
esports
punish, but again,
after
operating
playing
with
some
something.
games
Don't
myself.
think that's not going to be brought into effect here. The timing is right, but the swing was wrong. But Envy's won out on the other side, so they lose on the they win on the extremity, but lose out in middle. Jing chomping at the bit to try and get involved here. Envy, he's got Forsaken by his side. Marder's already in towards heaven. This is getting a bit weird and wonderful. Pits come in. Marder wants some safety. He wants to find them
Big
and wanted to
win.
play from, but Jing doesn't allow it.
Massive kill for Jing to find here. The pit will spread, allowing a safe plant here for NRG. But can they spam onto him? Oh my god!
You're a lucky boy, Brock, but only for a second. They're flying back through. Ethan and Scuba trying to make it out of this nightmare of a pit, leaving just Scuba alive. Gets one. Shorty's only got one more bullet. One more man to find. Oh!
Went down swinging here.
Can't say he didn't.
1.1k saving up for
will
2k.
find number 7. Get themselves a 2-round advantage here in the first half.
It's like super late right now. Otherwise, I would do it without the Redeem 2. But it's like 3:30 AM right now, so I probably shouldn't be singing right now.
¡Hola, Santiago! ¡Michu! ¡Dale, Michu! ¡Muy bien! ¡Hey, Michu! ¿Cómo estamos de ritmo,
No, because when you sing, I bring 5 people. Alright. Sure. What are they doing?
I thought I'd seen it all, Michael.
No.
Correct. There is more to be seen.
Cantor, though, truly one of the goats of Santiago.
For sure.
How is he still going?
I don't know. He even said he doesn't know. I asked him earlier,
Yeah,
like, how
he's
do you
like,
have a
"Don't know."
voice? Not a clue.
There's some much needed support there from Mitsu.
So which onesie are you taking? Which outfit?
I'll take the completo.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've seen you in the wingman suit.
What can I say? All right. It is starting to heat up here again. First two maps, 13-8 for NRG on Pearl. Split 13-7. Here, 7-5. Still anyone's game. I think the control from PaperX got brought back in. I was worried there was a slip. But for NRG, only claiming 5 after getting those first 2 from the pistol, leaves a little bit to be desired.
It does. I think here, in terms of the discussion around the comps, certainly NRG leaning towards a stronger defensive
Please
half
get the pistol.
in terms of information gathering, really figuring out PaperX's intentions. Paranoia here considered. No close contact taken. Scuba going to back away from this.
Can't go down here. Slip CT, waits for the support through middle, but the carpet's rolled out. PaperX are going to be in the door. Not going to get a quick pick before this, though, so going to have to be playing after the plant.
How deep do they go here? Because there's a massive wrap from NRG
PaperX.
back towards elbow.
I don't think there is ever a limit to how far they go, but Forsaken once again showing restraint here and gets rewarded for it. Ethan going to be found first. He can then slip back further. Forsaken fancies another goal!
What a shot.
Mesmerizing on the second. Oh, he's on for a third. No, Brock. Just a second quicker to the angle. But Invy's position is really tough to break through. Doesn't even have to. This is nice for PaperX. This could be the first nail in the coffin here, at least in this map. Scuba locked out from here. Limited options.
Yeah, limited options, still some time to play with, but he would need a huge round. Time going to decide this one now as PaperX still going to go forward. Maybe find another kill to progress, but Jing to shut it down here. That's the upgrade, will fall to the spike.
Nice. Well played.
PaperX, a well-considered approach. Unfortunately, NRG not able to get Brock in position to really deny
Let me set up
entry
for a
to
bit.
site. And here, just 2 fantastic kills from Forsaken.
Lovely work.
I mean,
He was
just,
so close to
he
Brock.
just catches a glimpse of Brock. He's like, no, I've missed the timing.
Yep. Oopsie. But again, if you look at how this goes, once you go into the majority of the buy rounds, it's very good for PaperX.
Yeah,
After that little bit of a chat.
Yeah, they took over the home stretch of that first half, and rightfully so. You note about the timeout from Alex. It's reining them back in a little bit. Unfortunately now, on this half, they're allowed to run off leash.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's that fine margin that once they get onto the attack, they can hunt them down. Easier to be the hunter than the hunted. Something doesn't catch Kiko here. Oh my God, the timing on that. Tries to whip around, but it's actually Scuba to stall them out here. PaperX not getting what they want. Marta, yeah, actually coming online and finding Jing. This is something getting a little bit weird. Brought back into effect by Forsaken. Starting to hit some shots here. Okay. All good.
right.
Nice.
All right, there's a little bit of threat.
No, NRG able to find 2 kills here, nearly making it possible. Damage is done, but already going to see something picking up an operator. See what he can find here coming into the 3rd round. Operator on the bonus, no less.
Why is he so mad?
Coming out.
That was
Not from
Nico.
Alex.
Yeah.
Haven't seen enough Alex Cam. We will need that one production.
Well, maybe he's already trashed the room.
That could be the case, but the trap was set. But look at it. Something so fast, it caught the observers off, and apparently caught off NRG as well.
Whoa!
Stop it. You're not meant to be doing that here. Unwilling to relent on the side of A. It finally falls towards
they-
NRG's favor, but by now look at
Why
the
did they
build-up
buy
here.
up an
Scoop is
attack
just
up
given up
on
this
round
angle.
3?
Brock's going to be tucked behind the smoke now. Has to drone out just to confirm. He
It's a
slipped through
shallow
from
drone.
PaperX. Yeah, not going to be able to explore towards mid at all.
He has an Odin. I'm so scared of his
Does have the
Odin,
opportunity
man.
to do so with Kiko, but Scuba now finding contact. It's going to bring Brock right back this way.
And a bit iconic with this weapon, but not got the same ability to spam through and cause problems on the plant. And
Divide
Divide
doesn't care.
doesn't need that many bullets. He'll just put 2 to the brain and his job done. Scuba already noted on this side of the map. You can see Envy in a nice passive position in case he does try and play ahead of that box. Kiko showing a little bit of curiosity from middle. But again, trying to break those back two is going to be the problem. How do they get past the likes of Devi and Jing? I think the answer is they don't.
Coming in, it's so late.
Yeah, I think it's way too late to even try and deal with that deeper post-plant positioning. And PaperX just being given a lot of opportunities here. I'd love to see the start of that again.
I mean, yeah, a walk in the park to find the bonus conversion. Very little threat. Oh, it's a beautiful catch onto Ethan. And again, it just spirals out of control so quickly. And again, you're seeing now hints of the momentum. Devi swinging solo, things like this. When PaperX start to heat up, you just get individuals making unorthodox plays, decisions, really tapping into being the anomaly. And a lot of this for NRG.
Well, I think if we're seeing the upswing from PaperX, Bonkar is as well. Timeout for NRG, and he's not happy. Yeah, we saw in the previous, we saw in round 2, the Death Slam. He's looking like he's barking out the commands here. Because NRG are being dictated to in this one.
Yeah, they are. Which is something we talked about in the previous series, where they kind of got behind in terms of the tempo. And this is where this sort of approach, the structured approach, you can be embarrassed. It looks like you just don't have a say in when a team is just hitting you relentlessly across the map. We talked about Ethan having to put in a shift previously. It's so hard to call against teams like this. You mentioned the X Factor, the anomaly, whatever you want to call it. The things that you can't consider. And here, the purchase obviously not going to be there. PaperX will be teed up to find number 11. A couple of Sheriffs, a couple of Stingers. No ultimates to offset that either. Forsaken already up to a pit. Divide just 2 away, so crucial for NRG's buy back in, potentially behind this.
The aggression, it's already going to be somewhat nullified, right? Okay.
Definitely now, yeah.
That's... It's so well read. That little trap play in middle just seems to lack a punch
Why
behind
is
it
the
when something
spike
can just get out of there. Doesn't really get caught. Yeah,
spawn?
flashed up, but there's still bodies behind. And this is that, again, something that you start seeing when PaperX get into their full form is their ability to play disciplined in these situations. Wait for someone to go for something. Play in those deeper spots, catch, and then start building on a site. This is the new depth of this team, the new quality that they can do, but they still need to clear Kiko, who was one of the X factors in even some of the previous series for NRG, has been once again shut down. This is now floodgates open, and it looks simplistic.
Really well controlled here by PaperX, leaving nothing to chance. Ethan will slip a little deeper towards the spawn of PaperX, but it'll be hard for Scuba and Brock to break back in here. The 2 Stingers really need to close the gap to find value. It's good from Scuba,
Nice
though.
shot.
Yeah. Gonna need more.
No way.
Okay. Is more. Envy?
A little off on the placement here, yeah.
There's still a bit of time to play with too, but they're gonna need someone else to land a big boy shot. They've got the upgrades there with Brock and Ethan, but they gotta get going. How do they keep him onto this corner? Pop flash, and Envy stands and delivers as Ethan just have to watch that one pass you by.
Amazing.
11 on the board here.
Amazing.
Another big round from Envy. 4 in a row to kick off this second half. You look at what's left behind this purchase, if anything. NRG desperately trying to keep their head above water. Mada will throw an operator in the mix here. See where he's positioned over towards A. Again, PaperX spread thin here, but there's 3 to challenge from NRG in a choke point.
They're putting everything behind this, right? This is just everything on the line here. And this is where PaperX can thrive. Sees.
Do they hear anything though there?
Comes in, going to be handled, but again, something might just be in a checkmate position. Doesn't get to turn the flash, just
So
accepts his
blind.
fate at that point. The paranoia layered in, Envy has to fall. But options being looked for on the other side of the map. Marder ready. That's it from NRG.
Yeah.
Keeping control of those extremities and then eyeing up middle as that rotation point.
To deny information to the dog here. Well, still shown by Jing. Happy to show presence. Envy, spike in hand. Now, if they can draw the eyes elsewhere, might set up one of these players to find entry. Jing now, reposition, does have a smoke, got paranoia. Can he set something in motion here, potentially for Divide to pinch behind this?
There's going to need to be a lot. Scuba taking a bit of damage there, has
He's
turned
drawn
the
the eyes.
attention. Jing now goes in.
He gets
one. I don't know how he gets one, but Divide is that X factor, and he is striking
Beautiful
perfectly.
bait.
This is a stunning plan from Paper X. As now we're seeing a 2v3. Ult there for Envy. Plants in play. Time on their side.
They push towards Scuba here?
I think they want to, but Marder takes away Envy in a deep position from Scuba. Keeps NRG living and breathing for now.
Marder succeeds with the operator. And the aggression on the other side just to force, almost herd Paper X into his sight lines. Get them number 6 here. Great timing on the flash as well.
Yeah.
And something just has no time to react to that at all.
Nice, Scoop.
Forsaken to devise ultimates to bring into this. Something just 2 away. Missing one for the TP on the other side. NRG. Everything except the Seekers. They finally stop the bleeding for a string of 4 rounds.
Yeah, but that scoreline, you can't ignore it.
No, there's
Don't let it snowball.
I mean, they need to build up a cushion here. Still seeing Marder and Kiko struggling financially behind this.
Back in a flash.
Scuba, the one to be tested first and foremost. Something going to go in, spray in. Going to identify him early. Noting towards elbow. Kiko's still around though. And there's going to be the Hunter's Fury. That's huge damage. Brock does very well to find Envy. Oh, but Forsaken reads him like a book. Clears Kiko, and now, I mean, he almost got a second. I think Ethan got given a haircut, but he fights back against something. Now he's back at least safe for a second. You can see the Paper X here. To pause. No, there's the plant. No, there's the pit.
The spread is good as well. Access
Very
back in
nice.
towards Link. This is really awkward here for NRG. The pit is outside. It cuts some of the sight lines for them to re-approach site.
Don't
Oh
shoot,
my
don't
god.
shoot.
I don't think you know what you're looking at. You certainly don't, but a 2v2 is what we are left with.
Dogged.
One towards the pit, and indeed, the dog was the only tool that they really had to work with. Martin's going to get going. He's just got a classic! Oh, and Forsaken!
He doesn't
Wait, Ethan! Ethan!
Oh my god.
I thought he almost got away with it. Daylight robbery nearly happening. But Paper X checking back and pushing up to 12.
I didn't catch a glimpse of how close he was there, but my
It felt
god.
close. It felt close.
When you see the sight lines they have, there's a chance for Ethan to just steal this away.
Oh.
Device super clutch to catch Marder on. He has to retreat away when everything's invested towards Forsaken. Just locked into the edge of that pit. Forsaken, okay, bulldozing.
No fear.
Initially through mid.
And I mean, speaking of no fear, they go flying in, but Envy, ice cold, backbone, Rock with the reply towards middle, Devi on the trade.
Okay.
A little vintage round, a little vintage tempo. But Ethan's
Nice
handled
shot.
it until now. Kiko, clean. Something in Devi though, still a danger. The spike needs to be brought back in hand, however.
Have the time to do so. 2v2 here, a ton of space between these remaining players. Something ultimate available. NRG will stack up, looking to re-clear back through mid. Devi at least will show presence here with some util. Perfectly placed as well to stop a double swing from top mid. How do they read this, Kiko? No paranoia, both smokes, TP. He can check towards one site here. Gambling the wrong way.
It's a roll of the dice. That's how it goes.
It's going to take them forever to rotate as well. There's going to be so many questions across the map.
You got Kiko's TP, but would you even want to take it alone?
No.
Plants in. And there it is. There's that gut-dropping
so
feeling.
awkward now.
Now roll your minds back, Ethan. Once at the helm of gifting Paper X their greatest defeat ever. Nowadays, looking like a different side, Divide and Something want to get the advantage here. Ethan back on the site though, looking to clear through, has to get past Something, can't do it yet. Divide buying time on the site, swing comes in, and Paper X, a different beast altogether now. Another win
Let's go.
in their name, 13-6, more definite than before.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm gonna mute that in case that's copyrighted music. Which it probably is. Fiesta MPH. Strong. NRG's assistant coach is named Strong.
When we start sound designing an agent in Valorant, we have to consider some key questions, like who the character is and what materials are associated with them. Every sound designer has a different process, but I like to start by developing a foundational sound, something that everything else builds off of. For Vito, we face two challenges. Vito's arm and abilities are made out of the same substance as Gecko's creatures. So how do we differentiate his sounds from Gecko's sounds? We decided to distinguish these by making Vito's goop sounds more crunchy and less fluid sounding than Gecko. One of the fun ways we added that crunch was by destroying a cabbage. The second challenge was, how do we communicate danger? We did this by thinking about Vito's abilities as ambush predators. Imagine you're in a movie, exploring a cave. and there's a giant spider lurking in the darkness, lying in wait. What would the music sound like at that moment? We landed on this aggressive synth, which ended up as a foundational sound for Vito.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Well, there's NRG's map pick of Corrode that goes any way but theirs. It's a bit of a rough start, back and forth early on, where NRG, their smiles, they feel like, okay, we've got some run on this map, feel like we have some runway as well to start to put together a bit of a lead, but it's early on that they're stopped in their tracks on a lot of these fast side hit attempts.
Yeah, I thought that Paperex came into this game, despite not having seen this comp from NRG since earlier in America, because they haven't played it so far in this tournament. They had a really good prep of how to deal with Mata and his dives on the way. Like, I wanted to look at round 4 to start that one off, where I think Divai, who the first time they played this comp, we really criticized him for playing up, for dying first in too many rounds. Here, that perfect Thorns, that perfect deep positioning to punish Mata's dive, and then he's fighting forward for more. And it took this really early timeout from NRG for them to even get any motion in this half, slowing the rounds down, playing that off instead to get a little bit of success. But they were fighting every moment against a Paperex that was so prepared.
Yeah, exactly. Mata started having a lot of pressure. We can see it here with the operator. What a crazy shot. It felt a little bit easy to play around Kiko Smokes in some of these situations, but I think that the highlight for this has to be the way that Davai was playing, as you're saying.
Yes.
To me, it's not the fact that he was dying first or last, it's the fact that he was actually playing for his utility, and he had incredible impact. It pisses me off so much what we saw the other day, knowing that this is the level that Davai can give us in this map. Individually, he was absolutely brilliant, having the 3 kills, and actually, I think that he played with a lot more confidence after we were able to see things like this, especially in like the eco rounds, having this kill against Mata. We saw it from the POV of the duelist, but in this moment, it's slowing down NRG so many times. They had to respect his utility every single round.
So you're saying you didn't like how he ran ahead of his Thorns and took 1v1 fights earlier in the tournament? Okay.
Apparently he was lagging. So.
But the util here is
apparently he's not lagging anymore.
yeah, they've miraculously gotten it completed. No, same PC. Literally, the same one. Again, it seems like it's really hard for NRG to adapt to this adaptation, though, from PRX. It feels like they're kind of out of ideas after they make that change to play more of the default style.
Yeah, I really like this round, too, showing that they're willing to still go for some of these aggressive plays, but then collapse back behind the utility. I think Paperex did a lot better job of choosing when they were going for aggression. They initially conditioned this very far back, very deep defense, prioritizing punishing the dive. But later in the half, they were throwing in some of those older aggressive rounds. They were re-pushing into mid when they felt that execute coming in from NRG. It was a very proactive defense from them. They played off their utility very well, and I think this is such a great position for them now, going into Breeze, up a map in this series, to honestly, I think now be favored to go to the finals here.
I think that there's some benefit also in the fact that they've played every single map bar the Abyss that they permaban in this tournament, because they have had the chances of failing before this moment, right? For the side of NRG, they've already made so many changes and so many adaptations depending on their opponent that maybe Corrode was a step too far.
Let's talk a little bit about Forsaken, obviously, in this game. Has moments where he's able to have high impact. Definitely feels like here on Corrode he commands attention and respect.
More than a lot of other players, I think Forsaken is one of the most consistent at showing up to big games and finding his play. He's the IGL of this team. He's playing a million different roles, but what's so consistent about him is that he just has this mind for realizing when he has a moment. I think in this game, a great example was the rounds where he's solo pushing into flanks, like that one you just saw, or even here on the eco round, where he's preempting where these players are with the Sheriff and being so good at finding his individual impact. That's the kind of confidence that comes from not only knowing how good you are, but knowing that you've done it before. You've played against this team, you've played on a global stage for literally years and been consistent at finding that value.
Yeah, and of course the form going into Breeze is going to be very important. We see a Paperex that has now bounced back. They have everything in their back to close this in a 3-1 fashion. And I do have to say, yes, having Forsaken being always as reliable, always going for the plays. He's the kind of player that He pushes, you see 3 people holding the angle, and he's at least good for 1. And that is so incredibly frustrating to go up against time and time again.
And someone who was fantastic in the series on Split, for example, earlier on is something. He's going to be going up against potentially Kiko on this next map. It's one of those only 1 of 2 maps where NRG, put Kiko in a duelist role.
It's so interesting to see this position now where it's NRG on the verge of elimination. Their only way to come back and win this series would be to beat Paper Rex on the map that I think identifies Paper Rex's style, the double duelist, something on the jet, absolutely dominating. And while NRG have looked good here, and Kiko has actually been quite impressive the game we got to see him play on that jet, it's a composition, it's a map that runs anathema to the rest of the read and style that NRG have been going for this tournament.
Yeah, we speak about the flexibility that Kiko has proven to have. Maybe this is comfort, but there's also a map that they haven't played since the Swiss stage, and that feels ages ago when we talk about how close some of these matches have been. We saw also NRG changing compositions here in Corrode, swapping the KO for the Sky. Do we maybe would like to see something different, or do we think this pound for pound is something that they want to go up against?
I think it's just a solid meta composition on Breeze. I think they really wanted to win Corrode. That's why you saw how frustrated Bonkar is, because I think they know they're not really favored here. But NRG, the thing about them is always that resiliency. I felt the same way going into a map 4 in their final back in Americas, where they pulled off that reverse sweep. So I won't count them out, but I do think this is a very favorable position for Paper Rex, and I don't think there's like a comp change or any one-up that is going to put them far ahead in my mind.
This feels like this is a map that's styled for the individual in a big way, where something is already demonstrated, quite a level of dominance here. I mean, outside of the fact that NRG have to move over towards a style maybe that they don't normally want to adopt, one thing that concerned me on Corrode was that they were not able to make that adaptation to respond to Paper Rex. Paper Rex sort of were able to get a feel for the change up of pace from NRG, maybe get ahead of some of that early sort of play, adapt to the default sort of shift we saw from NRG, but NRG just let themselves get run over at the end of Corrode there. There wasn't actually any change-ups from that point onward. They just said, okay, you got us.
There were some improvements from map 3 onto 4, from Split into this Corrode, sorry, from 2 to 3. And it's the fact that I did not see them
They all
taking
have
that
the
many
number
isolated
26
duels. I
for
did not see them going
2026,
one by
I guess.
one. Yes, from NRG. So that is shining and lightning grace on that side. I want Mata to have the confidence to go up into this one. We've spoken about Kiko, but I think that for the flexibility and for the endurance of this matchup, I think that Mata is more important.
He certainly will be. He is that player who I think took their last loss against Nongshim to go down here a little bit harder, right? You saw him putting out the tweet, blaming himself a little bit for the underperformance. But he's been the guy who always steps up in these big games for NRG. Let's look across the stage, though. This is such a comfortable spot for Paper Rex. We see 2 maps. One, the double duelist, the AIM map, where they've been excellent. Even if NRG wins here, we go to Haven, where they've been playing this Phoenix comp, defining their own unique style there. This is exactly the position that Paper Rex wants to be in. They're primed to make another deep run, make another final. They've been so consistent at finding this performance late in tournaments, and you're seeing it today. The resiliency, the reserve of energy left at the very end, and the ability to adapt so quickly, even under immense pressure.
You speak about adaptation. G2 also struggled a lot because the chaos that we saw last time around for the side of Paper Rex was on a different level, and NRG looks like they don't have the confidence to go pound for pound. I hope that Bonkers had that kind of chat with the boys.
I mean, where's the map pool? That's the problem for me. We know Pearl is always great for this NRG squad, but outside of that, there's nothing really that should fill you with confidence if you followed NRG over the course of Santiago here. Whereas for Paper Rex, looking at their Breeze,
looking
they've had a great time there.
Yeah.
The opportunity for NRG, though, really slipping. They could be the team to make history, to make another final, to avoid that champion's curse, to prove that you can stay together, go to another meta, win again. But the squad who hasn't had that accolade of going back-to-back, but has been so consistent across every meta, you wouldn't think it would be anyone but them to put them down. NRG's got to play against Paper X's style on one of their best maps if they want that opportunity.
Whichever way you slice it, the deck is stacked against NRG. The odds for the world champions are not good. This tail end of the map pool in this best of 5 isn't flattering for them, which means they need to take a step above what they've displayed so far. It's been enough for the world champions to turn up, to make it to this point in Santiago, but now we need to see something new, something a little bit deeper from this NRG outfit. Let's see who's going to come out on top again in this clash of styles where NRG have to play more Paper Rex's game. We'll head over to Pansy and Hyper.
Time to find out how bad they want this. On one side, Paper X, who'd gone back to the drawing board, built themselves as a team, look better all around. And again, continue that search for a second trophy. NRG on the other side, you've had a great tournament, you look competitive, you've played your own style, but is this where it stops? Is this the end of the road, or is there more to show?
I think Kakuka uses a crucial word here, confidence. Not seeing it in some of the rounds where NRG have to fight forwards, don't allow Paper X the sort of freedom they have to play as we know they will. Unfortunately, we come to a map that absolutely epitomizes the approach Paper X like to tap into. A lot of this rides on Kiko here. He's set up to shine. We talked about his impact previously.
Against his old team. Yeah. On this map, he was pretty nasty.
Bald mixed well.
To do that here, though, is a bit of a different beast altogether. Again, Paper X, back in the day, you could find ways. You could imagine how that route would look for a team to potentially get under their skin, to exploit how they play. But they've shown that they've grown since then. They look on the same page with a quick timeout or two. A quick reminder of the new version.
Coming to timeouts, are you worried with what you've seen from Bonkar? Because you think about it, it's like if the initial plan and the prep falls, and that's where we then start discussing confidence, right? And NRG's ability to really go off script and play very reactive to what Paper X pull out of the bag.
But then in my mind, it rolls back to what he was saying at the start of the day. If you missed it, it was something along the lines of just keep playing the game at all times, call up your own number, go for those fights. You know what I mean? Like, actually be in it, to be willing to take those fights and take high risks. But it's easier to say that when you're now...
I'm not seeing NRG take risks.
You and me both.
I'm seeing them shy away from a lot of these situations where the structure is set up to shine and be the backbone of this team. And I hate to say it, it's a follow-up series where we're seeing some of those things. Some wild photos coming out of the crowd.
Yeah, I've just caught a glimpse of one. I'm like,
But it's not even the elephant in the room anymore. We've seen a number of examples, and even so, coming out of the previous series, like I said earlier, Paper X would have had the chance to go back and watch that and see what worked.
Is the grand finals tomorrow? Surely not, right?
Paper X really explore that as deep as
oh my god, it is tomorrow.
For a team like them.
Yes,
so if Paper X wins this, they have to play another best of 5
right?
in like 24 hours.
Fills me with a little bit of fear is we haven't seen them push to their absolute limits yet. As you may have noted, there is a slight delay. We are going into game now, I do believe, so thank you for your patience. If you're playing along at home, if you are just tuning in, this is the one for pretty much all the marbles here.
And barring a string of rounds from D2 previously, a dominant performance, a very one-sided affair in terms of Breeze, Paper X, like I said, epitomizing their approach to the game, their overall ethos. Certainly a chance here with a map to the good for them to really explore that freedom.
Back to the wall time for NRG. Coming into this after a brutal corrode. They have to correct on Breeze. But Paper X, it starts to feel tangible. You start to see that confidence, that tempo, and that pace. But Ethan willing to try and stand his ground, but only for a moment. As already they get the first body dropped. But a lot of damage done.
Oh, what a
Good shot from Kiko, but instantaneously answered. Look at the numbers here. It's a 4v2.
Pin down anybody here but Divine. What an adjustment.
These are high caliber players here today, and they are hitting hard. Scuba, clutch as you like, but he is being hunted down. Paper X don't even let you play out of a smoke. They're starting to cross the T's, dot the I's, and they're starting to look in high form.
Indicative of what I just said. Tapping into now the momentum. They know they've got NRG scrambling for answers. The pacey here, Ethan, unfortunately just spamming everything into that wall.
They just fight together, man.
Doesn't have anything left to contest that second wave of pressure. Unfortunately here, the dart basically mitigating the paranoia. PaperX disrespecting the timing. Mada actually a little bit behind the curve in terms of the TP. I didn't see when it was sent out, but can't get there quick enough.
Okay, early note. And Rourke really fancying a go at that.
Right here.
On the other side, two of them do only have Sheriffs. The other three with the investments. Bulldog there, Guardian. Refight towards A main. And it's all through A main, actually. If you're looking at the minimap right now, it is trailering in from this side. Something not getting the shots he wants. Shock Dart could do quite nicely. It doesn't do as much as I'd imagine, but still. PaperX, do you carry on? Do you power forward? You got... Oh! Why wouldn't you? Something gifted from the gods at times. As now they have to just bulldoze the site, and they are. Kiko, you can give it a go, mate. But it's going to come down to Marder in a 1v2 here. Note something. Envy toying with the timing to get the plant. Marder's got to read this right. Spots it, sees it, prepares himself. The push is coming. Ringa, Rosie we go. Marder, how long can you play the game?
They can slip out double doors.
And they are, but he's got an upgrade for it. Marder now.
Why didn't they just plant and
potentially
hold?
make
What?
something of this round.
Why are they overcooking?
Something's going to be able to reposition to here. Plant will come through. Marder still considering a freeze
That's
outside
like a
A.
pretty
Now some
big
question
overcook,
marks
no?
in terms of navigating his way through mid. Does still have decoy here to wrap right behind us. Open plant, so when he spots this, it might create another question mark. Something will be the first. And Envy fully disconnected from this, but now drifting back behind the pillar.
It's a world of possibility. This can happen. But he's got to get a move on. He's got to find something now. Not going to be it. Something clean, sharp, concise. PaperX make it through the storm, but it got pretty choppy again. A little bit of danger there. Kiko keeping it competitive.
I
And
would have been
also
so
though,
mad
but
if they
PaperX
lost
just
that.
seemed to
Holy.
not care. They went into the stack knowingly at that point.
Catch here from something onto Ethan. Yeah, not much to do in that situation. It's only really the very light purchase that enables PaperX to actually recover from that financially. Something on a Guardian, Envy on a Bulldog. Very well invested here for a bonus, which we've already talked about today. PaperX's ability to set themselves up with a huge cushion at the start of some of these halves.
Yeah, seeing something in that position, such an iconic spot. Marder getting a note Forsaken, but doesn't really give them too much to play off. Again, if you're looking at where PaperX are tapering off towards, it is the weaker side of the map.
Certainly is. Scuba tucked in here. Kiko with an off angle here towards main, but not necessarily holding the cross.
The push. Yeah, he can't see them cross out to sight. And now he's going to know at least something getting towards sight, but it's going to be, can they keep control of the back lines here? Double swing. Kiko on red alert. He needs help here. Scuba's by his side, but the flash is exceptional again. It is stunning from PaperX and harrowing scenes for NRG. Losing out on site control here. The plant next on the cards, and look at that lurk.
See, Marder, ever the threat behind enemy lines.
Divide the same. And he's here first. Hello. Gonna keep you honest in this one now. Forks attention, turns back in time. Stunning shot, good follow-up from Marder. We're in 3v3. Game's still on here. Oh, until then, Jing and Forsaken. Perfect timing on the peaks here. Send them packing.
A third to be converted here. Divide looking to seal the deal. Remove the rifle from Marder's hands. Spotted here. Now to force back a little bit. I don't think anybody from PaperX is going to be pushing any deeper here, potentially.
They're fast on this, though.
Forsaken.
Ooh,
Can't catch
Marder.
it.
Yeah, I think he's just about got safety here. I don't think they'll get there in time.
No. Oh, still going to try.
They really did try, just about got there. But this is where we look at the problems, Mike. This is a bonus conversion.
Again.
Yes, it was well invested, but the scoreline is 3-0.
Unfortunately, NRG just dismantled here towards the B site.
Nice, boys, let's go.
Initially, I mean, paranoia doesn't land. There's a couple of things here that gives an opportunity for Scuba and Kiko to really succeed. The answer here is to send Matter this way, but fortunately, PaperX positioned elsewhere. TP early across from Jing. So Forsaken sending one forwards. Trying to get a little more active here on the side of NRG, but haven't been able to pin anybody down just yet.
And it's hard to keep that confidence high, right? When you're in this predicament, Marder needs to be an instigator, needs to be an X factor. Living up to the task so far, giving Ethan an opportunity as well. That's a nice recovered weapon there. Add that to hand.
Gang, please don't lose.
Right on the choke point of B, and 3 players still positioned on that side here. Ethan will get a catch, divide down to 10.
Pulled rotation though. That's going to be Kiko leaning closer towards that A side. Where
He can sniff out this crossfire very easily.
does he invest it? Doesn't look like they want to. Trying to be potentially reserved, but Brock, oh my god, he's gone down. I thought he had that. And now Marder looks dead to right. Again, Paper X, no respect. It's only earned here. And NRG do not look threatening enough.
Just walking dry to the B site. You think Brock's in a position here to find a total sitter?
This is systematic destruction of NRG currently. Paper X in full control. Scuba a little stylish, but ends the same. Device had so much freedom as well. A real problem. But that's not even the bigger problem happening. They are losing on every front. I'm waiting for a timeout. I don't know if it's now.
I mean, another early timeout from Bonkart. Again, with catches a glimpse here. Forsaken, beautiful entry into the B site. Not much in the form of positives here in the opening string of rounds. Kiko, maybe they want to offset that now with an operator in hand.
God, that's pressure though on him, isn't it?
On the brink of a ton of ultimates here. Nothing to
Oh my god. Oh my god, death from above. Jing, they outdo them so easily. It feels like they are in their heads. Cool, you want to get Kiko involved? Sick, I'm already there waiting for you.
The operator removed. Yeah, off rip. Now Ethan again tasked with just holding down the fort here. Look at the gap between him and the second player of NRG.
He's so alone, and Forsaken knows it. He's hunted him down. This team is absolutely falling to pieces in front of our eyes here. Something's on a heater. Marn is still trying to fight back, but it's traded. And now you can see the numbers game.
Scuba's a million miles away from this. Forced to watch this one passing by. It's going to feel like barring a 1v3 from Scuba, if he needs this one so early on. It'll be number 5 for Paper X, and the way he's playing this now, he's going to wait it out. They're on the brink of some ultimates. Kiko still one away from the Blade Storm. Marder and Brock have theirs to bring into round 6. Yeah, I mean, you talk about their concerns previously, lack of ideas in the mid-round and the problem solving, the troubleshooting on the fly, not favoring NRG. It's the same diagnosis once more. Now I'm expecting a timeout.
Yeah. They need a cure to the woes, right?
See how tilted Scuba looks there.
He doesn't look happy. And these are frustrating rounds. You look at it, it is frustrating.
Yeah. In terms of how NRG build them and where the pedestal they put themselves up in terms of structure, discipline, control.
Currently just choking on all that wisdom. Look at it, again, the second you want to bring that operator out, it's just handled. And again, that then leaves Ethan
and this
alone.
This is the early turning point for NRG. Now it's like, okay, we basically give away another couple of rounds here. I mean, the buy is going to be there or thereabouts.
Give me Bonkar Cam.
Give me Bonkar Cam now.
I dare you. It's somber scenes, isn't it, really? I know they can bring a bit of levity to it sometimes, but this is not a fun position to be in. Frustration.
Song looks checked out.
Yeah, they don't look happy.
And you've got to come away from this feeling like it's NRG relying on
those cameras
the
get so
strength of that
close.
structure that's
You can see like
really
the pores on
destroying
his
them
nose and stuff.
right now. And again, if you had a chance to listen in and see what's being called in some of these rounds, then you could maybe.
I would be so camera conscious. I mean, I guess they do get like makeup and stuff before the matches.
NRG apart.
And again, I know it's not always the thrilling kills because maybe he's not on the site, he's on that late lurk, but a big game player for me is always going to be Divide.
Yeah.
You get towards these maps, you get towards lower finals, grand finals,
Hella
he
clutch.
is on it.
Yeah, hella clutch.
Calm.
So much impact here, or value in terms of his positioning. Come back in. He said the buy is there or thereabouts for NRG. They're continuing to go forwards. I mean, rightfully so. They can't just let this pass them by.
It's your time to make a stand. Time to fight for what you want, that chance at a final. Unwilling to adapt to the sign of the times.
The conditioning, though, they force them to address this B-side hold.
And they get to flip the script.
Yeah, leaves Ethan, who's been unable to anchor towards B. Now tasked with holding down the fort, but body's in place early enough. NRG to maybe contest early on in this retake.
Brock does have ult as well. Marder's got his too. But they look a little hesitant. Look how much space something is taken. He wants to get involved. He is just absolutely on the hunt here. They want to make this hurt. They want to absolutely punish NRG. And Forsaken is. Key goes down. Brock sends it in. But again, something's still alive. He's still breathing in this one. Marder, he's just surrounded. Paper Rex absolutely making them sweat here. Ethan desperate to do it back. Desperate to try. But he will fall like all the others as Paper Rex continues on their flawless march.
Right at time.
6 on the board. Another round where Paper Rex are able to just get right in and amongst NRG. Again, Forsaken able to TP back out. Something then goes even further forwards towards double doors. Marder, unfortunately, just sticks around in the ultimate so long, desperate to find some sort of value on the way back out. And he's just in no man's land.
And that's after a timeout. That's after you've had your check-in. Now just dig deep, boys. Give us something, run it mid. Take a chance, take a risk, because right now you're 0-6 down. It's the choice of dying on your feet or dying on your knees. It feels like Scuba trying to find a window, a pocket to play from, and he's got it. Got something dead. Good follow-up potentially towards Forsaken, but he's having none of that. But Kiko's here quick. Ethan now punching back as well, starting a little bit more fiery. Maybe willing to play Paper X in their own game, but they are the masters of it for a damn reason. Forsaken, 2 kills. Maybe getting 2 more turns the flash. You can't flash this man, it just seems impossible. Marder on the case though. Bring it down to
Look at the Vi.
It's just unbelievable. An Envy though. That's a checkmate spot from Ethan. A nice deeper off angle. Could have paused, could have waited. But Devi could still do damage here.
Ooh, just
He's seen him.
glimpse.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Devi making the impossible look so doable. Barely contained currently. Still noted, Marder shifting closer. Playing on the wall. Ethan down incredibly low. There's now down to a 1v1 Marder. How brave are you?
My God.
Nice try.
That draws Devi's attention back in that direction. NRG, the first on the board here, but
caution to the wind.
Everything.
But they were playing aggressive. They were taking big boy fights. They're walking down middle. If this is what it takes, if you have to play Paper X at this game, can you keep doing it?
This is where you talk about the sustainability of this approach from NRG. Talk about going against the grain, playing off meta here with the double duelist. They have to go against everything they believe in effectively elsewhere.
Find that level at this point would be almost unfathomable. And for Paper X, they continue. Not gonna fall back from this. They found something that works.
Oh wait, Forsaken was ready to TP behind this pit.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was so ready. Devi still interested.
I like this potential crossfire they're trying to make towards double doors, just in case that pit is really trying to tailor them through.
So Kiko has committed towards reinforcing Ethan's position.
I'm so scared for Devi.
Well, Scuba noted it.
Yep, he might call some help here. Marder on an island. There's 3 on the other side of this door here. Marder, that's the first. They turn on a dime, they look back to it, he gets out of there. Good adjustment on that to at least keep this in a 5v4, but then you look at the pivot, you look at the options. They are heading towards that B site right now. They're looking to filter through middle, They're leaving a problem over towards that A pit. That is going to be a very late pull from Devi, and Ethan
don't think he knows he's
knows it. He
spotted.
has no idea. So now you look towards Envy. Didn't quite get the shot, but now the swing from top middle. Kiko with a big kill towards something. 5 still standing for NRG. Envy now, I mean, I don't know if he gets to live here. Yeah, with the bailout like that from Jing. And now Device strikes in the back lines.
Ticket TV! Ticket TV!
They've got A! Wait, where's he off
Where's
to?
he off? What?
Oh, my, no way!
He faked
What?
it! He
I
faked
have
it!
missed that from Jing!
Are you kidding me?
I have never seen something
Oh my
that wild, but of course, it's Paper X. You're pulling fakes.
Holy.
In a
Wait,
lower
wait.
finals, are you?
I need to see.
Brock
I need to
must
see
be absolutely
Sliggy's reaction to
dazed
that.
after this.
LCT and we used
Where
to
the
wear
hell's
Sliggy though.
Devi? Where's Jing gone?
Dude, where is Sliggy?
And I've got nothing but a Guardian to try and do this with. Notes Devi. Tests them, but they pass.
Your complexion like
Oh,
never
come on,
before.
ads, really?
New double serum foundation. The next generation hybrid
you
serum
fucked it.
foundation. It's clinically.
No way!
Oh! Look at that.
What a play! Something that wild, but of course, it's Paper X. You're pulling fakes. In a
Ticket TV! Ticket TV!
They've got A!
Oh,
he's fucked it!
What?
Where is Sliggy though?
Oh! Are you kidding me?
What a play! Something that wild, but
I'm gonna get a prototype.
Wait, is he not streaming? Okay, yeah, he is. Oh, come on, more ads. Really?
Yeah, look at them. Got no time. I gotta.
no way! Test
Oh.
Brock wild.
What the hell is going on?
They've got A!
Oh, he nearly stopped it. He went sport. He's got no time and he's got to cancel it. Oh my god, what the hell is this, bro?
Are you kidding me?
I've never seen something that wild, but of course, it's Paper X. You're
No
pulling
way.
fakes. In a lower finals, are you? Brock must be absolutely
mad, bro.
dazed after this.
God, he really looked at the Forsaken rounds
Where the
that we
hell's
saw on
Devi?
Haven and he's like, "Do you
Where's
know what?
Jing
Watch
gone?"
this."
And I've got nothing but Ooh.
Clutch.
Oh, come on.
You're pulling fakes. In a
No
lower
way.
finals, are you?
Are you telling me I tuned out for a bit and...
Oh my god! Crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna feel bad for Prius. He's not gonna know where to. I don't know. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna make hella fun of him. Oh, the TP! Oh my god! With the ult. Wait, what? He canceled! What the fuck? What the fuck? He canceled!
Are you kidding me?
I have never seen something that wild, but of course, it's Paper.
Okay, that was amazing.
Wait! Oh my god, Mada!
Time! Time!
They've done it!
Oh my god!
They've only got it done it!
What just happened?
He's still with a shock dart to play with as well. Oh my god. They've got upgrades. They've got 3 Vandals coming in, but Envy has another kill. Oh!
No way.
Line them up and knock them down. NRG, when you just thought there was hope, get absolutely brutalized something. Oh,
Wait! Oh my god, Mada!
Time! Time!
They've done it!
Oh my god! Off.
If there was any hope of regaining composure, a course correction in terms of the mental here for NRG, those 2 rounds will destroy all of that dream.
But for NRG, it's just a nightmare, as the pace never stops. They continue to look, posturing. Ethan desperate to dig deeper. Scuba by his side, but it's still a 3v3, and you've traded off site control for this.
Themselves into the front side here. Jing able to anchor fairly comfortably, pretty far forward as well. Look how far NRG are away from this. Still a 3v3, but
Jing is just waiting in a smoke.
he's got another smoke to layer this as well.
Yep. Just coming up now. Get to play around that box too. This is just a clear Jing. This is just a clear Jing so far! And he still goes down swinging. Divine now.
Look at the
Tucks
reposition
into the
for
quad.
Envy.
Envy is a checkmate position, but do you even get past Divine? I don't think you do. Kiko's desperate for it, but Envy's there. The pressure is mounting as NRG choking on all that wisdom they once had. Paper X finding round after round, miracle after miracle. And I think it's timeout time.
I mean, you have to. You have to. With these last few rounds, Paper X just channeling some of that BS that comes out every so often. That truly is the X factor of this roster.
I haven't seen it in a minute. I know we joke about it, the kind of any percentile team, right, that it doesn't really matter. But these sort of rounds are like vintage Paper X.
What do you say to NRG if you're Bonkar right now? What can you say?
I'm struggling and I'm not even on the... It's my job to have something to say. And I can't think of a thing to describe what we've just seen.
Oh, the assistant coach has his head in his hands.
This time around has to bring these guys back online in terms of the mental here, because they must be stretched to their absolute limit in the server. Coin-based win condition coming out of this for NRG is going to be around. Marder potentially with this dimensional drift. Kiko one away from the Bladestorm. Brock one off the Hunter's Fury. The buy is going to be, well, I say it's going to be there. There's going to be no shield for Brock. A Bulldog in the hands of Ethan. It is desperation for NRG here. Just one round in this first half of Breeze. Paper X, only the Bladestorm to use, but it hasn't even needed ults some of these rounds. Other than the TP.
Well, we go back in. Does the madness settle? I don't think it does. Marder, though, willing to be brave about this one, but bravery may not save him this time. Still standing on this corner, though. Wants to try and keep security on some part of this map.
Right here. They desperately want to fight mid. Marder going to find one. Something will fall. B site wide open. Kiko slipping a little deeper.
Trying to get proactive towards A main as well. Marder, he's after the information, and I think he's going to get a whole lot of it. But Forsaken, in the meantime, finds a fight in middle. This guy's clinical. Follow up. Oh, Ethan! Lucky to be breathing and lucky to be alive. It's still powering towards the A site.
Breeze a TP here. Scuba, 5 HP. Looking to reset a little bit. Divine looking to pop out of the smoke, Marder.
What the hell?
We'll clean it up. A 3K for him. Oh, invested though. Come into the last round now. And you are praying on a curse here. You are praying to find a 9-3.
Don't know what you're meant to do with your prayers, though, when you're fighting against a team.
Why still I jumping out of the smoke
has
with
their
a
god still very much
shorty?
alive and in this. You
I
look at
know
Defy, you look at
Scuba's low,
Forsaken, you look at Jing.
You know there's more than
to Envy, who's
one
like
person
clutch
there, right?
in that moment of converting a round that looked unwinnable. I mean, what are you meant to do? Knives on. Kiko trying to hold on.
Something on the other side here. Got Ethan close by.
That's a one-way.
Yeah.
A little bit bold for Forsaken to try and disrespect that. I don't mind the confidence, but that allows Ethan to shine. More bodies, more victims! If it takes everything, he will do it himself! Divine!
Okay, buddy.
Had to watch as NRG clutched at every straw to give themselves the finest of margins.
Identified here. Rourke doesn't give him the 1v1 that he wants. Spam coming through from Ethan.
He wants that ace. Scuba will let him have it if he can. They are fighting together for this one. That is your captain dead. But Kiko on the trade.
You're shooting the body.
NRG with barely breath left in their chest. 3 rounds.
Yeah,
but
this,
it's
what is
3
this?
that
Why
keeps
are
them
you?
maybe alive. Maybe. Paper X look absolutely lethal. Don't miss the next half.
Oops. Why does dot bring up? What? Look at that. If you type dot, comma, nothing. That's weird, no? What are these suggestions? SpongeBob SquarePants full episodes. Okay, makes sense. Markiplier makes sense. Big guy. Is that a SpongeBob episode? Roblox, Royalty Family, JX, something, Michael Jackson, SNL, Tommy G, I don't know who that is. Bruno Mars, I Show Speed, no. I don't like this dude. I saw like one clip of him playing Valorant and being like super sexist. Like I think he whiffed a lot of shots and someone said something to him and it was like someone who sounded like a female. So he started going full sexist. Like, I know you didn't just tell me what to do. You should just go to the kitchen, stuff like that. It was so bad. And I've hated him ever since. I think he got banned off Valorant from that. Which is pretty big from Riot. I mean, if he played more, he would have definitely brought in a lot of new players, but then I feel like his audience is probably mostly just kids, right? And kids don't really spend much on F2P games, I guess. So it's probably not a huge loss.
Rounds at the very end.
That's what you pin your hopes to. Paper X, in terms of starting halves, have looked fantastic today. A pistol here would feel like the first domino to fall in the second half and seal NRG's fate here in Santiago. A bit of activity here over towards the B side, but Divide tasked with maybe finding some chip damage. Respect this initially.
Oh no!
Hang on.
But a little asleep at the wheel, maybe a mini-map moment or just an offset of timing, but they weren't paying attention to what's in front of them. It's down to 3. They're feeling the strain. Now they're going to be feeling nothing as Ethan and Brock, last 2 alive, and look at that surround coming in as well. Something's on the way. This map is not feeling comfortable. A little bit of safety gathered by Ethan, but overwhelmed. There's just numbers here. Paper X, this is the one to really start feeling like you're so close now.
And of course, they're dancing. You can't see it on screen.
In game, oh my God.
The celebration here. Salt in the wounds.
It's the most Paper X thing.
Yeah.
You're 10-3 up against the champ's current holder, and you're just emoting on them, are we?
Oh. Yeah, cut it from the replay.
Yeah, honestly.
Don't show it.
Never let NRG know. Oh. Well, there's a reason there's a buy here,
Yep.
Michael.
Yep, and it's on the other side, frugal from Paper X. Probably willing to almost allow NRG to take control of this here. Don't want to risk letting things build up in terms of the finances early on. But I mean, if they lose this, it's effectively 12 for Paper X. Was that attack? Yeah, Mother down to 10. Repeat from something nearly punished. We'll get the orb out of this. And that's it, NRG will stack up behind him. Shot dart from Divide doesn't connect, I don't believe.
Jing, gonna be tested. NRG trying to compound it, but the problems starting to mount, and Divide finally falls. It is a 2v3 though. Numbers still sitting on their side, but Brook digging deep here, man. Putting everything on the line for it. But Forsaken soaks the shot, and I'm seeing Paper X shoot bodies.
Comes down to just a key piece, and the connection's there from Scuba, but it's not the right scope to close this out. Jing does so well to slow things down with the paranoia here as well. Tease Devi up to reinforce this side hold. I mean, Borg does so well in this situation. Forsaken, as you said, more salt in the wound. NRG throwing funds back into this now. Nothing left to lose.
Forsaken
Do
gonna
away,
lose
do
his
away.
head though.
Please don't.
Numbers up. Can they build? Marder.
Did he have a rifle? No, he had an outlaw.
Team
Okay.
to 9.
I mean, an outlaw's pretty.
You can see the nerves.
That's okay. Ching is the only one with.
Smoke allowing some vision through to A. Still something rifle in hand towards double doors here. Potentially provide some support. Marder has to win this. He doesn't. Jing's going to find it. He's going to know now nothing's behind it.
This is maybe the start of the end, but NRG trying to put the site, and they do at least get to buy down. Someone tries to turn around in time. Can't do it. It's not pretty, Valorant, but it's... Oh my god, oh my god.
How are they going to win this one?
Okay, that's the one you get. That's the one you're going to get. 4 to 11.
Not pretty at all. Apex losing out a couple of engagements here, allowing NRG to at least catch their breath. And potential for a follow. I'm not even going to say it. I was going to say follow-up.
Yeah?
Seeing Sheriffs.
Yeah, say it. Say it. Go on.
1.5. Ooh, good. Just Sheriffs and a shorty.
Dude, please don't get silly with it.
Just
I
one away
mean,
from
that
Dimensional
would have
Drift.
been it, man.
Hunter's Fury
They had a broken buy.
available here.
You had a pretty decent
Rex on the
buy.
brink of a few.
They're on the brink of being here pretty quick, but again, something would have to go on wrong on the site. That's
he's out.
something
How
going
is he
wrong on
out?
the site. How does he get Marder and get out in time? I do not know. Jing!
No.
Stop it!
No, no!
Stop it! The stars are aligning for Paper X, and he's still alive! Finally! Culled by Scuba, but by now,
look at the
there are
damage.
problems. Kiko's on 22. Scuba is the only one to stand semi-healthy, but look at Paper X. They're here
They're
so
so split.
early.
They're
They
so
have
split
no
now.
idea. Devi gonna get caught. It's on something now in a 1v2. The spike is with Scuba.
Thank God
Kiko
for that.
safe. You saw it. I saw it.
What the hell was that? Jing nearly going, I mean, he did go insane.
Yes, he did.
Nearly finding another Forsaken. Catches a stupid kill.
I feel like I'm on a verge of a breakdown through every round here. So's he.
So, yeah. Felt like that maybe should have been 12.
Bai is back in though. Operator in for something. Everything they need. Marder does have ult though. And they're making no subtleties of this.
Marder going to pave the way. Paper X respecting this for the time being. Identify that site is open for the taking. The pit to go down on top of this.
But the road to hell was paved with good intentions. Let's see if Marder can at least keep this in check. Already they are so close by. Look how close they are to this. Marder gonna get out of danger, but Jing backfilling the space here and starting to clear through that back corner of sight. Envy's caught Ethan.
Is that spam?
Have they not figured out that Jing could be here? Envy's cleared another, and they are being herded so much closer. Oh, Envy is just wrecking house. Jing was the threat that was never seemingly needed. Envy, maybe enough to do it himself. Still trying to stand his Scuba. Desperate attempt at keeping themselves alive in this. Envy down incredibly low. Sending some blind shock darts in. Scuba is the real deal though.
No, guys, what are you
Four for him.
doing?
How?
Just a ridiculous post plant. Paper X. Like I said, the first kill comes from Ethan. And you think, oh, okay, yeah, they're going to readjust here. The Hunter's Fury comes so early on. unfortunately just not finding a follow-up hit. Yeah, it was just a shot ahead of that.
Look at Envy's work, man. Oh.
I mean, he finds everything but Scuba inside this pit. They just can't dig him out of this corner.
He's done so well for the side there. So well. I mean,
what a nutty last 2 kills as well.
The guy has been incredibly clutch throughout. I mean, roll your mind back through several of the series, several of their games. 1vX's don't seem to make a blind bit of difference to that guy. Absolute just heroics from him. Hell, I thought Jinx's position was going to be it. That was going to be the end of things.
Checkmate in that situation. Especially with, like I said, Envy finding everything inside the pit. Barring Scuba.
Oh. Going above and beyond,
was
man.
in the weirdest little pocket. No wall to hug. Another spam would have been just bonkers for Paper X to find. Sheriffs.
Just Sheriffs.
Ults here for NRG. Hunter's Fury for Brock, TP for Ethan. Just Sheriffs.
The more you tell me, the worse I feel.
They're just Sheriffs.
They can't hurt you, they're just Sheriffs? Oh, there's 3 here. And here we go. Already something going to take the corner. Poised in position. NRG. You want to try and pull those forward, you got to get past them. There is a lot of bodies here and they are willing to brawl. Jinx sticking around too. Now there is 4 players and 1's on the flank. NRG, you can't really backpedal now. Devi is in the back lines.
This is actually a beautiful reposition here. Devi will be able to catch potentially the likes of Mardo, we know. So he's taking space elsewhere. Confirmation from Envy. And a smoke to slow things down even further.
God,
NRG held outside.
This is putting the fear of God in me.
Yep.
Because they're stuck. They don't know what's behind them.
Cover going out. That's a huge question mark. It's going to take him a long time to clear diligently back through mid.
If you clear diligently through middle. Ethan trying to put a question mark there, but it's cleared instantly by Forsaken. So they keep the stack.
Well, they can because of Devi's position.
They're walking into a trap. It's 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
You ever feel like something's about to go terribly wrong? NRG, time to be brave about it. Try and find your way forward. Something's gotten 1. Jinx still waiting. Strikes, but he doesn't get what he needed. Ethan's going to get them 3 here. Forsaken super close to the site, though, and look at the flank. Look who is behind you. Ethan looking for information. I don't think he caught it on that. Devi is coming, though. Forsaken, cautious on his steps forward. Devi, the last one here, though. And he's found NRG with a little bit of brilliance from the captain himself. 4 kills.
Another 4K from Ethan in a crucial round. Like I said, they walk into this initially, you see something getting one onto Kiko. Look at Ethan's kills. Look at how they come to
Scrappy,
be.
Man.
Up to 7. Just 4 separating these 2 teams. NRG finding something from nothing.
Speaking of something, operators there again. And it's directed approach, it's pacey, and it is them proving a point. Trying to regain some of that confidence, but does it get quelled as quickly as it started? Kiko looking to take space as well. Double door check coming in fast! Scuba saving Kiko in that one. And they get the site, and they send Paper X saving.
After now.
What a game, man.
The pendulum swings. NRG hitting their stride in this second half of Breeze. You have to hold on to 3 rifles here potentially. I mean, NRG, they have the money to go hunting. They could really push this back. The ball firmly into Paper X's court.
I just feel like I'm waiting for it to go wrong. And I know I shouldn't. I know I should be, you know, fully neutral in this.
I didn't want to say it.
I'm waiting for 9. I'm waiting for 9. And then you got me. But this so far is...
9 and no money, and I'm believing.
Yes. It's still Paper X.
Call me a hater.
I can't believe in it yet. After what I've seen, we've witnessed miracles on the first half. I cannot believe it yet. A timeout for PaperX, and they've been very good. They've been very good with these.
Super extended as well, considering the garbage time in that previous round. Alex really fired up here. Probably feeling as if this should have been
Look at his finger,
dead
man.
and buried already. I gotta say, I'm kind of in the same realm as him. Only 3 now, NRG able to string together. I mean, what did I say? It was one-sided versus G2, other than a string of 5 rounds.
I hate that first round that they gave.
5 rounds back to back. But what's
Seiken just looking forward
easy
with an
adjustments here?
outlaw.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of X Factor rounds from NRG
no,
too.
I'm seeing NRG go above and beyond.
I hated
the
that
Call of
round so
Duty
much.
to find some of these rounds. Like, being able to topple PaperX when they're basically hitting full speed, full momentum, it's just a joy to watch. But you walk the tightrope.
Yes, it is a tightrope. That's the best way to put it.
You're like balancing spinning plates. It's like if one
on a nice
falls,
edge. It's oh God! Imagine being Ethan in this.
Excruciating to just
both
see
sides.
some of the plans that must be at the start of this round versus just
how it
hey guys,
ends.
scrap that. Ults here heavily favoring PaperX. This is the snowball round they've been banking on. Something
Ethan
to be decisive.
Ethan, he's in that smoke. Something is waiting there, looking like he's about to hunt his prey. I don't know. Re-smoked it. Hello. They are next to each other, man. Hiya! Who's going to come out swinging? Who's alive? Somehow they're both still standing here. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm terrified of this game. 1 knife left. Something has to back away.
He gets the reset now and gets another 5 knives. Just get me out.
We're all in the asylum together now. Why do I feel like Jing's position is the next one? It's like Forsaken might get a good tag there and have to fall away, or maybe even drop a body, but oh God! Oh! He gets more than one! And Jing, gonna give it away though. Backs away, doesn't want to outstay his welcome. Trying to play a little poised with a little bit of discipline, but Envy in the meantime's got Ethan dead. And now Kiko, called upon, can't do it! Scuba now, the Clutch King himself, has to find 3. 28 seconds. Something Devi and Jing within touching distance of 12. They've got to bury this man. They've got to do it clean. But he is working.
Oh my God!
Just on the turn, something comes back around. And it's PaperX up to 12.
He's saying
taps
yes.
From the Guardian. So clean.
Look at it. I mean, that's the start.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell is this?
Oh,
that is gorgeous.
I thought it was a one and done.
Yeah.
More for me.
Honestly.
They found the response here.
Honestly, like,
Forsaken still
you get to there, you should get
NRG
out. You
still
should
sitting on
unpeak.
nothing.
There, I
Closest being
think.
Scuba and Ethan.
They're just going back to this A piece. And look at the rest of the map. They've already cleared towards that B side. They've cleared deep on elbow. So this can be decided by a 5v5 post plant.
I mean, Forsaken's ult is everything here. Everything in terms of PaperX's ability to close this out in round 21. Confirmation here, Forsaken going to try and pave the way. Doesn't catch Marta, does he? He didn't full check.
He's pinged it though, he's pinged something there. They've got an awareness, but Jing's fallen. Forsaken going to fall back in, try at least get some safety to play from, going to TP out. Something on the flank though, found this time. Ethan not going to let him get away with it, and NRG putting up a brick wall of defense. Divine Forsaken still fancying their chances, and when you do that, I can't blame you. 2v3, surely not now. They're still going.
Divine needs an ace.
Nothing short of perfection required. Not gonna happen now. NRG still alive.
Up to 9. I mean, it's just, I don't want to say it's a gamble, but they just fully commit to this take once more towards 8. Unfortunately, Forsaken just can't pin somebody down on the outside of the ult, and PaperX can't find a kill based on the information. And the frustration still on display. Forsaken, operator in hand now.
It's that final round, right? The last one is always hardest to get. They have chances here. And a different approach from NRG. Forsaken's timing turns it, spots it, here's it! It's a stunner from Forsaken as Marder dead and buried, leaving the rest to pick up the pieces, and they are.
Jinx still here, same position, a fake of the TP. And look how spread NRG are. Kiko probably called back into formation here. Ethan has to be the one to open this up, probably waiting on a smoke. Over towards double doors. Scuba still gonna have the ability to late invest some util. Wall goes up now.
Oh, it's not cleared him. It's not cleared Jing though. And he fell back before. This time he will not fall back. He sets up Forsaken. And I think this might be the one, as Ethan and Brock, it looks impossible. And it might just be as Brock, the last one alive. 17 HP.
30 seconds left.
As the Princes of Pacific continue their pursuit to claim another trophy. But this was simply sensational.
This roster truly knows no heights. The ceiling still just continues to creep higher and higher. Absolute domination here of basically their hard counterpart, NRG.
God, they fought with heart and soul.
I can't give enough credit to them to be able to bounce back after some of these rounds and still string together a possibility. Absolutely insane, but that's the caliber of NRG, and it's what PaperX have had to overcome today. What an insane performance, Lauren. Across the board, everybody elevating here for this roster.
As you said, the sky is the limit with this team. Yet to meet their ceiling. Yet to know when they're done. And today, defeating an old nemesis. Ethan, the man who took champions away from them so long ago, but it has been a long road. An arduous one, but PaperX continue that path. And we'll hear from them in the Verizon post-match interview.
Forsaken, how are
Pacific
you today? I just want to know
versus Pacific in the finals. Strongest region.
This time, and tomorrow you're playing in that grand finals. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm feeling really excited that Pacific go grand finals together, but this time only us can kill Dambi, I believe that.
Ok, hablando un poquito también de lo que fue esta victoria, finalmente acaban eliminando a Energy y quería saber también cómo se estaba sintiendo. Dice que está muy emocionado porque va a ser una final de Pacific y ellos solamente pueden parar a Dambi. Que de hecho, eso es lo que quiero preguntar ahora. So you said it yesterday, you said it now. You are the only ones that can stop Nongshim and Dambi. What are you doing to ensure that victory tomorrow and win this Masters and being a back-to-back Masters winner?
I mean, for me, I think we just have to play confidently, and my mindset is for the tournament, like I want to show my Toronto form again. I want to be hype again like usual and confident like that, so we can win the match.
That could be really interesting. Y hablando un poquito también de lo que va a ser esa partida del día de mañana, ¿qué están haciendo para poder ganar esa partida? Dice que definitivamente hacer lo que están haciendo ahora, pero él quiere estar en esa forma en la que estuvo en Toronto, así que ese puede ser el secreto para ganar también el día de mañana. So now, also talking about the maps, you guys have that Permaban Abyss. You've not played it since last year's against Gen G. Now you're going into that match tomorrow without any vetoes. How's the pressure with that?
I mean, for us, I think no pressure because we always try com anyway. We always try like weird comms, and even though we lost, but we're just having fun. You know, maybe if you lost map Abyss, it's okay. We're gonna go move on the next map.
Can we have a spoiler for Abyss?
But we're confident all the time.
Just confident? We don't get any ages, nothing?
Maybe Gecko.
Oh, maybe Gecko. Y bueno, hablando un poquito de lo que son los mapas, el día de mañana van a entrar a ese enfrentamiento sin esos dos vetos porque Genshin viene con esa ventaja. También hablando un poquito de lo que había sido el Abyss, no lo habían jugado y dice que igual ellos siempre están intentando composiciones diferentes, así que van a ir con la misma confianza, igual que siempre esa partida. Le dije, ¿algún spoiler de la composición? Dijo, quizás un Gecko, así que no lo sé porque el día de mañana lo vamos a descubrir. Thank you very much for this interview. You're free to go and take pictures with the fans porque mañana volvemos con la gran final de Master Santiago. Tomorrow we're coming back with this Pacific Regional Finals. It's going to be amazing, so stay tuned for
Regional
tomorrow because
finals
we
and
have
an
our
international
show with the new agent
tournament.
and the grand finals. Thank you.
That's crazy.
Welcome everybody to the post show. It's our distinct pleasure to be joined by Divai after a fantastic victory in that series, 3-1. You've got to be feeling pretty good to have another crack at a Masters title tomorrow.
Excited, I would say. It's been a while since we've been to the final. But yeah, I mean, I'm still like kind of nervous from the Breeze game. We kind of had good lead, but kind of like playing around towards the end and almost got punished by that. But overall, good game.
Yeah, no surprises. Alex Luke. What was happening on those timeouts? Because as you're saying, it got very close towards the
The last timeout was he just saying like, oh guys, maybe stop dancing around and try to close out the game. Because we were dancing after the defuse, right? The spike. Yeah, we were doing the emote. So he's like, oh, maybe stop dancing around. So we're like, yeah, sure. Yes, chef.
Your showing in this series is fantastic. It feels
you.
like the first road map you guys played here at Masters. It was a little awkward, a little uncomfortable. We saw you on the Vice playing pretty far forward, like getting aggressive on that defense side. But it feels like you've really reeled that in now, and that comp and that map for you guys looks to be very dangerous.
Yep. Somehow our core gotten better throughout the tournaments. I would say during the kickoff, our core wasn't the best. We changed a lot of like agents and stuff, and I mean, thankfully that throughout the final now we gotten better, and I like it.
Oh yeah. We like it when you were playing today. It was absolutely amazing. Speaking of the maps and the map bans that you're not going to have tomorrow.
Yep.
We were asking just for second, but I want to know your opinion as well. What's going on Abyss, because it's pretty likely it's gonna happen.
I'm not sure what's the comp. I think that one we're gonna let Ash to cook. Maybe we should put Forsaken on Gecko just to like, you know, finish his quest.
Yeah.
What would you like to play?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't mind Chamber, maybe.
Ooh, Chamber. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, maybe.
Now,
I don't know. Yeah.
How do you feel about going up against this Nongshim team? You guys have not, in an official, have already played against these guys, so we have no idea what to expect.
I mean, they are very good roster, I would say. I think people kind of like mislook other players. People are just focusing on Dambi, and I think the rest of the boys also very good players.
Yeah.
And we scrim them a lot. We just never play them in official. I mean, scrim is scrim anyway. But yeah, I guess tomorrow is the day we finally play officially together. I mean, I don't know. They've been playing very good. I hope we also play our A game and make the best team win as usual.
Yeah, regional final. Great day for Pacific. Seth and Ken are going to be living for that. I wanted to show you a moment that we saw during Breeze. I know that it got very hectic, but there was a moment where specifically you and Jing end up in this. I need you to tell me from inside what is going on here.
So basically, I was just having a coffee behind the Viper ulti on A-main, right? I was just chilling like, hey guys, let's go mid to A. I'm gonna throw on the smoke on the yellow, which is the container, and then you guys gonna go there. And somehow the plan got stopped. I think Keiko or Mada picked one of the boys, and they end up going to B. I was just chilling, and suddenly they went inside the B, and we saw it was 2v2 like right now. And we called, Jay, you got ulti, you got ulti. And this guy, he went press the ulti, he pressed outside of the map. I was like, yo, you don't have time. But I thought it's over, but he got second options. He cancelled the ulti, which is, I was quite surprised by him. That split decision making was very good. Like he knew that if he commit to the ulti, he's not gonna win the round for us. He cancelled and they're not gonna expect for. I mean, there's no way NRG gonna expect that, right?
Yes.
He cancel and he catch someone running. I was like, yo, you still have time to get the plant. I'm coming. I'm like, I was just praying to get to him. After
You had pitted on A. You're in your
I was chilling and kill Scuba. I was like, yo, I guess I'm coming, B. You know, holy. But that was insane decision making though. I thought he would commit the ulti, but nope, he got another plan.
That is only around
That was a
you
very,
guys could win, honestly.
it was the most paper Rex
Very proud of him
from
of that
today.
decision.
I think they only need that and you shooting a teammate thinking that
Oh.
it's an enemy and then the tournament is done for me.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's funny, you treat your gameplay like a language, you know what I mean? Like it's a real expression, you don't have to think about it so much, it seems so instinctive. Let's have a look at our bracket here, of course, Device. We look forward, we all know what is awaiting us. It is going to be an all-Pacific matchup between Nongshim Red Force and Paper X. Devi, do you have the antidote to the chaos that is Dumby?
I'm not sure. I mean, we started the chaos a long time ago, and apparently he's been a nightmare for the rest of the team.
Yep.
But I hope the train is here to stop him.
We imagine it's a legendary game that is ahead of us. I
hopefully,
think it's such a treat that we haven't gotten to see you guys play them yet as well. So thanks for helping us have our expectations set. We can't wait to see you guys, of course, tomorrow. Thank you, everybody at home as well, for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow. We're on top of a long-awaited first encounter between Nongshim and Paper Rex in the grand final. We'll also have a show match debuting Valorant's newest agent. So we'll see you there. Welcome to the lower final here at Masters Santiago, where we are going to learn who will be joining Nongshim in tomorrow's grand final. Will it be last year's champions winners NRG or an all-Pacific final with Paper Rex?
I don't know if he got spotted just on the drone coming back around. So he's been given a new lease of life, and you can see the patience there, waiting a split second longer. Just
headshot Ethan.
Oh, Forsaken!
I want to see
First
some
ban in. See the intention from
reactions. Let's see this guy.
What is this supposed to? What is this for? Turn off the lights for the horror experience. I can't turn off the sun.
Can't turn off the sun.
It's out of my control. What is this Roblox ask? I know this fucking playlist. Tomorrow's stream, my one objective is to turn on my audio split so I can play Spotify. Oh, I don't like Kiko on Jet.
Might be the
no
one
more Jet for Kiko.
as Ethan.
David's getting active.
Still gonna have the ability here.
Couple pieces
Something?
and
Forsaken. Oh,
they have
God,
chances
Kiko.
here. And a different approach from NRG. Forsaken's timing turns it, spots it, here's it! It's a stunner
GG.
from
Martyr
Forsaken as Marder dead and buried, leaving the rest to pick up the pieces,
Something?
and they are.
Repeak? 5v4?
Jinx still here. Same position. A fake of the TP.
A chance?
Yeah, why is he
Look how spread
re-peeking with the
NRG are.
stinger there? But it's
This
okay,
angle's
we won.
dirty, bro.
Probably
It's fine.
pulled back into formation here. Ethan has to be the one
Look at
to
Devi.
open this up. Probably waiting on
Look
the
at
smoke.
David.
Over towards double doors.
Oh, God. David's getting info. David's getting active.
It's not
They gotta
clear,
expect close, right? 'Cause
It's
he
not
broke
clear,
it.
Jing though. And he fell back before this time. He will not
Kiko,
fall
what is
back.
that, brother?
He sets up Forsaken.
Oh, I don't
And I
like
think
Kiko on
this
Jet.
might be the
no
one.
more Jet for Kiko.
As Ethan and Brock, it looks impossible.
GG.
And it
Nice
might
try.
just be as
Nice
Brock
try,
the last
nice
one
try.
alive.
That skill was
17
bad, yeah.
HP.
30 seconds left.
As the Princes of Pacific. This
Well, wow,
was
the hell is going for a
simply,
second, though.
No heights.
They pack on top for real.
Of basically their hard counterpart. NRG.
Lines there, but oh, you gotta sing Tulip.
The Y went plus 70 against America's team during this event.
The vibe's nuts, yeah. Bro, it's actually crazy. PRX played 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They played 6 out of 7 matches at Santiago versus Americas. And the one match that wasn't was all gamers. First time in franchises VCT, we're seeing the same region grand final. Oh god, the memes.
Oh, that's a nice copy pasta. As an APAC member, it was always hard for me to understand American culture. What was fascinating for me is that they like bragging about their freedom, which was weird for me because I didn't think that I have any less freedom than them. I always thought, what is the difference? However, after this game, I finally understand it. NA's just so fucking free. What the hell is that? Next comment.
My lights on versus lights off. What is this? What the fuck is this? What is the before and after supposed to? What is he trying to say?
I want to see Sliggy's reaction to. I
The
guess.
hardest thing is to get started.
Oh god.
You have to get it on paper.
I have YouTube Premium on my personal account, but I don't have it on this account, which sucks.
Fortunately, Forsaken just can't.
And I think this
Yeah,
might be the one.
but Ethan.
As Ethan and
Jinx still here.
3
9.
can't buy. Well, 3 could
I
buy.
mean, it's just.
These 2 can't buy.
That's
Nice
more
kill.
towards a. Still.
But he has an
round,
op.
right, and a different approach
Oh
from
boy.
NRG.
Oh, he's so lucky.
Timing turns it, spots it, here's it.
Damn it, and
It's
he's
a
out of
stunner
there.
from
God,
Forsaken,
it looked
as
so
Marder did
bad.
and Berry
And then it
leaving
was
the rest
incredible.
to pick up
And then
the pieces,
something's
and they
pushed on
are.
A, bro.
Jinx still here.
Alex is gonna be
Same position.
losing his
Fake off the
mind.
TP. And look how spread NRG are. Kiko probably called back.
So many
This,
risks.
probably
Look at
waiting on
Devi right
smoke.
now. He's clearing
Towards double
everything.
doors. Some util.
Jing's
goes
in the
up now.
pause and he
Oh,
could
it's
be
not
getting
clear.
split, but he just
It's not
sticks
clear,
up here.
Jingo. And he fell back before. This time he will not fall back. He sets up Forsaken. And I think this
Yeah,
might be the one.
but,
As
Ethan.
Ethan and Brock, it looks impossible.
Oh,
And it might
that's
just
it.
be as
Holy,
Brock
bro.
the
Dude,
last
what a
one
game this was.
alive.
This was awesome. This map was so fun. I had so much fun on this
17
map.
HP.
Paper X
As the
Nongshim final.
princes of
Paper X
Pacific
Nongshim
continue
final.
their
Good for Paper
pursuit
X, man.
to
Couldn't have
claim
been
another
much better. I think
trophy.
against
But
NRG with
this
a
was
double map ban, it would have been a little rough. But
simply
this is
sensational.
big, man. Pacific on top. Dude, what a final, bro. We get to see
This
these
roster
two play. These two have the
knows
maddest
no
play
heights.
styles.
The ceiling still just continues to creep higher and higher.
Best thing about this is that the
Absolute
teams which play the craziest
domination here.
playstyle, the ones which are having the
basically
most
their
fun
hard
on the server, are the ones that are on top right now in the grand finals.
God, they fought
Which
with heart
kind
and
of
soul.
feels
NRG,
validated.
man. Considering,
You know, like it's all
how,
about
like,
having fun, which is something that Paper X has been saying since the beginning,
week they
which
looked
is
like
why they are
coming
one of
into
the
the
most
event, they
consistent
improved
teams
every single
Absolutely
game.
insane. That's the
ever.
caliber of NRG, and it's what Paper X have had to overcome today. What an insane rating here.
Genshin Paper X.
This
It was,
yet to know
they are
when
the
they're
two
done.
most fun teams to watch at the moment.
And
If
today,
you ask me for the
defeating an
two
old
teams that I prefer
nemesis,
to watch right now in this
Ethan,
meta, it is these two at the top.
man who took champions away from them
It should be
so
so
long ago,
fun.
but it has been a
It
long
should be
road.
such a good final.
Okay,
And I think the bans work out okay for Paper X, that they're not completely wrecked by the double ban.
All right, I think we'll be ending there. I am not sure if I want to raid. Let's see if let us see. Probably don't want to raid this late, right? I don't think there's anyone in my chat awake. And it feels kind of weird to me raiding alone. Unless I have a friend. I'm not seeing it. So you could raid Sumi. She's playing League of Legends. Oh, never mind. I think I'll just end here and go to sleep. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I don't think anyone's awake anymore, which is why I'm being super quiet right now, talking in my ASMR voice. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. Thankfully, Paper X won. So yeah, as I was saying to Farron earlier, we will be doing the challenge, the channel point challenge that we have right now, which is the teaching chat to code a Twitch bot from scratch. We'll be doing that next weekend, most likely on Sunday. And I'll probably also be revealing my new model then. Yeah, I still need to do a lot of prep for that stream though. I need to prepare the code because okay. I'll need to prepare some sample codes like stage 1, stage 2, maybe like lesson 1, lesson 2. We could do like, I don't know, 4 or 5 lessons to teach the very basics of coding, like starting with hello world, then taking user input, then string parsing, things like that. And I will need to help them set up Python, set up like the environment for it. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to think about that maybe tomorrow. But yeah. Good night for now. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye. Oops, we have an ad in a minute. I'm gonna snooze the ad. Wait, why do I only have one snooze left? Don't they reset each stream? Anyway, good night. Bye-bye.